On the morning of awakening, the city of Lumerus didn't sound like a holy capital blessed by gods. It sounded like a marketplace before a storm. Bells rang from the marble towers of the central temple, not in solemn rhythm, but in frantic, overlapping clamor, as if the priests wanted the entire world to remember what day it was. Today, thousands of 16-year-olds would step into the light of the gods, receive their first class, their first level, and their first glimpse at the glowing future promised to every believer. Every believer, except the ones the gods forgot. Aiden stood at the edge of the temple plaza, fingers curled tightly around the frayed strap of his bag. The white stone beneath his boots radiated warmth from the morning sun, but his palms were cold with sweat. Around him, other teens were laughing, bragging, and pretending not to be terrified. "Hey, look, the nobles are here." A murmur rippled through to the crowd as a group of finely dressed youths emerged from a gilded carriage. Their outfits were stitched with shimmering divine threads, thin lines of silver that pulsed faintly with holy power. Each noble wore a small crystal badge on their chest, displaying pre-awakening potential, numbers that already placed them far above the commoners in line. Potential, 87, 92, 101, seriously. Those numbers mattered. In this world, the gods didn't just bless people with power. They scored them, quantified them, and ranked them. Level, potential, god affinity. Every measure became another invisible chain that decided whether you lived at the top of the tower or died at the bottom of a dungeon as nothing more than monster food. Aiden's crystal badge, by comparison, was dull and cracked, showing a flickering 08 that threatened to vanish every few seconds. "Hey, 8 point nothing," a boy behind him snickered. "Think you'll hit level 2 before you drop dead?" The group around him burst into laughter. They weren't nobles, just slightly better trash, mid-tier potential, enough to feel superior. Aiden didn't turn around. He'd grown up with those kinds of comments. Instead, he kept his eyes locked on the towering statue at the center of the plaza. The statue depicted the high god of Lumerus, a tall androgynous figure carved from pure white stone, holding a set of scales in one hand and a glowing orb in the other. Light poured from the orb like liquid, forming a halo of translucent runes over the statue's head. Those runes, so everyone was taught, represented the first levels granted to humanity. Levels are proof, the priests always said. Proof that the gods see you, proof that the gods approve of you, proof that you matter. Aiden had spent 16 years waiting for that proof. He exhaled slowly, forcing the noise around him to fade. His heart hammered against his ribs, but beneath the anxiety, there was something else, a thin, hard line of determination. Today, he told himself, everything changes. A chime echoed through the plaza, and the crowd shifted. Lines formed as priests in gold-trimmed robes floated above the steps, supported by glimmering platforms of light. They were accompanied by minor god avatars, ethereal projections with faint, translucent bodies and overconfident, bored expressions etched into their perfect faces. One of them yawned. "The ceremony will begin now," a priest announced, voice amplified by divine resonance. "Step forward when your name is called. Place your hand on the awakening sphere. Receive the grace of the gods. Do not be afraid." Easy for you to say. Aiden muttered under his breath. Names were called, one after another. Each teen stepped forward, touched the crystal sphere at the front of the altar, and watched as their personal status window flared to life. Most received basic classes: warrior, acolyte, archer, mage. A few lucky ones triggered rare branches: sword saint aspirant, divine conduit, shadow ranger. Every time someone's class or level appeared, the crowd reacted. Whoa, level 3 already. He's got a C rank stat growth. The goddess of flame picked her? Magic filled the air, light shows of blessings descending like feathers of gold, minor miracles crackling around the chosen, the gods' avatars soaked in the worship like lazy nobles at a spa, half smiles never leaving their faces. They didn't need to be strong. In a world obsessed with numbers, all they had to do was sit on top of the system they'd built. Aiden watched it all with a tight jaw. Then, finally, Aiden Thorne. His name cut through the noise like a blade. Conversations paused. A few snickers rose from the back. That defective orphan? Didn't his mother die in a dungeon because she couldn't get past level 5? Maybe the gods will be merciful and give him something useful for once. Aiden swallowed, stepped forward, and walked toward the altar. The awakening sphere loomed before him. A flawless crystal orb resting in a cradle of divine metal. Runes danced beneath its surface, shifting like schools of fish in an ocean of light. The closer he got, the more the air seemed to thicken, buzzing with power. His heart thudded in his ears. This is it. He could feel dozens of eyes on him. The nobles watched with mild amusement. The commoners watched with curiosity. The priests watched with polite, distant interest. And above them all, the god avatars watched with the casual cruelty of beings who had seen 1,000 ceremonies and forgotten the faces of everyone involved. Place your hand on the sphere, the supervising priest said. Relax your mind. Open your heart to the god's judgment. Judgment. Aiden lifted his hand. For a moment he hesitated, staring at his own reflection distorted in the crystal. Brown hair, too messy for a sacred day. Eyes a little too tired for 16. A thin scar across his chin from an old monster encounter where he'd nearly died as bait for a higher level adventurer. He wasn't special. He knew that, but he was done being nothing. He pressed his palm against the awakening sphere. Cold. The orb felt like ice at first, then like deep water, then like a sky full of stars collapsing into his skin. Light surged through his veins, racing up his arm and into his chest. For a breathless second, everything went white. A ringing sound filled his head. Then something clicked. A translucent blue window snapped open in front of his eyes, visible only to him. Status window opened. His pulse spiked. This was it. His class, his first level, his new life. Lines of glowing text wrote themselves in the air. Name, Aiden Thorne. Age, 16. Class. The line for class flickered as if the system itself was hesitating. Then more text appeared. Unique skill acquired, reverse leveling. Aiden stared. Reverse, what? Before he could fully process that, another line appeared. Starting level, 1. Relief flooded him. Level 1. That was normal. That was fine. No prodigy, but at least he wasn't below 0 like a pre-awakened child. And then, without warning, the window glitched. Digits blurred, as if someone had smudged the numbers with their thumb. A faint cracking noise echoed in his ears, like ice breaking on a river. Level 10. The arrow appeared right in front of him. The number changed. Aiden blinked once, twice. What? A wave of dizziness hit him. His knees almost buckled. The air around him seemed to constrict, then stretch. For a heartbeat, the world lost focus. Then he heard it. What the hell? The supervising priest stepped back, eyes widening. The god avatar floating lazily nearby snapped its head toward the sphere, expression twisting in irritation. Show me his window, the priest ordered. A moment later, his own version of Aiden's status appeared in the air, projected for the examiners only. Name, Aiden Thorne. Class, none. Level, 0. Unique skill, reverse leveling. Silence fell over the altar. Level 0 after awakening. That wasn't supposed to be possible. Every awakened human was at least level 1. The entire system was designed that way. It was like being born with negative years of age or owing a debt before you even borrowed anything. A nervous laugh broke from one of the junior priests. There must be a mistake in the sphere. Perhaps a calibration error, High Priest? Mistake! The god avatar scoffed, its voice echoing in everyone's mind like a cold breeze. The system does not make mistakes. It is the foundation of our covenant. The avatar's eyes locked onto Aiden with sharp, disinterested annoyance, as if he were a stain on a perfectly polished floor. Step away, mortal. Aiden's hand was still on the sphere. His palm burned now, not from heat, but from the awareness that something was terribly wrong. He pulled back. As soon as his skin left the crystal, a faint ripple traveled through his body. His spine tingled. His vision, which had already been sharp, suddenly became painfully focused. Every scratch on the marble, every tiny crack in the temple columns, every bead of sweat on the priest's brow, he saw it all in crisp, exaggerated detail. What is this? At the same time, his body felt lighter, as if someone had quietly cut away invisible weights attached to his limbs. His fingers no longer trembled, the hammering in his chest evened out. The anxiety that had been choking him moments ago thinned, replaced by a strange, quiet clarity. It felt good. But the looks on everyone else's faces told him this was very, very bad. A level drop, one priest whispered. It moved backward? That's impossible. Levels only go up with effort or divine favor. Unless... Another priest's voice dropped lower. It's a curse. The word spread through the crowd fast. Curse? Did he just lose a level? He awakened a cursed skill? Someone snorted from the noble group. Figures. The gods finally look at him and decide he's worth less than nothing. Laughter erupted. This time, Aiden couldn't tune it out. Every sneer, every mocking breath scraped against his sharpened senses like a file across bone. The high priest, a man with silver hair and a robe layered in glowing sigils, stepped forward with a weary sigh. He looked at Aiden as one might look at a broken tool. Name, he said, though he already knew it. Aiden Thorn, Aiden managed, forcing his voice to stay steady. Unique skill, reverse leveling, the high priest repeated, as if tasting something sour. Level 0, no class assigned. The god avatar drifted closer, its form flickering. Up close, Aiden could see the cracks in its translucent body. The gods everyone worshipped weren't as flawless as the statue suggested. Their power was real, but frayed at the edges. Weak parameters, the avatar said dismissively. No blessing. Wait, Aiden said, the word escaping before he could stop it. That's it? That's all you're going to say? The avatar's gaze sharpened. Do you believe you deserve more? It asked. Aiden's throat tightened. He thought of his mother, of her hands, callous from gripping a chipped sword, of the night she didn't come back from the dungeon. He thought of the priest who had told him, with gentle false sorrow, that if she just had a higher level, maybe the gods would have saved her. I believed, he started, his voice low, that if I worked hard enough, if I trained, if I waited for today. Levels reflect the worth of your soul, the avatar cut in. If yours drops, it is because there is less of worth to measure. A few people gasped. That was the god's judgment. Cold. Absolute. Something inside Aiden cracked. The high priest cleared his throat. By decree of the temple, any who awaken with defective or corrupted skills are not to be integrated into the blessed order. Aiden Thorn, you are deemed unfit for advancement within the divine hierarchy. Unfit. The words echoed in his skull. The priest continued, tone clipped and formal. You will not be assigned to a training division. You will not receive a beginner's blessing. You are dismissed from this ceremony. The laughter from the crowd died down, replaced by a different kind of noise. The rustling of discomfort, the shifting of feet, the murmurs of people trying to be grateful that it wasn't them. Aiden stood there, stone still. Dismissed? He repeated slowly. He had imagined 1,000 outcomes for today. Being overlooked, being average, even being chosen by a minor, unimpressive god. But being told to leave? Being cut out of the system entirely? The high priest turned away as if the matter was already closed. Wait, Aiden said sharply. The priest paused, mildly annoyed. Aiden's muscles tensed. His newfound lightness made every movement feel too easy, like his body was waiting for him to do something. Anything. If my skill is cursed, Aiden said, then cleanse it. Isn't that what the gods are for? You purify curses. You break them. You brag about it every week. A few heads turned. Some of the younger priests flinched at his tone, but no one interrupted. The avatar responded first. Your condition is not worth divine expenditure, it said. There is no benefit to stabilizing an inferior vessel. In other words, you're not worth the effort. Heat rose in Aiden's chest. His hands clenched into fists. So that's it, he said. The gods look at me once, decide I'm useless, and throw me away. The gods do not throw away, the avatar replied. They allocate. Everyone heard the implication. You have been allocated nothing. The high priest waved a hand, and 2 acolytes stepped forward. Escort him out, he said. He is not to disrupt the ceremony further. One of the acolytes approached cautiously, as if Aiden might explode. The other didn't bother hiding his disdain. Come on, he muttered. You're lucky we're not branding you as cursed outright. Some temples would. Aiden could have argued. He could have shouted. He could have begged. He did none of those things. Instead, he took one last look at the awakening sphere, at the statue of the high god towering above it all, at the avatars that fed off the faith of people who never questioned whether the system itself was broken. A faint metallic taste spread across his tongue. Fine, he thought, if they want me out so badly. He turned on his heel and walked away on his own. As he moved through the crowd, conversations parted around him like water around a stone. Some people looked at him with pity, others with disgust, a few with curiosity, as if they were watching a rare kind of failure. Oh yeah, he ignored them all. With every step he took away from the altar, the strange sensations in his body intensified. The world grew sharper. Colors deepened. The distant sound of a priest tripping over his words because he'd been distracted by the incident was clear as if he stood beside him. And beneath all of it, there was something else. A faint, almost imperceptible hum like the low note of a stringed instrument resonating through his bones. Once he passed the temple gates, a new notification flashed before his eyes. Level change detected. 1. Level 0 to -1. His breath hitched. Negative. The number glowed an ominous red for a moment, then stabilized. No one else could see it. No priest peered over his shoulder. No god avatar descended to explain. This was his window and his alone. Immediately, the hum inside him grew louder. His body felt even lighter now, almost dangerously so, like a bowstring drawn too far back. His hearing sharpened again. He could hear the drip of water in an alley 3 streets away. He could feel the faint tremor of wagon wheels rolling over uneven stone a block behind him. And yet, there was no weakness, no dizziness, no pain. If levels reflect worth, he whispered to himself, why do I feel stronger the lower it goes? The wind that swept through the street carried the smell of incense from the temple, the tang of iron from the blacksmith district, and something else, bitter and thin, the scent of old gods stretched too far over too many believers. Aiden lifted his hand in front of his face, flexing his fingers. They responded instantly, no hesitation, no shake. He thought about the Avatar's words. Your condition is not worth divine expenditure. Fine. If the gods wouldn't bother to explain his curse, then he'd tear the explanation out of the world himself. Alone in the shadow of the temple that had just rejected him, branded defective and worthless by beings who ruled the system, Aiden Thorne quietly made a promise. I don't know what reverse leveling is, he said, voice low and steady, but if my levels want to move backward... His eyes narrowed, a faint, almost feral grin tugging at his lips. Then I'll keep going until I find out what's waiting below 0. In a world where everyone climbed desperately upward toward weak and distant gods, one boy had just begun to fall. And for the first time in his life, he felt like that might be exactly where his true power was hiding. The city of Lumerus always looked most holy from a distance. From far away, its layered districts rose like steps toward heaven, crowned by the shining spires of the central temple. Banners embroidered with sacred sigils fluttered between towers, catching the light just right so that pilgrims believed the city itself was glowing with divine favor. People from distant villages came here expecting miracles. Aiden walked those same streets with his hands shoved into his pockets and a level of 0 floating in the corner of his vision. The glow vanished when you stood close enough to see the cracks. He made his way down from the temple hill into the lower districts, where the marble gave way to cracked stone, and the golden statues of the high god shrank into small chipped idols built into street corners. Here the gods didn't rule from towering sanctuaries. They sat behind counters like officials at a bad office, waiting for worshippers to line up with offerings and complaints. A wooden sign creaked above one such shrine, Office of the Rain Bureau. Minor god, Pellis of Adequate Showers. Aiden slowed. The office was a squat stone building with flaking white paint, its entrance blocked by a long line of farmers clutching baskets of grain and wilted flowers. A bored priest sat behind a desk near the doorway, stamping slips of parchment with a lazy rhythm. Each stamp released a tiny flicker of divine light that dissolved as soon as it appeared. Next, the priest droned. A hunched old woman stepped forward, clutching her offering so tightly her knuckles were white. Please, she begged, my fields have been dry for months. If the god would just... Request form, the priest cut in. She blinked, confused. Form. A sigh edged with irritation escaped his lips. He flicked his fingers, and a glowing screen appeared in front of her, text already filled in. Petition for localized precipitation, he recited. Service tier, basic, chance of approval, 32%. Offering, substandard. I brought all I could, she stammered. The last harvest. If you want higher approval rates, the priest said, upgrade your offering, or increase your worship frequency, or both. He rubbed his temples. Look, just sign. She pressed a shaky thumbprint against the floating script. It vanished in a pulse of dim light that faded almost immediately into the stale air. And now? She asked. Now you wait, the priest replied, already waving at the next person. The god will process your request when he has time. Aiden's jaw clenched as he watched. Inside the shrine, beyond a half-open curtain, he could see the god in question. A faint, translucent figure lounging on a stone couch, propped up on one elbow. Palace of adequate showers looked like a man made from thin mist and bad decisions. A trickle of light connected him to a crystalline altar overflowing with offerings, and a cluster of glowing notifications hovered around his head. Worship points +3. Minor petition, rain. Pending. Workload, mildly annoying. The god yawned and lazily tapped one of the notifications. A tiny icon for light drizzle lit up. Approve, he muttered. Aiden watched a sliver of power drip from the altar into the god's chest. Outside, a single, lonely cloud appeared over the old woman's neighborhood, squeezed out a half-hearted sprinkle, and then vanished so quickly most people would think they imagined it. That's it? Aiden whispered to himself. The priest at the door heard him. That's all she paid for, the man said flatly, not bothering to look up. If she wanted a real storm, she should have brought more. The line shuffled forward. No one argued. They couldn't. In a world where gods controlled weather, healing, harvests, and even fertility, the average person had only two options: pay and pray, or fall through the cracks. Aiden moved on. Every street he walked down was the same story in a different costume. At a shrine of the god of minor remedies, people waited with sick children and injured workers, clutching coins or cheap offerings, hoping to trade them for cures that might only half work. The deity looked exhausted and uninterested, dispensing weak blessings like a pharmacist with diluted medicine. Blessing, headache, relief. Duration, 2 hours. Side effects, drowsiness, nausea. At another shrine, a god of safe journeys sat behind a curtain while his priests sold protective amulets. Each one glowed faintly when activated and sometimes shattered under real danger. Everywhere Aiden looked, it was the same pattern. Offerings in, weak miracles out. The gods acted like overworked clerks, ticking boxes and stamping approvals, while priests turned their worship and fear into a tidy business. This is what we trust, he thought bitterly. This is what decides who lives and dies. Watch it, Zero. The insult snapped him out of his thoughts. A muscular man in leather armor shoved past him, nearly knocking him off balance. Aiden caught himself easily. His body responded too quickly, moving lighter than it had any right to. His senses flared. He could hear the jingle of the man's equipment, the faint hum of an enchantment woven into his boots. You're faster than him, his instincts whispered. Stronger, maybe. But no one cared about instinct. They cared about a number. A glowing badge on the warrior's chest displayed his level proudly. Yeah, level 14, dungeon auxiliary. Cannon fodder for real adventurers. Even so, he was twice as valuable as anyone below 10. Aiden's gaze dropped to his own invisible window. He didn't need to open it to know what it said. Level -1. Not even 0 anymore. He shoved the thought aside as a cacophony of bells erupted elsewhere in the city. Not the chimes of the temple, but harsh metallic alarms from watchtowers ringing out in rapid succession. People stopped. Conversations cut off mid-sentence. Merchants froze with hands halfway to their coin purses. Dungeon alarm, someone breathed. Aiden's head snapped toward the nearest tower as crimson light flared at its peak. 3 pulses. The color alone was enough to tell everyone what it meant. A rift had opened. The system was simple, because the gods liked simple. When a dungeon gate formed somewhere near the city, the towers lit up by color and count. Green for low threat, yellow for moderate, red for deadly. 3 pulses usually meant it was manageable as far as the gods were concerned. Manageable, of course, didn't mean safe. Priests poured out of side streets, their robes flaring as they rushed to central points where squads of adventurers were already gathering. Aiden watched as one group assembled near a small plaza, drawn to the flag of the temple guard. They came in clusters, some in dented armor with chipped weapons and low-level badges, others sleek and confident in glowing equipment, bearing the marks of mid-tier gods on their armor, symbols of flame, wind, or light. A priest with a finely groomed beard and a chest full of divine insignias climbed onto a platform. "Listen up," he shouted, his voice ringing with magically amplified authority. "A Class C dungeon gate has appeared in the East Quarry sector. Preliminary divinations confirm. Low-tier monsters, stable gate structure, no boss visible near surface." Class C Aiden had read about those. You send in your expendables first. See if the dungeon behaves. If they live, you send better teams. If they die, well, at least you learn something. The gods have assessed this rift as a low-priority threat. The priest went on, which means this is an excellent opportunity for lower-level combatants to gain experience and show their devotion. A ripple of uneasy whispers moved through the crowd. Everyone knew what that meant. The high-level parties weren't going. This wasn't worth their time, not while higher-ranked dungeons offered better loot and more divine favor. This one would be fed low levels first. The priest scanned the gathered adventurers. "As you all know," he continued, "Temple Protocol requires that anyone from level 1 to level 10 respond to 3 dungeon summons per year. Failure to participate will result in revoked blessings, reduced access to healing, and a mark on your divine rank record." That got everyone's attention. Divine rank. The invisible score that determined how much the temples cared if you lived or died. Priests wore their own ranks like badges of honor, bragging at banquets about their contribution to divine bureaucracy. People with high divine rank got faster answers to prayers, discounted blessings, better seats in temple services. Those with low rank waited at the back of every line. The priest on the platform adjusted his glowing sash, clearly proud of his own placement near the top. "Form squads," he commanded. "Parties of 5. We will assign official team designations and distribute basic blessings accordingly." Aiden watched as groups quickly formed. Friends clustered together. Guild members organized themselves with practiced ease. Freelancers scrambled to not be left out. No one called his name. He wasn't part of any guild. He had no prior dungeon record, and as far as anyone knew, his level was 0, with rumors swirling that it had once been one and somehow dropped. A liability. He considered turning away, disappearing into an alley, and pretending he never heard the alarm. He owed the temple nothing. They had made that very clear. But then he thought of his mother again, of the way her hands had trembled when she came home from a dungeon with a bandaged arm and a smile that said, "We're still alive, so it's fine." Of the night she didn't come back at all. Dungeons took her. The gods did nothing. If there was any place in this broken system where he might find the cracks large enough to pry open, it would be inside one of those rifts. "Hey you, 0. The voice came from his left. Aiden turned to see a man with a thin scar across his cheek and a badge reading Level 7 Spearman looking him up and down. His armor was mismatched and cheap, but his eyes were sharp in the way of someone who'd survived more than he should have. "You just awakened, right?" the man asked. Aiden hesitated. "Yesterday." "Ha, fresh meat." The spearman smirked. "Got a squad?" "No." "Perfect." He jerked his thumb toward a small cluster of misfits behind him. A woman with a healer staff that had clearly seen better days. A young man in cloth armor nervously clutching a short sword. A bulky guy whose badge said level 3 but whose muscles screamed laborer, not fighter. "We need a 5th, the spearman said. "Temple rules. You breathe, you walk, you hold a weapon. Congratulations, you qualify." Aiden's eyes narrowed. "You don't even know my class." "Don't need to," the man replied. "For a Class C safe dungeon, they just need bodies to plug the holes. Besides..." His gaze flicked to an inspection window hovering in front of him, then back to Aiden. "Your level's 0. That means you're not even counted as real manpower. If we die, they'll blame us, not you. Technically, they should be grateful we're taking you at all." Aiden's stomach turned. He knew what this was. Not an opportunity, not a welcome, just a way to pad numbers. "Why would you want someone like that?" Aiden asked bluntly. The spearman shrugged. "Because the temple gives a small divine rank bonus for taking low levels into a run. Makes us look charitable or something. Name's Garrick, by the way. Try not to cry once we're inside." The healer woman snorted. "Says the guy who screamed at a slime last run." "That slime was cursed," Garrick protested. Aiden looked at them, really looked. None of them wore the smug confidence of high-tier elites. Their equipment was worn, their postures tired. They were the kind of people the temple used and replaced without a second thought. "Fine," Aiden said at last. "I'll join you." Garrick clapped him on the shoulder, almost knocking him forward. That's the spirit, 0. They moved to the registration table where a junior priest took one look at Aiden and frowned. Name? He asked. Aiden Thorne. The priest tapped a glowing scroll. Aiden's data appeared briefly in the air. Level 0, class, none. Unique skill, reverse leveling, status, unblessed. The priest's lips curled. Ah, the defective from yesterday. Aiden's fingers twitched, but he kept his voice neutral. Is that going to be a problem? For you, the priest gave a small, false smile. It already is. For us, no. We've marked your squad as Auxiliary C minimal resource allocation. He stamped their registration with a dull thud. A faint, almost apologetic glow seeped into the parchment and evaporated. Basic blessings only, the priest added. Try not to die too quickly. It makes the reports messy. The healer rolled her eyes. Love the encouragement as always. The priest ignored her and turned to the next squad, already shouting praises for a group with an average level of 19. Moments later, Aiden stood at the edge of the East Quarry sector, staring at his first real dungeon gate. It hung in the air like a vertical wound carved into reality, a ragged oval of swirling darkness framed by jagged stone. Pale mist leaked from its edges, curling along the ground and carrying with it the scent of damp earth and something metallic beneath. Rifts like these had changed the world generations ago. When they first started appearing, monsters spilled out unchecked, devouring villages and cities. The gods had stepped in, according to the official stories, and created the leveling system to turn humans into their soldiers. In exchange, humanity agreed to worship, to fight, to die when told. Priests stood around the gate now, chanting prayers that formed a thin, shimmering barrier to keep monsters from spilling out before the squads entered. Each party passed through a checkpoint where minor gods extended tiny threads of power, placing pale halos of protection over their heads. Temporary blessing, minor fortification. Reduces first hit damage by 5%. So small, so easy to lose. When it was their turn, the little god assigned to them barely spared their group a glance. His projection was no bigger than a child, hovering at shoulder height with a half-transparent face pinched in disinterest. Squad Auxiliary C, he muttered, reading from a floating list. Expected survival, 52%. Loot share, minimal. Divine priority, low. Raise your heads. They did. A weak ring of light descended over them and faded quickly, leaving a faint tingling sensation on their skin. Aiden felt it hit him and slide right off like water off oil. A whisper of rejection shivered through his status window. Blessing failed to adhere. Reason, incompatible unique skill. Reverse leveling. The little god frowned faintly, as if he'd just seen a smudge on his records, then shrugged. Next. Garrick didn't notice. None of them did. Aiden kept the anomaly to himself, jaw tightening. They stepped through the gate together. Crossing a dungeon threshold wasn't like walking through a door. It was like being pulled inside out for a second, every part of your body convinced it was in the wrong place before reality snapped back into alignment. Then it was just another world. They emerged into a cavern that stretched farther than any natural cave had a right to. Jagged stalactites hung from the ceiling like stone fangs, glistening with moisture that dripped into shallow pools covering the floor. A faint, sour-smelling fog hugged the ground, swirling around their ankles. Dim, ambient light came from veins of pale crystal embedded in the walls, pulsing in time with something distant and alive. The air was humid, thick, and heavy. Garrick lowered his spear, posture changing from lazy bravado to focused caution. Formation, he said quietly. The healer moved to the rear, fingers ready at her staff. The nervous swordsman took the middle, eyes darting around, while the big laborer gripped his mace with both hands, knuckles white. Aiden took the front beside Garrick, not because he was told to, but because his body was already moving that way. The dungeon hummed around him. He could hear the drip of water with unnatural clarity, the faint scuttle of small creatures moving just beyond the glow of the crystals. His vision adapted quickly, picking out details in the half-light that others squinted to see. He opened his status window for the first time since entering. Level -1. Nothing had changed, and yet he felt connected somehow, as if invisible threads ran from him into the stone, the air, the darkness. 0, Garrick whispered. You ever been in one of these before? No, Aiden answered honestly. Then listen close. Low-tier dungeons like this are supposed to be safe. His mouth twisted around the word, but safe just means the gods think the casualties won't affect their numbers too much. Monsters here are basic. Slimes, cave wolves, maybe a weak variant or two. Don't get cocky, don't rush, and if something looks wrong, we fall back. Got it? Got it. They moved forward. It didn't take long for the first monsters to appear. A faint gurgling sound echoed from a pool ahead. Aiden watched as several blobs of translucent green ooze rose from the water, quivering. They slid forward, leaving trails of slime on the rock. Cracks of pale light shone through their bodies, where partially dissolved bones and weapons floated inside. Lesser Acid Slime. Recommended Level 3. A translucent prompt flashed for each party member. Aiden felt the system trying to display recommended threat, but the numbers flickered when they hovered near him. Slimes, Garrick muttered. Easy. Big guy, you take point. 0, stab anything that gets too close. Try not to get melted. The front line surged forward. The big laborer smashed his mace down on the nearest slime with a yell. The creature splattered, acid hissing against the stone. Another slime lunged at his leg, but Aiden was already moving. His body responded ahead of conscious thought. He sidestepped the lunge, grabbed a broken stalagmite from the ground, and drove it through the slime's center with a precise, unhesitating thrust. The impact felt light. Too light. The slime shuddered and deflated instantly, dissolving into a harmless puddle faster than it should have. A notification popped up in front of Aiden's eyes. Enemy defeated. Lesser Acid Slime. No experience gained. Level incompatible. System adjustment. Before he could read more, his vision blurred for a second. Level -1, -2. His stomach dropped. Again? His muscles tensed reflexively, expecting weakness. But what washed over him instead was the same terrifying clarity as before, amplified. The dungeon's background hum turned into a low, steady thrum. Every monster, every droplet of acid, every shift of his teammates' weight on the stone floor, he could sense it all. Aiden looked at the remaining slimes. Their jelly-like bodies quivered as they advanced. And then, for the briefest moment, he saw it. Numbers. Not full status windows like his own, but rough, flickering outlines. Impressions of their health, their speed, their strength, all weaker than they had been seconds ago. Their movement slowed, their strikes lost a fraction of their force. It was subtle, something no normal fighter would notice in the chaos of battle. But to someone whose senses had sharpened with every negative step down the level scale, it was glaring. What did I just do? Garrick lunged past him, driving his spear into another slime with a curse. Why are these things so weak? He muttered. Class C my ass. This is more like a training dungeon. The healer piped up from the back. Don't jinx it. They pressed forward, clearing slime after slime. Each time Aiden engaged, the same pattern repeated. Monsters seemed to lose edge whenever he got close. Their attacks became clumsier. The sting of their acid dulled. His level dropped again. Level -2, -3. Alongside it, another notification appeared. Underworld Drift. Passive effect unlocked. Nearby lesser entities experience stat degradation proportional to your negative level. Nearby lesser entities, not just monsters. Aiden's gaze flicked to his teammates and a chill crawled up his spine. He forced himself to look away before the system could overlay anything on them. He didn't want to know. They reached a wider chamber where the ceiling opened up into a cathedral-like vault. Crystalline growth spread across the walls, casting ghostly reflections over a cluster of cave wolves drinking from a central pool. The wolves raised their heads in unison as the party entered. Their eyes glowed faintly with feral intelligence. Drool hung from razor-sharp teeth. Claws scraped against the stone, leaving shallow furrows as they crouched to launch. Garrick hissed through his teeth. Cave wolves, great. Formation now, healer, stay back. 0. Aiden stepped forward on his own. The wolves snarled, hackles rising, but the sound wavered in his ears, as if carried from farther away than it should have been. A pressure spread out from his chest like a silent wave. One of the wolves flinched, its hind leg trembling. Aiden's status window flickered again. Level -3, -4. The dungeon's light seemed to dim for a heartbeat, then stabilized. A new whisper etched itself into his vision. Underworld Drift, radius expanded. The wolves' muscles tensed, but not with raw power, with strain. They looked heavier, somehow, as if invisible weights had been hung from their limbs. Their eyes darted, instincts screeching in confusion. Garrick cursed softly from behind him. What is going on with them? They're acting like they've already fought 3 parties before us. That's because they're weaker now, Aiden thought, because of me. His heart pounded, but not with fear, with something sharper, something dangerous. He didn't understand exactly how his curse worked. He didn't know why his level dropped instead of rising, but right here, inside this dungeon, he could see one undeniable truth. The lower he went, the weaker everything around him became. "Zero!" Garrick shouted. "Fall back! Don't rush the whole pack alone!" Aiden glanced back once, then turned to face the wolves as they lunged. He sank another step deeper into the invisible abyss of his reverse leveling, and the dungeon shuddered in response. The impact slammed into his chest like a runaway cart, hurling him backward through the underground chamber. Stone pillars blurred past as his body crashed into the wall, the crunch of bone echoing through the dungeon, louder than his own ragged breath. For a moment, he didn't feel pain, only the shock of it, the hollow disbelief that he was still conscious at all. Then the pain arrived, late but merciless. His vision fractured into shards of light and darkness. Dust exploded around him, raining down as the beast that had thrown him roared from the center of the room. The sound shook stalactites loose from the ceiling. They fell like jagged spears, stabbing into the ground where his teammates had been standing seconds ago. Aiden. Garrick's voice sounded distant, like it was coming from the far end of a long tunnel. Aiden forced his eyes to focus. The thing in front of them was no lesser monster. It towered over the party on 4 thick, corded limbs, its body a grotesque hybrid of stone and flesh. Plates of dark, rock-like armor protruded from its back and shoulders, pulsing with faint reddish light. Its head was a smooth, eyeless slab with a crooked vertical maw running down the middle that opened and closed with wet, grinding clicks. This was not supposed to be in a classy dungeon. The system's shaky assessment appeared over its form, flickering like it was struggling to identify the creature. A recommended level. Threat evaluation error. Error. The word spun in front of Aiden's eyes, taunting him. The beast swung one massive limb, smashing a pillar apart like it was made of rotten wood. The shockwave of the blow sent Garrick and the others flying in opposite directions. The healer screamed as her staff snapped in half. This fight was over before it even began. His ribs scraped when he tried to breathe. Each inhale felt like pulling knives into his lungs. Notifications flashed at the edge of his blurred vision, more intrusive than helpful. Critical damage sustained. Vitality threshold breached. Death imminent. Shut up, he hissed through clenched teeth, though the status window didn't care what he said. He tried to stand. His right leg refused at first, a sharp, cold pain lancing through his thigh. Something was wrong there, too. Bone, muscle, he couldn't tell. Everything hurt. Everything screamed. He pushed harder. His hand dug into the cold stone behind him, fingers scraping grooves into the wall. That shouldn't have been possible. He shouldn't have had that kind of strength left. Yet the rock gave way beneath his grip like packed dirt. The beast turned toward the sound. Its faceless head angled in his direction, that vertical maw stretching into something that almost resembled a smile. Thick black saliva dripped onto the ground, sizzling where it landed. Garrick stumbled to his feet between the monster and the healer, spear shaking in his hands. "We fall back!" he shouted hoarsely. "We can't take that thing. Everyone, retreat, now!" "We can't outrun it," the healer cried, clutching her broken staff. "The exit's too far." The dungeon answered her with a low, vibrating hum, as if amused by her desperations. The walls themselves seemed to tighten, the crystalline veins pulsing with faster light. This was its body, its domain. Whatever rules existed inside were born of whatever intelligence crafted this place, and that intelligence was currently very interested in testing them. Aiden's status window flickered again. Level -4. The last drop had happened mid-slime battle. This one came with no kill notification, no external trigger that he could see. It just happened. His life leaked out in reverse numbers instead of blood. Vitality stabilizing. System uncertain, calculating, eh? It felt like the world was struggling to decide whether he should be dead. The beast prowled closer, each step making the stone shudder. It pushed past broken pillars with lazy strength, crushing remnants of lesser monsters underfoot. Its presence warped the air, making it heavy, almost syrup-thick to breathe. Aiden tried to rise again. His fingers dug deeper into the wall, carving furrows into stone. His muscles burned, but not with the weakness he expected. It was more like his body was being rewritten while he moved. Every nerve felt wrong and too right at the same time. Like, come on, move. He managed to push himself up onto one knee. Spots danced across his vision. The taste of iron filled his mouth. The beast noticed. It stopped, head tilting as if confused that something so broken was still trying to stand. Then it lunged. Time didn't slow, it stretched. The beast's charge, in reality, took less than a second, but to Aiden, every fraction of that second unfolded like a series of still images. The flex of the monster's limbs, the spray of stone beneath its claws, the way its maw yawned open, revealing rows of jagged, grinding teeth ready to crush him into pulp against the wall. He should have been afraid, overwhelmed. He should have seen his life flash before his eyes. Instead, something else rose in him. Annoyance. At the gods who had thrown him away. At the priests who used people like Garrick's squad as disposable data points. At a system that told him he was worth less than nothing. Not yet, he rasped. His hand lifted on instinct, fingers curling toward the monster. He didn't know why he did it. He didn't know what he expected. The world reacted anyway. A soundless crack split the air, not something anyone else could hear, but something that every fiber of his being felt. His status window surged into the center of his vision unbidden, the numbers and lines rearranging themselves in a blur. Level -4 to -5. The floor dropped out from under him. No, reality dropped. The dungeon's walls warped, the shape of the room twisted at the edges, as if someone had grabbed the corners of the world and pulled. Crystals elongated and bent, their reflections stretching across the cavern in impossible angles. The beast's charging form distorted, growing taller, narrower, then slamming back into proportion with a shudder. The ambient hum in the dungeon turned into a low, deep note that resonated inside Aiden's skull. Threshold reached, level below 0 confirmed. System layer. Accessed Underworld Authority. A new symbol appeared. It wasn't a neat tab like the others. It was a jagged crack along the edge of his status window, black and pulsing with faint violet light. Words etched themselves into it like scratches carved into bone. Underworld Authority. Access granted. Aiden's pupils dilated. The beast was still coming. Its massive limbs swung down toward him, a blow that would reduce his skull to nothing. The air screamed around it. He raised his hand fully, the motion fluid now like his body had been waiting for this precise moment since he awakened. His fingers closed into a fist. And without speaking, without chanting, without any divine blessing, he thought a single word. Kneel. The world obeyed. The monster's killing strike never landed. Its body seized mid-swing, muscles locked, its massive limb froze an inch from Aiden's face, stone-like flesh trembling under invisible force. Then, with a shudder that shook its entire frame, the beast's front legs folded. Its head slammed into the ground. The impact thundered through the chamber, sending a shockwave of dust and debris outward. Crystals rattled in their sockets. Smaller stones bounced across the floor. The beast's massive body quivered as it fought the command. It failed. The eyeless head pressed against the cold stone, maw grinding open and shut in confused rage. Its limbs twitched but could no longer lift its weight. Like a wild animal suddenly forced to understand what it meant to bow. Aiden stared. His hand was still outstretched, fingers trembling, not from pain now, but from the weight of what he'd just done. Garrick had been halfway through a desperate charge when the creature dropped. He nearly tripped over his own feet, eyes wide. What the? The healer's gasp echoed from somewhere behind a broken pillar. Did it just fall? The dungeon reacted again. Underworld command success. Target, lesser dungeon beast. Incomplete classification. Cost, level decrease imminent. His status ticked down once more. Level -5 to -6. The familiar rush returned, but this time there was nothing gradual about it. Power poured through him like ice water laced with lightning. Every nerve lit up. The pain in his ribs shifted from sharp agony to a distant dull ache, muted by something deeper and older than any healing blessing he'd ever seen. It didn't fix him, it merely made the broken pieces irrelevant. The dungeon's walls continued their slow, unnatural distortion, angles bent in ways that defied geometry. The crystal's light warped, bending around him as if he were a black hole in the middle of the room. Everything that moved inside that warped zone moved wrong. The air thickened around the monsters still lurking in the shadows. Cave wolves that had been circling at a distance suddenly staggered. Their growls turned into strangled whines. Slimes along the walls sagged, their gelatinous bodies losing cohesion. Their stats were collapsing. So he didn't need to see their windows to know. His Underworld Authority pulsed in time with their fading strength. They were being dragged downward in some invisible hierarchy he had just fallen into. This is me, he realized. This is my curse. Not a curse, a connection. He stepped forward slowly, ribs grinding with each breath, but his legs steady as stone. The beast's head shuddered as he approached, trying to lift itself and failing. Its massive body quaked with the effort. He stood right in front of it. Up close, it felt less like an animal and more like a construct, a patchwork child of dungeon stone and corrupted life force. Lines of faint red energy crawled under its skin, tracing patterns that almost resembled writing. Aiden's vision flickered, and for a heartbeat, those lines made sense. Chains. He could see them, not just physical ones, but layered bindings of light and shadow, tethering this creature to the deeper heart of the dungeon, to the system that defined what it was allowed to be. Underworld Authority pulsed again. Another prompt slid into view next to the cracked new tab. Available actions. Compel. Suppress. Release. His throat went dry. He hadn't trained for this. He hadn't studied forbidden magic or secret systems. All he had was instinct and a lifetime of resentment toward the gods who had decided his worth for him. Now something even older than them was offering him options. Behind him, Garrick finally found his voice. Aiden, he said, half awe, half fear. What did you do? Aiden didn't answer. His world had narrowed to the beast in front of him, the trembling chains only he could see and the hovering options asking him to make a choice. Compel, suppress, release? Release sounded dangerous. Compel, then. He focused on that word. The option flared, responding to his intent. Underworld command, compel. Specify directive. The beast's maw ground against the stones. Its claws tore furrows in the ground as it fought the weight bearing down on it. Aiden tightened his fist. Stay down, he said quietly, his voice barely above a whisper. Do not move unless I allow it. The command didn't travel through the air as sound. It sank straight into the invisible chains connected to the monster. The lines around it tightened, glowing briefly before dimming again. The effect was immediate. The beast's struggles ceased. Its limbs went still, muscles frozen in enforced submission. The tremors in its massive frame subsided to faint, involuntary shivers. Silence blanketed the room, broken only by the distant drip of water and the ragged breathing of his teammates. The healer stepped cautiously from behind cover, eyes wide. No way, she breathed. That's impossible. You can't control dungeon creatures. That's god-level authority. God level. Aiden almost laughed. The gods wouldn't come within 10 miles of this place unless it benefited their numbers. Yet here he was, with ribs cracked and level sinking, wielding something they'd never mentioned in their sermons. He finally turned away from the beast to look at his party. Garrick stared at him like he was seeing him for the first time. The big laborer had dropped his mace, fingers shaking, while the young swordsman looked like he might throw up. What are you? The swordsman whispered. The question hit harder than he expected. Not who. What? His status window flickered as if in answer. The usual layout, name, age, level, seemed small, almost laughably inadequate compared to the jagged new fracture labeled Underworld Authority. Level -6. He looked back at the beast. In his presence, its monstrous form seemed smaller, less invincible. Its aura, which had filled the chamber like a storm when it appeared, now felt thin and unstable, like a flame suffocating in a glass. The dungeon itself felt unsettled. This place is supposed to follow their rules, he thought. The god system, the levels, the rankings, the risk calculations. Yet whatever he'd just accessed sat beneath that, behind it, like finding a hidden room behind a temple altar that the priests themselves didn't know existed. A forbidden floor below the ground they all stood on. His fingers trembled again, but not from weakness, from the enormity of what had just happened. I can't tell them, yeah. The thought formed with frightening clarity. If the temple found out he could control dungeon monsters, they wouldn't praise him. They wouldn't raise him up as some chosen vessel. They'd dissect him, study him, lock him away in some underground sanctum for the greater good. Or worse, hand him over to the gods, who would erase him entirely rather than let something like Underworld Authority exist outside their control. He forced his breathing to slow. The healer edged closer, still keeping a wary distance. Aiden, she said carefully, the beast. We need to finish it off while it's stunned. If it breaks free... It won't, he said, surprising himself with how certain he sounded. How do you know? Garrick asked. Because I told it not to move. He couldn't say that. They already looked at him like he was something other than human. Look at it, he deflected. Does it look like it's going anywhere? The creature's massive frame remained pinned to the floor, muscles straining in silent protest. Its maw gnashed weakly, but the rest of its body refused to obey its instincts. Garrick hesitated, then slowly nodded. Fine, he said. Then we don't waste this chance. He lifted his spear, its dull edge catching the warped light, and moved toward the monster's exposed neck, or what approximated a neck on something that was part stone. Aiden stepped aside to give him a clear path and felt the Underworld Authority stir in protest. The chain around the beast pulse. Suppression holds. Compulsion holds. Release. The third option hovered at the edge of his perception, a quiet promise of chaos. He ignored it. This creature might be bound now, but it had nearly killed them. It had no place in the world beyond this dungeon, in a city already barely protected by apathetic gods and their half-measure miracles. And yet, as Garrick drove his spear down with a shout, Aiden felt a flicker of something that wasn't his own emotion. Refusal. Not from the beast, from the dungeon. The environment shuddered, as if offended that its peace was being removed without its consent. Underworld Authority responded instinctively, interposing itself between that rejection and Aiden's mind. He felt pressure rise, then break, like a wave crashing against a cliff. Cracks spiderwebbed along the crystals overhead. Garrick's spear plunged into the beast's core, piercing the densest part of its stone flesh armor. Black fluid and dim red light exploded from the wound. The monster convulsed once, twice, and then went still. The chain snapped. Not completely. They didn't disappear. They retracted, slithering back along invisible pathways deeper into the dungeon's unseen heart. For a heartbeat, Aiden saw where they led. Down. Always down. Into a darkness that had nothing to do with the absence of light. He swayed on his feet, a wave of vertigo crashing into him. The Underworld tab in his status window dimmed a fraction, as if it too was catching its breath. Our target eliminated. Unauthorized interference in dungeon hierarchy logged. Underworld Authority sync partial. He grabbed a broken pillar to steady himself. Garrick yanked his spear free and stepped back, chest heaving. It's dead, he said, disbelief coating every word. Is it? The young swordsman asked weakly. The dungeon answered with a familiar notification for everyone. Dungeon progress, significant threat removed. Rewards adjusted. Soft glows appeared in front of each party member, indicating loot allocation, experience distribution, and bonus modifiers. The healer exhaled in relief, nearly sagging with it. We did it, she said, like she had to convince herself. Aiden's own notifications were different. Experience gained, nulls. System incompatible, converting. Level decrease, mitigated by authority, sync. His level didn't drop this time. 1-6 remained. He closed his status window, heart still racing, and took stock. His ribs still hurt, but he could function. His body still felt wrong, but it was a wrongness he was starting to understand. The monsters in the dungeon, they weakened around him. The system hesitated over him. And the Underworld Authority, the crack in his status window, was a bridge to somewhere the gods clearly didn't want anyone walking. "Hey," Garrick said, wiping black fluid off his spear. "Aiden." Aiden looked up. Garrick studied him for a long moment, eyes narrowed not in suspicion, but in a kind of calculating respect. "You just saved our lives," he said, "however you did it." The healer nodded, though she still looked unsettled. "I've only ever seen priests restrain monsters like that," she murmured, and even then, only with a whole ritual team and a god's full attention. "You..." She trailed off, unable to finish. Aiden forced a small, exhausted smile. "Maybe the beast tripped," he said dryly. Garrick snorted. The healer even let out a shaky laugh. Humor made it easier to leave questions unasked. "Whatever it was," Garrick said, "I'm not complaining, but do yourself a favor and don't brag about it outside." Aiden's eyes sharpened. "What do you mean?" Garrick jerked his chin toward the unseen sky above them, where the city and temple lay. "You think the priests will clap and call you a hero if they hear you messed with dungeon rules?" he asked. "They'll call it blasphemy, tampering, or worse, they'll want to study you." He made a face like the word tasted bad. The healer looked down, voice soft. "The last time someone bragged about a unique power that bypassed the gods, the Inquisition took him. No one's seen him since." The young swordsman shivered. Aiden let their words sink in. They didn't know what exactly he had done. They didn't know about the Underworld tab or the commands, but they knew enough about the world to guess what the temple did to anomalies that threatened the neat hierarchy of gods above, mortals below. He glanced back at his status window one more time. The crack labeled Underworld Authority pulsed faintly, as if aware of his decision before he fully formed it. "I won't tell anyone," he said quietly. "Not the priests, not the gods, not even them, at least not the whole truth. This system that ruled their world, with its levels and ranks and blessings and punishments, had treated him like garbage. It had thrown his mother into a dungeon's maw for the sake of numbers and called it sacrifice. Now, something below that system had reached up and touched him. If the gods wouldn't let him exist within their rules, then he would make sure they never learned about the rules he could touch beneath theirs." Garrick clapped him on the shoulder again, gentler this time. "Good," he said. "Come on, let's grab whatever loot this hellhole gives us and get out before it changes its mind." As they moved to search the fallen beast's remains, the dungeon's warped angles slowly straightened. The crystal's reflections settled back into more natural patterns. The oppressive hum in the air quieted to a simmer. But Aiden could still feel it. A tension beneath his feet. As if the world itself had registered what had just happened, as if something deep below the dungeon floor had opened one eye, just a crack, to look at the boy whose level fell in the wrong direction and whose hand had brushed against forbidden chains. On the surface, in the city of weak gods and lazy shrines, life would go on as usual. Priests would brag about divine rank. Minor deities would stamp blessings and approve half-baked miracles. People would line up and hope. They would have no idea that far below their marble floors, a different system had acknowledged Aiden Thorne. Not as defective, or not as worthless, but as a newly connected node in something ancient, hidden, and hungry. And Aiden, battered and breathing hard in the dim light of a Class C dungeon that had briefly forgotten its own rules, made a quiet choice. He would climb down where everyone else clawed upward. He would learn exactly what Underworld Authority meant. And until he understood it well enough to decide who deserved to kneel, he would not let the gods know he held it. The rumor spreads faster than incense smoke in a crowded temple. By the time Aiden's squad returns from the dungeon, limping and bloodied, his name has already left the cave and climbed all the way to the white towers of the capital. Not because he survived, not because his party cleared a safe rift that turned out not to be safe at all, but because the dungeon glitched around him. Priests resent glitches. In the highest district of Lumerus, where the air smells less like sweat and stone and more like polished marble and expensive incense, the Divine Academy looms over the city like a patient vulture. It isn't a place where gods descend to grant miracles. It's where the people who run their miracles on paper are trained. Here, faith is measured in reports and charts and projected worship numbers. In one of those white halls, a circle of priests stands around a glowing projection of Aiden's status record. Lines of text hover in the air, flickering, occasionally distorting like corrupted script. Name, Aiden Thorn. Class. Level, 0 to -6 anomalous. Unique skill, reverse leveling. Notes, dungeon threat neutralized. Method inconsistent with standard blessings. An elderly priest with thin, hawkish features narrows his eyes at the negative sign before the 6. Below 0, he murmurs, and yet alive. Across from him, a younger priest with ink-stained sleeves shakes his head. System logs show unauthorized interference with dungeon hierarchy, he says, tapping a floating report. Something in that boy bypassed the classification protocols. Monsters weakened in a radius around him. One even submitted. Submitted. Another priest scoffs. You make it sound like the creature bowed. The younger one hesitates. According to witnesses, it did. The others exchange glances. A human forcing a dungeon beast to kneel without a god's authority behind them, that isn't a miracle, that's a problem. The eldest priest, his robe lined with more divine insignias than most temples have relics, finally speaks. Summon him, he says, the academy will evaluate this. Reverse leveling. They nod, because when the head of the Divine Academy gives an order, there is no room for dissent, only paperwork. Back in the lower district, Aiden sits on the thin mattress in his cramped room above a cheap tea shop, staring at the cracked ceiling. His ribs throb with each breath, but he doesn't groan. Pain has become part of the background noise now, like the clatter of dishes downstairs and the muffled shouts of customers arguing over prices. He replays the dungeon over and over in his head. The beast kneeling, the chains only he could see, the way the dungeon itself seemed to twist around him, reality bending like molten glass. Underworld Authority. He opens his status window again, more out of habit than hope. Level -6. Unique skill, reverse leveling. Hidden layer, Underworld Authority. Access, restricted, but not gone. It pulses faintly at the edge of his perception like a heartbeat he can't unhear. He has no idea what to do with it yet. No mentor, no handbook. The gods certainly didn't include a what to do when your level goes negative chapter in their sacred texts. A knock rattles his door. Aiden Thorn? A clipped, formal voice calls. By order of the Divine Academy, you are to report immediately. He sits up, muscles tensing. Already? He opens the door slowly. 3 figures stand in the hallway. 2 are temple guards in immaculate armor, badges glowing with a polished level 20 mark. Between them is a robed priest whose white garment is embroidered with the academy's symbol, a stylized eye surrounded by concentric circles like ripples in water. The priest looks Aiden over with professional detachment. You will accompany us, he says. Your condition requires expert evaluation. Aiden's first instinct is to slam the door in their faces. The memory of the High Priest's dismissal at the Awakening, the God Avatar's contempt, the ceremony's cold judgment, it all surges back at once. They don't want to help you, they want to dissect you. But then he remembers the dungeon again, the way his power made the God's system stutter. The priests here are terrified of what they don't understand. They'll come for him sooner or later, whether he cooperates or not. If they want to study this curse, he needs to study them back. He grabs his worn cloak and steps out. The journey to the Divine Academy is a study in social distance. They walk from the lower districts where the streets are cluttered and loud into areas where the cobblestones become smoother and the air loses its stink. Shrines give way to grand temples. Grand temples give way to administrative towers and wide courtyards where students in clean uniforms stroll with books and glowing tablets. Everyone has a badge. Everyone has a level. And everyone looks at Aiden's plain clothes and empty chest like he tracked dirt onto the polished floor. As they approach the academy gates, the scale of the place hits him. The campus stretches across multiple terraces, with white stone buildings connected by walkways lined with columns. Statues of major gods stand at regular intervals, arms extended, holding out carved symbols of their domains. Suns, swords, scales, quills. Each statue has a real stream of light flowing from it, feeding into a complex web of luminous lines that crisscross the sky above the academy like a net. That's the divine grid, the escorting priest explains, noticing where Aiden's eyes go. All blessings granted within the capital pass through here. The Academy monitors, optimizes, and redistributes. We ensure divine efficiency. Of course they do. The grid is proof of how far the god's power has fallen. In the old myths, a single blessing from a high deity could reshape continents. Now their power is rationed, tracked, and budgeted like grain. They don't say the gods are weak. They say resources must be managed. Crossing the threshold, Aiden feels a faint tingle wash over him. The grid scans everyone who enters, checking registered faith status, divine rank, blessing history. Something flickers when it touches him. For a moment, the lines above stutter, just a barely noticeable glitch, like a skipped frame, but in a place obsessed with precision, even that is dangerous. Scan incomplete. Error, unauthorized layer detected. The message flashes only in his vision, then quickly folds back into the Underworld Authority crack as if hiding. Did the grid just bounce off me? The priest doesn't react. Either he didn't see it or the system is scrubbing the error before it rises to their level. Inside, Aiden is led through courtyards where students practice invocation circles and divine arithmetic, complex formulas that calculate how much worship is needed to fuel certain miracles without collapsing a minor god. He overhears snippets of conversation. My divine rank jumped 2 points last month. Can you believe it? The goddess of commerce cut my father's blessing interest rate. We're upgrading to the upper terraces. Did you hear? Some country temple had to shut down 3 shrines. Worship numbers are collapsing in rural zones. Declining faith, declining power. The academy exists to manage the fallout. They reach a training field where a group of young nobles in tailored uniforms are clustered around a practice range. At the center, a tall boy with perfectly styled hair raises his hand. A golden circle forms behind him, and spears of light shoot out, annihilating a row of practice dummies in a blinding flash. His classmates erupt into applause. Impressive as always, Lord Kale. Level 23 and already handling mid-tier miracles. The boy, Kale, turns, modest smile perfectly rehearsed. Just basic sun lance, he says. The high sun god grants it to any loyal dev... His eyes land on Aiden. The smile fades. The priest escorting Aiden stops to bow slightly. Lord Kale, he says, respectful, forgive the interruption. We are escorting a special research subject to the evaluation wing. Kale's gaze sweeps Aiden from head to toe, taking in the plain clothes, the lack of badge, the faint scuff marks on his boots. Subject? He repeats. What's wrong with him? An unusual awakening, the priest says delicately. His level appears to move incorrectly. Kale's brows rise. Incorrectly? Down, Aiden says flatly. It moves down. A ripple of amusement moves through the watching nobles. A girl with an intricate silver headband, some token of a minor moon goddess, snickers behind her hand. So he's a walking bug, she says. Did the system miscalculate his worth and want to correct itself? Laughter. Aiden's jaw tightens. Kale tilts his head, suddenly more curious than amused. A level that drops, he muses. How? Inefficient. It's hard enough for the gods to maintain what power they have left, and now we get a mortal who takes numbers away from them. He steps closer, studying Aiden like a specimen on a tray. What is your level now? Aiden meets his eyes. -6. The nobles blink. The moon girl laughs again. Negative? Is that even allowed? It isn't, the priest says quickly, which is why he is being evaluated. Kale's gaze slides to the priest. Careful, he says. If that defect spreads, you'll all be out of work. The priest forces a laugh, but it comes out thin. Aiden says nothing. He doesn't need a status window to read the room. These students are the future managers of a shrinking pantheon. They've grown up with the knowledge that divine power is no longer infinite. It has to be allocated, measured, owned by the right people. In a world where gods are weak, people like them build careers deciding who gets what miracle. Someone like him, a glitch that pulls things downward, terrifies them for reasons they can't even name yet. He is taken past the fields into a side building where the stone is thicker and the windows narrower. The sign above the door reads, Department of Unstable Phenomena. Inside, the atmosphere changes. The corridors here feel heavier, fewer students, more closed doors. The smooth walls give way to reinforced sections with faint scorch marks. The air smells less like incense and more like metal and chalk. A young nun with ink-smudged fingers greets them, her eyes flicking nervously to Aiden. "Is this the reverse leveling subject?" she asks softly. "Yes," the escorting priest replies. The head requested full intake, magical diagnostics, behavioral observation, controlled exposure. Controlled exposure, like he's a disease. The nun swallows. "We've prepared a placement for him." She leads Aiden down a hallway lined with doors bearing labels. Residual curse adjustment. Failed oracle rehabilitation. Misaligned blessing therapy. They stop at one. Defective blessings. Remedial program. Inside a classroom. A dozen desks. A chalkboard filled with scribbles about divine output stability and grace leakage. And students, if they can be called that, scattered across the room with slumped shoulders and hollow eyes. A boy whose arm occasionally flickers between solid and ghostly. A girl with bandages wrapping both hands, faint burn sigils peeking through. Another student whose status window above his head constantly opens and closes on its own, spamming error messages he can't silence. These are the ones the system mangled, people whose blessings misfired, whose classes didn't match their bodies, whose miracles couldn't be smoothed into neat categories. The Academy doesn't toss them out, it locks them into rooms like this and tries to patch them enough to turn them into something useful. The nun clears her throat. "Everyone," she says gently, "we have a new participant. This is Aiden Thorne, unique skill, reverse leveling." Several heads turn. For the first time since he arrived at the Academy, Aiden doesn't see mockery. He sees curiosity, wariness, a flicker of recognition, like they've all lived some version of being told they are wrong in a world obsessed with measuring worth. The boy with the glitching arm gives a crooked half wave. "Welcome to the broken shelf," he says, and Aiden takes a seat near the back. The nun hands him a slim tablet inscribed with low-tier magic. It displays his file with cold efficiency. Category: Defective Blessing Subject. Objective: Determine hazard level and potential utility. He reads those words, then looks up at the chalkboard again. Remedial. Defective. Subject. This place isn't a school, it's a repair shop. The first lesson doesn't feel like one. An older priest with a tired face enters, carrying a stack of devices, bracelets made of silver and crystal. He introduces himself as Instructor Veal, though his title within the Academy probably includes more syllables. He sets the devices on his desk. "Today," he says, "voice dry. We will test spell interaction patterns with your conditions. The Academy needs data. You cooperate, your records show contribution, and contribution improves your divine rank." He says it like a bribe, but Aiden hears the threat behind it. Refuse, and things get harder. One by one, he calls students up, fastening a bracelet around their wrists. Each device hums with contained divine light, a minor spell ready to be triggered. Veal then activates different blessings at them from a safe distance. Light shields, minor heal, purification pulses. The results vary. The boy with the ghostly arm causes the shield to misalign, forming 10 feet to his left. The healer girl's bandaged hands overreact to blessing energy, flaring up with uncontrolled fire every time something touches her. Aiden watches quietly, cataloging everything. When his name is finally called, the room seems to exhale when Veal's eyes meet his. The reverse leveling anomaly. The instructor says, "Step forward." Aiden approaches the front. The bracelet is cold when it locks around his wrist. He feels the magic inside it like a faint buzz against his skin. Veal steps back farther than he did with the others, just in case. In the observation gallery above the classroom, behind a pane of enchanted glass, silhouettes gather, Academy officials, supervising clergy, perhaps even the head himself. Their presence manifests as faint distortions in the air, proof of layered wards. Aiden can feel their eyes on him. "Begin with a basic illumination blessing," one of the unseen observers says, voice echoing softly in Veal's head. The instructor nods, raises his hand, and traces a practice sigil in the air. A sphere of pale light forms in his palm, humming with divine power tuned to harmless. He directs it at Aiden. The light reaches out, touches the bracelet, then dies. Not explodes, not rebounds, it simply flattens, its glow dimming like a lantern being starved of oil. By the time it reaches Aiden's skin, it's nothing more than a warm puff of air. The bracelet's runes flicker, confused. Blessing input detected. Output null. Reason undefined. A murmur passes through the dark shapes behind the glass. Again, someone orders. Veal swallows and tries a minor shield next, a protective layer meant to wrap around Aiden's body like a bubble. The same thing happens. The shield forms midway, then thins, unravels and vanishes as it enters a sphere around him. It's not dispelled, it's unraveled, undone, like someone untying a knot faster than it can be retied. Static pricks Aiden's skin, his status window twinges. Level -6-7. A shiver runs through the room. The other defective students watch with raw intensity. They know what it means to see numbers move. Even when their own are broken, the motion commands attention. From above, a sharper voice speaks. Try a purification pulse, it says. High concentration. I want to see what happens at threshold. Veal hesitates. That could harm. The subject is resilient. The voice cuts in. He survived a dungeon anomaly. Proceed. Of course. Research subject. Veal's jaw tightens, but he complies. He draws a complex sigil this time, calling down a focused beam of cleansing energy, something used to burn away curses, spiritual parasites, lingering malice, the kind of spell that stripped evil from flesh, leaving only what the gods approved. The air thickens as he casts. Power gathers above his outstretched palm, pure and bright, then slams downward toward Aiden like a column of sunlight. Aiden doesn't move. As the beam enters that invisible radius around him, the world shudders. To everyone else, it looks like the light hits a wall. It bends, fractures, and then simply drains away, sucked into nothing. The dungeon's earlier distortion was violent. This is quiet, almost polite. Inside Aiden, Underworld Authority stirs. He feels it like a cold hand under his heart, redirecting the purifying force away from his flesh and into that crack in his status. The spell doesn't cleanse him, it dissolves in the space beneath him. The bracelet on his wrist goes dark, its runes die completely. Device failure. Cause, energy sink. Unmapped layer, thence. Level -7-8. Gasps erupt. Instructor Veal stepped back, sweat breaking out along his temples. That's enough, he says quickly. We should not. That is very much not enough. The voice from above snaps. We just watched a full purification fail. Do you understand what this implies? His condition is not merely defective, it is antithetical. Antithetical to what? To them, to their system. Aiden feels their panic like heat through the glass. He keeps his face neutral, schooling his expression into one of subdued confusion. Inside, he catalogs the effect. Divine spells come near him. They unravel. Their structure is undone by Underworld Authority. His level drops a step, and the space around him becomes a little deeper. He is a hole in their power. Veal glances up at the observers, then at Aiden. Return to your seat, he says, voice tight. We will review this data. Aiden walks back through the room, past students who now look at him as something more than just a fellow defective. Some look hopeful, some terrified. He takes his place at the back. The class continues in name, but no one pays attention. The real discussion happens behind the glass. Later, after the others are dismissed, Aiden is told to stay. Two priests enter the room. Not instructors. Higher ranked, robes heavier, insignias brighter. They lead him deeper into the building, downstairs that spiral below the academy proper. The air cools, stones damp. Faint warding sigils glow along the walls. He recognizes the feeling instinctively. Containment. They stop at a chamber carved into the foundations. In the center is a ritual circle etched into the floor, filled with powdered silver and fragments of crystal. Candles stand at regular intervals, each flame steady despite the lack of breeze. Above, a small opening in the ceiling allows a trickle of light from the divine grid to fall directly onto the circle like a spotlight. Waiting there is the head priest of the Divine Academy. He wears white layered with gold, his hair completely silver, eyes sharp as knives. His presence carries a weight different from dungeon beasts or dungeon walls. Not raw power, but accumulated authority, years of deciding whose prayers matter. Aiden steps into the room, the door closes behind him with a soft, final thud. The head studies him for a moment. "So," he says, voice calm, "you are the boy with the backwards level." "That's what they tell me," Aiden replies. A faint twitch of amusement touches the priest's lips. "You are either very brave or very foolish to speak so plainly here." "I've been called both," Aiden says, "usually by God's employees." The priest's eyes narrow a fraction, but he lets it pass. "I am High Rector Malchior," he says. "I oversee the Academy's role in maintaining divine balance. Lately, that balance has been more difficult to keep." He gestures upward to where the faint light of the grid filters in. "Faith is declining, worship numbers drop every year, miracles cost more, the gods' power is stretched thin, and yet expectations rise. A system, even a divine one, can only handle so much strain before errors appear." He looks back at Aiden. "You are an error." There it is, no wrapped words. Aiden shrugs slightly. "At least you're honest." "Yes," Malchior says softly, "I am." He motions to the ritual circle. "Stand in the center," he instructs. "We will attempt a sealing. If your condition is no more than a wild curse, we will bind it. If it is something else, we will learn that as well." Aiden hesitates. Every instinct screams at him not to stand inside any circle created by people who worship the beings his underworld authority undermines. But refusing here now would not end with them saying, "Oh, very well." If they suspect him as truly dangerous, they won't bother with remedial classes anymore. He steps into the circle. As soon as his foot touches the inner ring, the sigils ignite. Lines of light flare from the floor, rising in thin columns around him. The candle's flames stretch upward, drawn toward the point above his head where the grid's ray shines. The air thickens, buzzing with the same kind of power he felt during the purification pulse, only this time it's carefully shaped, layered with symbols of suppression and control. Malchior raises both hands. He begins to chant. The words are old, older than most of the Academy's rituals. They call on concepts, not gods, order, stability, hierarchy, the idea that everything must have a place, and anything that tries to exist outside those places must be forced back in line. The circle responds. Chains of light rise from the symbols engraved under Aiden's feet, wrapping around his arms, his chest, his throat. They don't squeeze, not yet. They wait. Malchior's voice intensifies. "By the will of the Pantheon," he intones, "by the authority delegated to this academy, any curse or aberration clinging to this vessel is to be restrained, sealed, and placed under divine jurisdiction." Divine jurisdiction. They are trying to drag his underworld authority into their grid, tag it, register it, box it up, and file it away. He feels the pressure pushing in, not on his body, but on the crack in his status window. The sealing circle doesn't see his flesh, it sees the error message buried underneath. Underworld Authority shivers. The chains of light tighten. His level quivers. For a moment, the world flickers, two systems trying to occupy the same space. The god's grid pushing down, the underworld layer pulling sideways. His knees almost buckle. Malchior's eyes flash with grim satisfaction. "It's working," one of the assistant priests murmurs from the sidelines. "Good," Malchior says, "bring it under control." Pain lances through Aiden's chest, not sharp like broken ribs, but heavy, crushing. It feels like being forced into a box that doesn't fit his shape. The light chains try to hook into a status window, to rewrite the lines, to attach the words "sealed" where "access granted" currently sits. Something in him refuses. No. The denial isn't a shout, it's a quiet, absolute line drawn deep inside his mind. He remembers the god avatar calling his soul worthless, the high priest dismissing him, the villagers begging for half miracles while minor gods yawned on their thrones. If he lets the academy seal this, he's giving the same people control over the only thing that hasn't treated him like trash. The Underworld Authority pulses once. Level -8 -9. The dungeon's earlier distortion was noticeable. This is almost invisible, but much deeper. The light chains around him crack. Not visibly, not to the priests, but at their metaphysical roots, the bindings Malchior is invoking meet something they were never designed to touch. The sealing spell assumes all anomalies belong to the divine stack of power. Curses, rogue blessings, corrupted miracles, all traceable back to gods. Underworld Authority doesn't. It sits below that stack, in a layer the circle's logic has no pathway to reach. Malchior frowns. The light around Aiden flickers. What is one assistant begins? Silence. Malchior snaps, pouring more power into the chant. The grid responds overhead, intensifying the beam of light into the circle. More energy pours down. The symbols on the floor glow white hot. The chains thickens, reinforcing themselves with sheer brute force. Aiden grits his teeth. His bones feel like they're vibrating, and his vision darkens at the edges. But the darkness isn't empty. It's filled with silhouettes of those chains he glimpsed in the dungeon, stretching down into an unseen depth. Underworld Authority doesn't push back against the spell directly. It moves around it. A new notification slips into his awareness. External jurisdiction attempt detected. Source, Divine Grid. Sealing protocol. Response, refuse. Like the dungeon beast compelled to kneel, now it's the sealing spell itself that encounters command. Not yours, something whispers from below. You cannot bind what you do not own. The light chains snap. This time, everyone hears it. The sound rings through the chamber, an audible crack like glass fracturing. The lines of power wrapping Aiden shatter into fragments of light that evaporate before they hit the ground. The candles blow out. The ray from the grid stutters, flickers wildly, then steadies again, weaker than before. Aiden remains standing. His status window flashes one last time. Sealing attempt failed. Reason, target outside divine hierarchy. Malchior staggers back a half step, eyes wide. That's not possible, one assistant whispers. Nothing is outside the hierarchy. Everything funnels through the pantheon, even curses. Run the protocol again, the other says desperately. It must be interference. Perhaps the circle. The circle is fine. Malchior snaps, though his voice lacks its earlier iron. He's staring at Aiden like the boy is a hole in his reality. Aiden exhales slowly, feeling the pressure lift. His ribs still ache, his muscles still burn, but the deep, crushing force trying to push his power into a neat divine box has failed. They know it. He knows it. Silence stretches in the chamber. Finally, Malchior straightens, smoothing his robe. Remove him from the circle, he says. The assistants hesitate, then obey. They motion for Aiden to step out. He does so, carefully, acutely aware that any sign of smugness or overt relief could change this from failed experiment to containment priority. Malchior's expression becomes a mask, controlled, neutral. As of this moment, he says, your condition is classified. Aiden meets his gaze, and what does that mean? It means, Malchior replies, you will remain at the academy under observation. You will attend the Defective Blessings program. You will participate in controlled trials. You will not discuss what happened in this room with anyone. His eyes harden. And under no circumstances will you attempt to use whatever lies beneath your skill without authorization. Beneath. He said beneath. So he felt it too, if not in words, then in the instinctive sense that this power doesn't climb up toward the gods. It drags attention down. If you refuse? Aiden asks quietly. Malchior's smile is thin. Then we inform the High Temple that a hostile, unregistered anomaly with influence over divine structures is loose in the capital. In other words, cooperate or be hunted. Aiden thinks of the gods he's seen, lazy, inefficient, uncaring. He thinks of the grid stuttering when it scanned him. Of dungeon beasts kneeling, of lights unraveling before they reach his skin. Oh, let them come. The thought flares for a heartbeat, then he buries it. Not yet. He nods slowly. I'll attend your classes. He says, I'll do your trials. He lets his eyes drift upward toward the faint beam coming through the ceiling. But if you couldn't put a collar on this with the whole grid behind you, he adds that inwardly it doesn't belong to you. He keeps that part to himself. They escort him back to the Defective Blessings classroom where the others have returned, pretending to study while glancing repeatedly at the door. The ghost-armed boy looks up as Aiden enters. "So," he asks, "did they fix you?" Aiden takes his seat at the back. "No," he says, "they didn't." There is no triumph in his voice, no obvious challenge, just a simple fact, one that sends a ripple of something almost like hope through the room. The Academy of Declining Faith was built to reassert control over a world where gods are losing their grip. Its priests manage dwindling miracles like accountants manage debt. Its students learn to monetize belief. But today, deep in its foundations, their strongest sealing ritual broke, and not against a god. Against a boy the system tried to classify as defective, and as Aiden sits among the rejects, a level of -9 hidden behind his eyes, he understands one thing with terrifying clarity. The god's hierarchy has limits. His curse doesn't fit inside them. And until he is ready to drag those limits into the light, he will smile, attend their classes, and pretend to be a problem they can solve, while quietly learning how far his bridge to the underworld really goes. Instructors who grade faith with red ink. But Aiden isn't most students. He's the anomaly they couldn't seal. Days at the academy fall into a pattern that looks normal from the outside. Morning lectures about efficient miracle allocation. Afternoon drills where noble heirs compete to see whose minor blessing shines brighter. Evening remedial sessions in the Defective Blessings class, where broken skills and misfired classes are politely rebranded as cases for divine improvement. On paper, Aiden fits right in with the broken shelf. In reality, he's something else entirely. It starts during one of those evening sessions. The class is taken to a training hall reserved for unstable subjects. The walls are lined with layered wards, an absorbent stone designed to contain explosive outbursts of magic or failing blessings. Instructors stand behind transparent barriers, just in case. The other defective students spread out on marked circles. Aiden steps into his own circle, feeling the faint tingle of suppression sigils under his boots. They weren't made for him. They were made for people who still answer to the gods. Today we will test stress response under divine stimulus, Instructor Veal announces. Focus on maintaining control as external energy interacts with your condition. We need to know your thresholds. He says condition instead of curse now. Someone in the academy must have decided that calling it a curse might give it too much identity. The first wave of spells is mild, a soft light shield, a weak buff to reflexes. On the other students, the effects are chaotic, spells misalign, healings overshoot, blessings turn unstable. In Aiden's circle, they die before they even touch him. Each time a blessing unravels around him, his level twitches. -9, -10. His senses sharpen. The hall hums differently. He can feel the wards in the walls, not as solid protections, but as threads of power, their structure clear to him in faint lines and knots. The instructors exchange wary looks. Enough for today, Veal says, cutting it short. Later, when the others leave, he tries to sound casual. Thorn, you're dismissed, but don't wander. The academy doesn't react kindly to unsupervised anomalies in restricted sectors. Aiden gives a non-committal nod. He has no intention of obeying. That night, when the bells toll for curfew and the academy's upper courtyard's empty, the lower corridors become quieter. Torchlight dims. The divine grid's glow above softens into a faint, distant haze. Aiden slips out of the Defective Blessings dormitory, moving with the silent precision his negative levels have given him. His footsteps make no sound against the stone. Even the wards that should react to motion feel dulled when he passes. The academy is built like a temple turned into an office, grand halls and prayer alcoves connected by administration wings and research towers, but there are older bones beneath the newer structure. He finds them by following a feeling. Ever since the sealing attempt failed, the Underworld Authority in his status has had a sense of direction, not like a compass, but like a subtle pull whenever he walks certain corridors, a low hum in his bones that grows louder near specific walls. Tonight, he follows it. Down a disused staircase, past a locked door whose wards crumble when he gets close. Sigils losing coherence like sand slipping apart through a narrow hallway where the stone changes texture from clean-cut blocks to rougher, older masonry. The air grows colder. There are no academy lamps here, only faint, lingering traces of old light magic that died a long time ago. The walls bear carvings half erased by time, battle scenes, divine symbols that don't match any of the current Pantheon's emblems, runes written in a script that his normal mind can't read. But the crack in his status window recognizes them. Underworld Authority vibrates gently, as if pleased. At the end of the corridor, a door waits. It's not gilded or grand. It's a slab of black stone slimed with age, edges sealed with rusted metal bands. But across its surface, thick chains of pale light are wrapped, crossed, and knotted. Each link is engraved with the sigils of the current gods. Sun, scales, storm, harvest, woven together in a lattice meant to hold whatever lies beyond. Aiden stops. His breath frosts faintly in the air. He can feel the chains before he really sees them. They thrash at the edge of his perception the way the dungeon beast's bindings did, but where those were tied into the dungeon's will, these are tied into something higher. Or at least something that believes it's higher. Divine chains. The kind of bindings that are never mentioned in sermons. The gods present themselves as protectors, benefactors, overseers. They rarely advertise that they also make prisons. He steps closer. At once the chains react. The symbols on each link flare, resisting, trying to reinforce themselves. The whole lattice tightens with a metallic spiritual shriek that only he can hear. The air between Aiden and the door thickens with pressure. His status flickers. Level -10 to -11. Power slides through him. The pressure doesn't crush him. It passes through him like wind around a stone. The chain's brilliance dims. Cracks of blackness spiderweb across their surface, not in the light itself, but in the logic holding it together. Light woven according to divine rules. Rules he walks beneath. He reaches out and lays his hand on one of the glowing links. To any normal person, touching it would burn. It should have incinerated his palm, scorched his flesh with divine backlash. Instead, the chain feels cold. Underworld Authority brushes against the divinity threaded through it, tasting its structure. He feels a familiar pattern, like the purification spell that tried to seal him, like the blessings that dissolve around him. Well, only this time the power runs the other way, from the gods down into this door. Aiden tightens his grip. The symbols on the chain quiver. Careful. The voice doesn't come from the hall. It echoes inside his head, old and sharp, like steel drawn across stone. He goes still. For a heartbeat, he thinks it's the academy, some hidden watcher, some alarm he triggered. But the chains loosen. Not enough to break, just enough to relieve the strain, as if the thing they're holding has shifted, easing their tension. He takes a slow breath. "Who's there?" he whispers, not moving his hand. Silence. Then, faintly, a laugh. It's dry. Rusted, like someone who hasn't had reason to laugh in a very long time. "You don't know," the voice says. "Of course you don't. They keep you all so carefully blinded." There's no echo in the hall, no lips moving. The sound slides along that same invisible layer his Underworld Authority touches. Beneath. He glances at his status out of the corner of his eye. The Underworld tab pulses anew. The chains rattle, reacting again to whatever his presence is doing to them. Hairline fractures of darkness widen a fraction of a fraction, just enough. "Who are you?" Aiden asks quietly. "For now," the voice says, "I am the one in chains, and you..." There's a pause. "You are the one who walks beneath levels." The title sends a shiver down his spine. It fits too well, too close to the truth he's only beginning to understand. Levels are the gods' language, their ledger, the way they turn human worth into numbers, then into currency for their power. Aiden's numbers move where they're not supposed to, down, below, into a layer they never designed. He hesitates. "If you can talk," he says, "why haven't you called anyone else?" The laugh returns, a little harsher this time. "Do you know what happens when normal priests step near this place?" The voice asks. Their blessings tangle in the chains. Their gods tighten the bindings. They feel a chill, call it a corruption pocket, and seal the corridor again. None of them can see beyond the surface. And I can? You are not theirs, the voice says simply. Your existence is an insult to their structure. You are never going to end where they wanted you. Aiden's jaw tightens. He looks at the door again. Up close, he can see faint shapes carved into the black stone beneath the chains. A figure, perhaps. A face. But the bindings obscure most of it, like a body wrapped in glowing spectral rope. Let me see you, he said. He doesn't pour power into the request. He doesn't know how. He simply focuses on the crack in his status, lets his mind sink toward that underworld layer, and pulls. The chains flare in panic. Divine sigils burn bright, pouring power into resistance. The air roars with a pressure that would flatten lesser beings. Somewhere far above, the divine grid must be groaning, shunting extra energy into this forgotten node to keep it from breaking. It doesn't matter. Aiden's level shifts. -11, -12. The world narrows again. The academy above, the tower's wards, the scattered students sleeping in their beds, they all feel lighter, more distant. The space in front of him grows heavy, thick, dense, with unseen structure being undone. The chains crack. A single link near his hand splits down the center with a sharp sound like glass shattering. Light spills out, then implodes, leaving nothing but a faint smoking outline. Then another. A third. He isn't breaking all of them. He doesn't have that kind of weight yet. But he's weakening the lattice, opening enough of a gap for something thin to slip through. The voice draws in what sounds like a breath after drowning. The lights in the hall flicker. And then she appears. Not fully. A spectral projection rises from the space beyond the door, pushing through gaps in the chains like fog seeping through cracked stone. At first, she's little more than a shape, a tall, slender figure made of light and shadow, outlined in faint armor that looks more ceremonial than functional. As she stabilizes, color filters in. Crimson threads wind through her spectral hair, faint traces of war paint line high cheekbones. Her eyes are shards of broken starlight, sharp, assessing, carrying the weight of someone who has watched a lot of people die. A shattered crown hovers just above her brow, cracked through the center. She is beautiful in the way battlefields are, awe-inspiring, terrible, and utterly without softness. Finally, she says, looking at him directly, a crack in their arrogance. Aiden's throat feels dry. You're a god? He asks. She smiles without warmth. I was, she says, before the current pantheon decided war had no place in their neat little economy of blessings and worship points. Before they voted to strip my domains, divide my followers, and grind my name out of their sacred texts. Her gaze flicks to the chains around the door. And before they wrapped me in their stolen light and buried me under their academy. A fallen goddess. Not a metaphor, not a poetic curse. An actual deity sealed and abandoned in the foundations of the very institution that trains mortals to manage the god's dwindling power. Aiden's mind races. Why here? Why not some distant ruin? Why lock her under the place built to keep divine structures running smoothly? Because she's dangerous to their system. Because this is where they can watch the lock. He takes a step closer, senses suddenly overloaded by all the layers converging in this small space. Divine, underworld, mortal. She studies him, lingering on the faint air of distortion around his body. When I felt the chains loosen, she says, I expected one of them, a reckless priest dabbling in old bindings, a student with too much curiosity and too little protection. Instead, she tilts her head. I find something they did not make. Aiden gives a humorless smile. They tried, he says, didn't take. Her eyes glint. So I heard, the sealing attempt, the grid's little hiccup, the way your presence unthreads their miracles. She chuckles. The academy above is panicking. They don't know if you are a curse, a weapon, or a symptom. A symptom of what? He asks. She leans closer, chains creaking faintly as they strain against her movement. Of their decline, she says, of the simple, inconvenient fact that the more they hoard power, the more cracks appear in their control. You are not an isolated error, Aiden Thorn. You are what happens when a system meant to guide becomes one meant to cage. The words hit him harder than he expects. He remembers the shrines where minor gods traded blessings for offerings like bored clerks, the way priests treated worship like currency, the way the academy talks about optimal allocation instead of faith. You talk like you weren't part of that system, he says quietly. A shadow crosses her face. I was part of the old structure, she admits. The first lattice. We shaped this world's power flows so mortals could survive the dungeons, the rifts, the things lurking beyond their understanding. We gave them levels as a language to understand growth, not a chain. Her hands tighten against invisible restraints. Then came the vote. She spits the last word like poison. The others realized worship was profitable, quantifiable. They began to treat faith not as connection, but as fuel. Souls became numbers. Numbers became leverage. They rewrote the lattice, capped mortal growth, ensured no human could ever reach the heights they once promised, because a mortal with too much power starts asking dangerous questions. Aiden thinks of his status, of the way his level goes where it shouldn't. Capped how? He asks. She smiles grimly. Did you never wonder why all recorded legends plateau at the certain levels? She asks. Why no hero, no matter what miracle they wield, ever transcends the definition of mortal the way we claim they might if they are devout enough? He has wondered. He's read stories of legendary warriors, miracle workers, blessed champions. All of them stop just shy of something. They reach a ceiling and then die in glorious sacrifice or vanish into convenient myths. The cap is invisible. She continues, built into the system. The more you climb, the more resistance you face. Experience stretches thin. Growth slows. Miracles demand greater and greater offerings for diminishing returns. Eventually, most break. Those who don't, she laughs softly, are cursed. Like him. He doesn't say it. He doesn't need to. Her eyes narrow. You're reverse leveling. She says that is not a curse they issued. That is something else. A crack or perhaps a rerouting. The system registers your growth, then redirects it downward beyond the ledger it controls. He remembers the dungeon beast, the kneeling, the way divine spells die around him. Underworld Authority, he says. Her expression changes. For the first time since she appeared, she looks intrigued. You've already accessed it, she whispers. Good, that saves us time. She steps as close as her bindings allow. Her presence presses against him, not physically, but like pressure against his very existence. You walk beneath levels, she repeats, beneath the numbers they use to cage your kind. That makes you uniquely suited to one thing. What's that? He asks, even though part of him already knows. Breaking locks, she says simply. The chains around her flare in answer, tightening in indignation. She looks up at them, then back at him. These bonds were forged with the combined authority of the current pantheon, she explains. Sun, storm, law, harvest, all braided together. Their light says you cannot move, you cannot speak, you cannot influence the ledger again. Her smile turns vicious. But their light was not woven with the assumption that something like you would exist. Their hierarchies do not account for someone outside of their jurisdiction. You weaken their structures just by standing here. If your level falls far enough, the chains groan, resisting his mere presence. You can shatter them, she finishes. He should be surprised. He should be overwhelmed by the idea that he could free a goddess the gods themselves sealed. Instead, he feels cautious. What happens if I do? He asks. She doesn't pretend not to understand his real question. What will you do? Her gaze softens for the first time. Once I commanded armies, she says quietly, not of fanatics, but of mortals who chose to stand where gods refused to. I watched them bleed because we miscalculated. I watched other deities blame them for our failures. She looks away, expression hardening. When I opposed the cap, when I argued that mortals needed room to grow, to challenge, to ascend as partners, not pawns, they called me dangerous, unstable. War has no place in a stable pantheon, they said. Then they used war to seal me. There's bitterness there, but also something else. Regret. I will not lie to you, she says. If I am freed, I will not be content to sit and watch. I intend to tear down the restrictions they placed. Whether that ends in balance or blood depends on how tightly they cling to their thrones. Aiden's fingers curl at his sides. He thinks of the academy, of nobles who treat faith like inherited property, of priests who throw low levels into dungeons because numbers say they're expendable, of minor gods who barely lift a finger for worshippers who give everything. He thinks of his mother. He thinks of the dungeon beast kneeling against its own instincts. You want to use me as a key, he says. Yes, she replies without hesitation. And you want answers. Power. A way to stop being at the mercy of a system that decided you were worthless before you drew your first weapon. She inclines her head slightly, a gesture that would have been regal if not for the chains cutting into her spectral shoulders. Let us not pretend this is anything but mutual exploitation. The question is, do our goals overlap enough for it to be worth the risk? He appreciates the honesty. Most gods are all promises and vague threats wrapped in shining light. She's offering a deal. Yeah, he's learned enough in the dungeon, in the academy, and in that sealing chamber to know one thing. Ignorance is lethal in a rigged system. The gods have had centuries to stack their game. He has had days. He needs knowledge. Show me, he says. Show me how reverse leveling actually works, what it's connected to, how it tears up their spells, what it does to monsters, what it does to them. Her smile sharpens. Good, she murmurs. Let us begin with the basics of what they will never teach you upstairs. She lifts her hand. Chains strain, but cannot stop a fragment of her power from coiling outward. Patterns of light, different from divine sigils, more fluid and jagged, spin between her fingers. They twist into a diagram only he can see, hanging in the air between them. At the top, the Pantheon's lattice, clean, structured, a web of nodes labeled with domains, sun, storm, law, harvest, and dozens more. Lines show how worship points flow upward, how blessings flow downward, all routed through the divine grid. Here, she says, tapping the upper web, is their hierarchy. This is what the Academy monitors. This is where they think all power begins and ends. Beneath it, another layer appears. Darker, less orderly, not chaos, but something more organic, flows that spiral and branch instead of forming neat grids, nodes that aren't labeled with domains, but with concepts. Fear, death, betrayal, resolve, sacrifice, rage, love. These are undercurrents, she explains, the raw truths of souls, the things your system pretends to measure with levels but never truly reaches. The underworld is not hell, boy. It is foundation. It is what your numbers are built on top of. At the very bottom, he sees something else. Not a web. A deep, dark plane stretching out beyond sight. He feels dizzy just looking at it. What is that? He whispers. Potential, she says simply. The infinite possibility of what mortals could become if not capped, graded, and harvested. It is where your authority draws from when it drags effects downward. Every time your level drops, you are touching more of that depth. A line appears, connecting the top lattice to the dark plane below. Halfway along that line, a symbol, his reverse leveling, glows. You are a bridge, she says. Their system recognizes your growth, but cannot integrate it, so it offloads it into the underworld layer. That offloaded power does not vanish. It accumulates. It distorts the surrounding grid. It unwinds their neat little knots. He remembers divine spells unraveling as they touch him. What about monsters? He asks. Why do they weaken? She flicks her fingers. A small node representing a dungeon appears, connected to the upper lattice by thin threads of divine oversight. Dungeons are half wild, half managed, she says, born from that deep potential, shaped by gods to be testing grounds and resource farms. Monsters inside are pinned to certain parameters, stats, behaviors, roles. Another line appears beneath, connecting the dungeon to the undercurrent layer. Your presence, she says, pulls their definitions downward, out of the gods' comforting grip. Their bindings loosen, their borrowed strength drains. You aren't making them weaker out of nothing, you're returning them to what they would be without divine constraints. He thinks back to the beast he compelled to kneel. Then why could I command it? He asks. Because once something is partially freed from their bindings and dragged toward the underworld layer, she replies, it becomes subject to different laws. Laws you can invoke if you understand the language. She lets the diagram dissolve. The chains around her glow angrily, reacting to how much she's shared. She winces faintly, as if the bindings are tightening. We have limited time, she says. The more I speak, the more they notice the strain on their lock. So here is my offer, stated plainly. She straightens, meeting his eyes. You continue to let your level fall, she says. You train in secret, learning to shape that descent instead of merely suffering it. I will guide you as much as these chains and their surveillance allow. In return, you work to weaken this prison. When you are ready, when your Underworld Authority is deep enough, you break these chains completely. And then, he asks? Then, she says, voice low, we take a very hard look at the system that threw both of us away. He considers. Everything about this deal is dangerous. Helping a fallen war goddess escape will make him a target for every god and priest invested in the current order. Using his reverse, leveling deeper and deeper risks, changing him in ways he doesn't fully understand. The underworld layer isn't just a power source, it's an unknown landscape. But doing nothing is its own kind of death. If he stays as he is, they'll keep testing him, keep probing his limits, keep trying to bind or erase him. If the gods feel truly threatened, they won't hesitate to sacrifice a city to remove a problem. He thinks of being called unfit at the awakening, of being dismissed from the ceremony like trash, of minor gods treating worshippers like bothersome customers, of a sealing ritual failing, and the look in the High Rector's eyes when it did. The gods created a world where his existence is a bug. Maybe it's time someone started debugging them. He nods once I'll help you, he says, but I'm not your soldier. I'm not going to charge at the Pantheon because you say so. Her lips curve. Good, she says, I would have been disappointed if you agreed without conditions. War fought by blind followers always ends the same way, with someone else writing your story as a cautionary tale. She raises her hand again. A small filament of light stretches from her fingers toward him, thin as a hair, woven with that strange, non-divine script. It hovers just in front of his chest. This is a tether, she explains, not a chain, not compulsion, a link. Through it, I can nudge, warn, teach. You can sever it any time you wish, but if you keep it, I can show you how to fall without breaking. He hesitates only a moment, then reaches out. The filament touches his skin. Cold spreads through him, then warmth, like dipping into deep water and surfacing into sunlight. His Underworld Authority hums in response, accepting the connection without resistance. A new line appears in his status. Pact, bound to, redacted, fallen war goddess. Terms, mutual benefit, conditional trust. He almost laughs. The system doesn't know what to call her anymore. She exhales, some tension leaving her shoulders. Go, she says. We have stirred enough. The Academy will start sniffing if the grid registers too many anomalies in one spot. He glances at the chains encasing her shrine. How often can I come back? He asks. As often as you dare without getting caught, she says, and as often as you need when you cannot make sense of what is happening to you. Her eyes soften just a fraction. Be careful, walker beneath levels. The more you descend, the less this world will feel like solid ground. He nods. Turning away from the shrine feels wrong. Leaving her there, bound in the dark, gnaws at him. But he knows she's right. Staying longer tonight risks exposure. As he moves down the corridor, the air slowly warms. The older stone gives way to cleaner blocks. Faint light returns. By the time he reaches the main academy hallways, it's as if he's just been on a late walk. Nothing more. But everything is different. The divine grid's glow above seems weaker now that he's seen what lies beneath it. Priests and students hurrying through the halls look like they're walking on a floor that could crack at any moment. In the corner of his vision, his level sits at -12, calm for now. And in the new line of his status, the pact glows faintly. Back in his narrow dorm bed, staring at the ceiling, Aiden closes his eyes. Images float behind them, chains of light, chains of shadow, webs of power, and the endless dark plane of potential below it all. For the first time since his awakening, he doesn't feel like he's falling without direction. He's still falling. But now he knows there's something down there waiting to be used, or to use him. And somewhere below the Academy of Declining Faith, a goddess in chains smiles in the dark, feeling the first real weakness in her shackles in centuries, courtesy of a boy the gods tried to write off as a mistake. The first lesson the fallen goddess teaches Aiden is that his status window is lying to him. It's not in the numbers it shows, those are accurate enough. Level -12, class none. Unique skill, reverse leveling. Hidden layer, Underworld Authority. The lie is in what the numbers mean. Up there. Her voice murmurs in his head as he stands alone in a disused training hall. They treat levels as a ladder. Higher is better. Higher is closer to the gods. But levels are not distance, they are pressure. The hall is empty at this hour. The official classes are over. Noble heirs and priest candidates are in their dormitories or private chapels, praying for better grades and cheaper blessings. Only the defective wing is still lit, its residents quietly enduring yet another round of rehabilitation. Aiden stands in a circle of faintly glowing sigils, carved long ago into the stone floor and then forgotten. The Academy doesn't use this hall anymore. It's too far from the Divine Grid's direct reach, too deep, too hard to monitor. Perfect for him. He flexes his fingers, feeling the air drag differently around them. If levels are pressure, he says softly, then what does it mean that mine are negative? They are not negative, the goddess answers. Her spectral form is faint tonight, a transparent figure leaning against one of the hall's cracked pillars, visible only to him. They are reversed. Most mortals gather pressure from the gods downward, layering it on top of themselves like armor. You are shedding that pressure, falling into the space beneath it. The deeper you go, the more room you have to move. He glances at his window. Level -12. The number doesn't look like room, it looks like a grave marker. And you want me to weaponize that, he says, and of course, she replies. They built the cage out of divine force. You are erosion, use it. She lifts her hand. A small sphere of pale light appears in her palm, nothing like the clean, rigid miracles of the Pantheon. This light is rougher, tinged with shadows at the edges. Strike this, she says. He frowns. With what? I don't have a weapon. With your level, she says, focus on what happens when their spells touch you, the unraveling, the way your status shifts. Call that motion on purpose. Easier said than done. Still, he reaches out. The sphere floats between them like a fragile lantern. As his hand nears it, he feels it. Not warmth, not heat, but structure. Lines of power wrapped around a hollow core bound by rules. And he remembers purification spells falling apart at his feet, blessings dying mid-air. He remembers how, each time, his level dipped and the world grew sharper. Think downward, the goddess says, not as falling, as pulling. Imagine their light has weight, and you are below it, dragging it out of position. He exhales. His fingers brush the edge of the sphere. For a heartbeat, nothing happens. Then his level ticks. -12, -13. The sphere shivers. The neat weave of its light begins to slip. Threads come loose, spiraling around his fingers before dissolving into something else. It doesn't vanish. It pours into that crack in his status, feeding Underworld Authority. And you? Foreign energy absorbed. Resource, divine fragment. Usage, fuel for authority, growth. The sphere shrinks by half, its glow dimmer but strangely denser. The goddess nods. Good, she says. That was a gentle tug. You peeled away excess structure and fed it downward. Again, harder. He repeats the motion. This time, he doesn't just brush the sphere. He imagines it as a knot tied too tightly, and he is gravity, relentless, patient, pulling on the lowest threads until the whole thing sags. His level shifts, -13, -14. The sphere implodes silently. The light collapses, collapsing inward and then pouring straight into his chest like cold fire. His breath hitches. For a moment, his vision fills with fractured images of the divine grid above. Seen from underneath, its clean lines riddled with hairline fractures. He staggers. When it clears, the sphere is gone. His hand is empty, but the system has noticed. Technique unlocked. Damage inversion. Lesser. Description: converts a portion of incoming divine or system tag damage into underworld fuel, reducing impact. He stares. Damage inversion, he repeats. The goddess smiles faintly. They will try to hurt you, she says, with spells, with blessings turned to weapons, with the system itself. Let them. Every blow is an offering if you take it the right way. He flexes his hand again. So if someone throws a high-tier spell at me, he says slowly, I can turn it into fuel? For now, she says, you can shave pieces off, scrape away parts of the pattern. Eventually, yes, you will be able to drink it. The thought is both thrilling and terrifying. He spends the next hour doing nothing but catching and undoing the goddess's practice lights. She shapes more complex constructs, shields, blades, bursts of force, mimicking purification pulses. Each time he reaches out not with his body, but with that downward pull. Level -14, -15, -16. Each drop hurts less in his muscles and more in his mind. The world feels heavier at the edges, lighter at the center. His perception of distance warps, like he's standing a little outside the reality everyone else uses. By the end, sweat slicks his neck, though he hasn't moved much. He leans against the wall, breathing hard. This is all internal, he says. How do I use it in a real fight? She tilts her head. With intention, she says. You've already done it once, without knowing. In the dungeon, when that beast struck and you refused to die, you inverted the killing blow into authority instead of letting it crush you. Now you will do it on purpose. He doesn't have to wait long for live practice. The academy gives him plenty of opportunities. In the days that follow, sparring sessions become more frequent for the Defective Blessings class. Officially, it's to improve coordination and encourage practical adaptation. Unofficially, it's to see what happens when Aiden moves around other people's power. They pair him with different classmates. A boy whose glitching arm phases through physical barriers but disrupts any magic it touches. A girl whose healing overcharges, causing temporary overload in those she tries to mend. A nervous kid whose buffs sometimes target enemies instead of allies. Aiden doesn't show them what he's doing. He plays the part they expect, the oddity with the weird level, decent physical reflexes, nothing overtly flashy. He loses more often than he wins, at least on the surface. But every exchange is training. He lets a half-strength shield slam graze his ribs and feels the divine structure inside it to peel off, feeding damage inversion. The impact that should bruise becomes a dull thud. He takes a misfired healing surge to the chest, grimacing as the overcharged energy tries to flood him. Then Underworld Authority drinks it. The wild blessing that leaves others wrung out leaves him sharper. In his status, new lines appear as his level continues to sink. -16, -17, -18. Passive ability unlocked, domain suppression. Minor. Description: within a small radius, reduces effectiveness of active blessings and miracles tied to registered domains. Strength scales with negative level. Domain suppression. He tests it carefully. During a joint class with noble students, because of course the academy wants to see how he interacts with proper talents, he's placed in a mock battle scenario. They stand on opposite sides of a training arena, circles inscribed on the floor. On one side, nobles shimmering with divine buffs, light shields, speed auras, strength infusions. On the other, defective students with shaky control and weird side effects. Aiden stands at the back, hood shadowing his eyes. Lord Kale is among the nobles today, sunlight glinting off the crest of the high sun god on his chest. In this exercise, the instructor says you will form mixed teams. Cooperation between elite and remedial is an important objective of the academy. Important and impossible given the way the nobles look at them. Well, they end up with the worst possible composition. Kale and two mid-level nobles on one side, Aiden, the ghost-armed boy, and the overcharging healer on the other. Try not to drag us down, one noble mutters as they're assigned. We'll carry this. Kale smirks. Consider it charity work. The match begins with a flare of light as the nobles' buffs activate. Speed halos wrap around their legs, strength sigils burn on their arms, a shimmering barrier settles over them like a second skin. Aiden feels all of it. Domain suppression wakes up like a predator scenting prey. He steps forward, slow, casual. The radius around him expands, only a few meters, but enough. He doesn't raise a hand. He doesn't chant. He just lets his negative level sink farther into the stone, dragging the upper lattice toward him. The effects are subtle, especially at first. Kale's speed boost feels sticky. His movement loses a fraction of its sharpness. The barrier around his allies flickers, its surface rippling like disturbed water, the strength markings on their arms dim by a shade. Kale frowns mid-stride. What? He glances at his own status for a split second. Buff efficiency, 97%, 86%, 79%. His eyes flash with irritation. Who's destabilizing the field? He snaps. No one answers. There are no obvious spells being cast, no visible curse circles, only Aiden standing just within range, watching, letting domain suppression tighten around the active blessings like a vice. He doesn't push it too far, not yet. He lets it weaken, not erase. When Kale launches his first Sun Lance, the Spear of Light still forms, but its edges fray as it crosses into Aiden's radius. Its brightness drops, its speed decreases. Aiden steps sideways, catching the edge with his forearm. To observers, it looks insane. Even weakened, it's a divine projectile. It should tear through him. Instead, as the lance touches his skin, damage inversion flares. The structured light unravels on contact, spiraling downward into Underworld Authority. The impact bruises, but doesn't break. From the stands, nobles gasped. Did he just tank that? Someone mutters. No way, the Sun Lance was miscast. Kale never miscasts. Kale himself stares, eyes narrowing. He felt the drain. He felt his spell lose bite the moment it neared that bugged student. Aiden lets himself stumble, falling to one knee. He clutches his arm, hissing as if badly hurt, playing up the damage. From the gallery, instructors jot down notes. Subject displays partial resistance. One murmurs. Blessing interaction irregular. Energy signature decays on contact. Decays. It's just not absorbed, not redirected. They still don't see the downward pull. While they're busy discussing it, Aiden uses the unleashed underworld fuel to nudge domain suppression wider. Now, even background buffs in the hall start to flicker. A noble in the stands yelps as his comfort ward dies, leaving him feeling exposed. What just... my aura. Mine too. Whispers ripple through the academy that afternoon. By nightfall, they have a phrase for it. The bugged zone. They say that if you stand too close to a certain defective student, your miracles stutter. Your god's blessings go fuzzy at the edges. Your level doesn't rise quite as much from standard drills. No one can prove it. No one can trace it. But rumors don't need proof. They just need repetition. Did you hear? There's this guy in the remedial wing. The one whose level goes into the negatives. Made the head priest's seal bounce off. My cousin says his healing faded when the guy walked past. The academy's social layers feel it immediately. High-level nobles avoid the defective corridors unless supervised, not wanting their carefully curated divine ranks contaminated. Priests pass Aiden with tense shoulders, watching their own spell halos nervously, checking for flickers. Aiden keeps his expression vague, uneasy, like someone disturbed by things he doesn't understand. Inside, he and the goddess are counting. Domain suppression at your current depth is like fog. She explains one night in the shrine, it blurs the lines of their power. At deeper thresholds, it will become a storm. You will not just weaken their blessings, you will rip them off. He swallows. What threshold? He asks. They both know what he's really asking. How far do I have to fall? She studies him, spectral form half lit by the faint pulse of the divine chains. You've already scraped the lower edges of minor miracles, she says. At around -30, you should be able to fully erase mid-tier blessings within your radius. At -50, she pauses. At -50, she says quietly, it may be possible to sever a god's projection, to erase a divine avatar completely, not kill the god, not yet, but tear off their hand when they reach into your world. His mouth goes dry. Erase, he repeats. Not dispel, not repel. Erase, she confirms, as if it never touched the board. He imagines the lazy minor gods at their shrines, the avatars floating above temples like decorative lanterns. He imagines one of them reaching down to lash out at him, and their touch simply ceasing to exist the moment it crosses into his presence. They're going to come for me long before that, aren't they? He says. Yes, she replies, which is why we train now. They move on to more advanced techniques. Stat inversion comes next. He discovers it by accident during a spar with the ghost-armed boy, Ren. Ren's blessing is a mess. His right arm is half-phased, sometimes intangible, sometimes solid. Physical blows pass through it. Magic overloads it. In a fight, it's as likely to fail him as it is to save him. Sorry, Ren mutters as his arm glitches through Aiden's parry for the third time. I swear, I'm not doing this on purpose. It's fine, Aiden says, adjusting his stance. Hit me again. He does. This time, when the ghostly hand passes through Aiden's shoulder, something unexpected happens. There's the usual sense of foreign energy touching his field, but instead of just unraveling, it flips. For a split second, Aiden feels his own solidity flicker. His shoulder becomes less present, while Ren's arm sharpens, gains weight, becomes more real. Then Underworld Authority growls, grabs the whole interaction, and then yanks it downward. Ren stumbles back, staring at his hand. It worked, he whispers. I felt it. For a moment, my arm was normal. Aiden blinks. His status pings. Technique unlocked. Stat inversion. Lesser. Description temporarily inverts specific physical or spiritual parameters between interacting entities within authority radius, duration, and scope scale with negative level. He looks between Ren and his own slightly numb shoulder. He just traded solidity, briefly, unintentionally. The goddess's laughter echoes faintly through the tether. Excellent, she purrs later. You turned his broken stat right side up by flipping it with your own. Crude, but effective. I made myself weaker, he says. Is that really a win? For a moment, she says, then your authority corrected the imbalance by dragging the interaction below. At higher mastery, you won't have to take the weakness yourself. You'll be able to pass it elsewhere. Elsewhere? To an enemy, she says simply. Imagine a godling buffed with strength. You touch them, invert, and suddenly their divine muscles feel like wet rope while your weakest stat spikes. Or imagine you grab a curse meant for you, flip it, and hand it back. Which leads them to curse reflection. The Academy provides perfect conditions for that too. Not everyone here worships neatly. Some students dabble where they shouldn't, playing with half-forbidden hexes and minor maledictions, convinced they can control them. Some nobles, resentful of defective students, wasting resources, send nasty little spiritual tricks their way. One evening, as Aiden walks alone down a corridor, he feels it. A thread of malicious intent, thin and sharp, whipping toward his back. Don't react, the goddess warns. Let it land. Feel its path. He keeps his shoulders relaxed, his steps steady. The curse slips toward him, riding on a whispered phrase from a shadowed alcove. It's a petty thing, meant to cause nightmares, maybe a brief illness, the sort of cruelty bored, privileged children use when they know they'll never be punished. As it touches his aura, Underworld Authority swallows the first half instinctively. His level twitches. Minus Aston Padsmith, minus Devin Padsmith. Normally, that would be the end of it. Curse eaten, threat gone. Now, the goddess murmurs, timing precise. Instead of consuming all of it, catch a sliver, hold it, turn it, send it outward. He focuses. The curse's structure is simpler than a blessing. Fewer knots, more barbs. It's designed to hook and dig. He imagines it as a needle, and his authority as the eye it passes through. He twists. For a heartbeat, the malice hangs between directions. Then it snaps back along its original path. From the alcove comes a sharp yelp. A noble boy stumbles into view, clutching his head. What? Why can't I? Why is it? His own curse has latched onto him, burrowing through his aura. Aiden catches a glimpse of twisted fear in his eyes. Someone so certain he was safe from consequences, now realizing the world can be unfair in the other direction too. Aiden doesn't gloat. He just walks past, expression blank, like nothing happened. His system quietly notes the change. Passive upgrade, curse reflection. Minor, long. Description automatically redirects a portion of hostile maledictions back toward their origin when authority is engaged. The stories grow wilder after that. He doesn't just kill blessings. Someone whispers in the refectory. A curse bounced off him and hit the caster. I swear, my cousin's roommate saw it. That's impossible. Curses are sticky. I'm telling you, there's something wrong with him. He's like a hole. A walking glitch. A bugged node. Every rumor adds layers to the legend. Aiden walks through them like through mist. To most, he's just an oddity, a defective student whose presence makes the air feel weird. To a few, he's something to fear. To the academy, he's a problem to solve before higher authorities demand answers. To the goddess in chains, he's progress. Every new drop deepens your reach, she tells him one night as he sits before her shrine, sweat still drying from a late spar. Domain suppression, stat inversion, curse reflection, they are all facets of the same thing. You are not simply resisting their rules, you are writing over them. He watches the chains around her faintly tremble as his level ticks again. -19, -20. At this depth, the divine bindings closest to him look more frayed than before. Hairline cracks spiderweb through the sigils, representing major gods. Their authority still holds, but it quivers when he draws too near. How far does this go? He asks quietly. What's the limit? She is silent for a long moment. There are theories, she says at last, whispers from when the system was first woven. Old fears. The others believed that if a mortal ever accessed the deep undercurrent without guidance, they might unmake things. He frowns. Unmake what? Monsters? Blessings? Definitions, she says. Domains. Perhaps even divinity itself. His stomach drops slowly. You're saying, he says carefully, that if I keep going, I might be able to erase a god. Not the whole of them, she replies. Not at your scale. Gods are vast. They exist in many places at once, but their interfaces, avatars, fragments, local authorities, those are like hands reaching through cloth. You, Aiden, are learning how to cut fingers. He imagines it. Standing in a temple, or a minor god's projection descending, smug and secure, used to being on the side that unmakes. Aiden stepping into the circle, letting his level sink past some invisible line. And then, nothing. No god, no light, no voice. It's just absence where a divine presence used to be. He doesn't know how he feels about that. Part of him is grimly satisfied at the idea of giving gods a taste of their own expendability. Another part whispers that erasing things from existence is a slope with no bottom. The goddess seems to read his hesitation. Power is not moral, she says softly. How you use it is. The Pantheon chose to cap growth and weaponize faith. I chose to arm mortals and paid for it. You will have to choose too. He looks up at her. If I reach that threshold, he says, if I can erase their avatars, will you ask me to kill them? She holds his gaze. No, she says, I will ask you to break their monopoly, to make it so that when mortals stand in front of gods, they are not automatically the weaker side. She smiles faintly. If some of them insist on fighting anyway, well, war has never promised clean outcomes. Back in the academy, rumors escalate into policy. Instructors start quietly adjusting schedules to keep Aiden away from high-risk divine experiments. Some wards are recalibrated to account for his domain suppression, though they don't call it that. They say anomaly dampening. Priests hold closed meetings. We cannot have blessings failing within proximity, one argues. It undermines trust in the system. Then keep him contained, another says. Remedial wing only. No contact with visiting clergy. No presence at major rituals. And if he continues to grow, awkward silence. The head rector's voice cuts through it. Then we will send a report to the Pantheon, Malkier says. We will emphasize the risk. We will recommend intervention. He doesn't say what that means. He doesn't have to. Aiden hears whispers of this from Ren, who hears them from a sympathetic assistant, who heard them through a half-open door. The net is tightening, but so is his understanding. In a late-day spar, he faces Kale again. This time, half the academy is watching, not officially of course, but word of their last interaction has spread. People want to see if the noble prodigy can put the bug in his place. They stand across from each other on polished stone. Kale shines with layered blessings, sunlight threading through his hair, strength sigils on his arms, defense spheres orbiting him like small stars. His divine rank badge glows with quiet pride. Aiden's badge reads nothing, his status, unseen by others, quietly ticks. Level -20. The instructor announces the match, the bell rings. Kale moves first, a blur of textbook perfect form and radiant power. Aiden steps forward into his own radius. Domain suppression hums. The crowd doesn't see the exact moment Kale's blessings begin to fray. They just notice that his charge looks a little less sharp than usual, that his sun lance takes a fraction of a second longer to form, that his shield barrier's edges are softer. Kale feels all of it. You again, he snaps mid-cast. What are you doing to my spells? Aiden tilts his head, playing dumb. Maybe your god's tired, he says. They are running low on power, right? And that's why this academy exists. Murmurs ripple through the crowd. Kale's eyes blaze. Blasphemer? He gathers a larger sphere of light, pouring more of his borrowed authority into it. Divine grid lines subtly thicken overhead, feeding the attempt. Aiden watches it come. He could invert the damage, peel off pieces, let it bruise him for fuel. He could invert stats. Swap his slower reaction for Kale's sharpness in a single touch. Instead, he tries something new. Erase. Not the whole thing, just a piece. Enough to see if the threshold is close. He reaches downward, not with his body, but with Underworld Authority. He imagines a slice of the arena where divine definitions don't apply. A dead zone in the lattice. His level teeters. -20, -21. The grid above flickers just over the arena. Kale's spell crosses into the zone. For half a heartbeat, the light exists. Then it doesn't. There is no explosion, no dramatic implosion, and the spear of divine power simply ceases to be, as if someone cut it out of the world with invisible scissors. Kale stumbles, nearly falling from the sudden void where resistance should have been. His status window shrieks at him in red. Spell failure, unknown. Energy loss, 100%. Feedback, mild. Gasps erupt around the arena. What? Where did it go? That was a full power cast. Aiden feels the overload in his chest, a heavy, cold pressure of erased definition. Underworld Authority groans, filing it away and turning it into deep fuel. He lets himself drop to one knee again, grimacing, panting, playing the part of someone overwhelmed by the exchange. Inside, he is shaking. Not with fear, with the understanding of what he just did. That wasn't just undoing structure, that was removing a piece of divine expression from this plane entirely. Erase. The goddess's voice is quiet in his head. Careful, she murmurs. They felt that. He looks up. The instructors' faces are pale. The head rector, watching from the gallery, grips the railing so hard his knuckles whiten. Above the academy, the divine grid's lines are dimmer, for just a moment, like a system that experienced a sudden, inexplicable loss of data. Rumors won't be enough to describe this. They'll need new words. For now, the spectators only know one thing. There is a student in the remedial wing who makes miracles fail in ways they've never seen. Later that night, alone in his room, Aiden opens his status one more time. Level -21. Damage inversion. Active domain suppression. Growing. Stat inversion. Crude, but workable. Curse reflection. Triggered twice that day without his conscious input. And beneath it all, the Underworld Authority cracked pulses with a new unnerving note. Warning, approaching threshold. Local divinity interference. Potential outcome, avatar erasure. Low probability at current depth. Low probability, but not zero. He closes the window and stares at the ceiling. The academy is a place built to worship numbers, levels, ranks, efficiency metrics. Every student here believes that if they climb high enough, the gods will notice them. He is learning how to pull the whole ladder down. He doesn't know yet if he'll use that power to burn everything or to force a renegotiation. But one thing is certain. In a world where gods measure worth by how high you can climb, Aiden Thorne is training to be the one who decides how far down things can fall. They say there are 3 kinds of students at the Divine Academy. The first kind are the nobles, born with sparkling badges and polished last names, who treat faith like inheritance. The second kind are the strivers, commoners who claw their way up on raw talent and desperation, hoping the gods notice them. And then there is the third kind, the one the Academy doesn't like to talk about, the saint. Chosen, they say, directly by the chief god, marked, anointed, the proof that the Pantheon still cares, that their power hasn't dwindled as much as the numbers suggest. As long as a saint walks the halls, the Academy can pretend its system is unshakable. Today, they decide to throw that symbol at the one error they can't classify. Aiden stands in the center of the main arena, the sun beating down on polished stone. The Divine Academy doesn't do anything halfway when it comes to spectacle. The dueling grounds are built like a coliseum, ringed with ascending rows of marble seats carved with the sigils of every major god. The divine grid above has been thickened into shining bands, feeding the wards that form a protective dome around the fighting space. Students pack the seats buzzing with excitement. Professors and priests take their reserved spots in shaded balconies. Minor god avatars float under the dome like lazy lanterns, their translucent eyes watching with mild curiosity. They're not here for Aiden. They're here for her. Presenting. The herald's voice booms across the arena, amplified by a chorus of minor sound spirits. The radiant vessel of the chief god, first saint of the current era. Bearer of the absolute light. Saris Valen. The crowd erupts. Aiden squints against the sunlight as a figure descends from the upper gate. She doesn't walk. She glides on a platform of shaped light, bare feet resting on a solid beam of radiance. Long hair, white with golden strands, flows behind her like a banner. Her eyes are a clear, unnatural gold. Irises illuminated from within, the mark of someone who has had too much divine power poured directly into their soul. She wears simple white robes, but the simplicity only makes the other details more extreme. Golden tattoos trace geometric patterns across her arms and collarbone, emitting a soft glow. Behind her, a halo of pure light hangs, shifting slowly like a miniature sun. Around Aiden, students whisper, "It's really her. She healed an entire village by herself, you know." No, she stopped the dungeon overflow with one prayer. I heard she can cast miracles without offerings. That's why she's the chief god's favorite. Adored, untouchable, a walking reassurance to every believer that their gods still have teeth. To Aiden, she's a network of blessings wearing a human shape. Saris descends to the arena floor and steps lightly onto the stone, the light platform dissolving beneath her. The halo dimmers just enough to keep observers from going blind. Her gaze finds Aiden immediately. There's no disgust there, no mockery like from the nobles, just cool clinical assessment. "So you're the anomaly," she says, voice carrying easily across the arena without shouting. Divine resonance helps her too, the one who makes miracles fail. He shrugs slightly. That's what they keep telling me." The crowd murmurs again. Some laugh nervously. The priests watch him with hawk-like focus. On a raised platform above, High Rector Malchior stands beside an array of monitoring crystals. His expression is carved from stone. "This is a test," he had told Saris earlier behind closed doors. "We need to know if Divine Authority can stabilize or override his condition." "And if it can't?" she had asked. His jaw had flexed. "Then we adjust our reports." He didn't say what that meant. He didn't have to. Now, under thousands of eyes, Saris plants the butt of her staff. When did she pick that up on the ground? It appears in her hand in a burst of controlled brilliance. The staff is a simple rod of pale metal crowned with a radiant crystal, but that crystal sings with layered miracles waiting to be called. This duel, the instructor announces, is non-lethal. Concessions may be called at any time. Any use of forbidden miracles without authorization will result in immediate termination of the match. No one thinks that last part is for Aiden. Saris inclines her head toward him, polite. "For the record," she says, "this is not personal. I am here because the gods require clarity." He meets her gaze. "For the record," he replies, "I don't believe your gods deserve that clarity." A ripple goes through the crowd like a stone hitting a pond. "Blasphemy," someone hisses. Saris's expression doesn't change, but the air around her tightens. Then perhaps, she says softly, you will come to respect them after this. She raises her staff. Light blooms. It starts as a gentle glow, then intensifies into a roaring column that shoots up to the inside of the dome. The divine grid above responds, flaring bright, feeding her connection. Students shield their eyes. Even the minor god avatars flinch, their forms becoming hazy. Aiden feels it like a drop in air pressure. The blessings woven around her are thick, layers upon layers, perfect healing, reflex boosts, mental clarity, raw power amplification. Each one tied directly to the chief god's core authority, no intermediary, no shrine. This is supposed to be the unshakable face of their pantheon. He steps forward, alone in plain academy training clothes, no badge, no obvious weapon. His level ticks quietly in the corner of his vision. -21. Begin, the instructor calls, voice cracking slightly. Saris moves. Not with Kale's arrogant flash or the clumsy aggression of dungeon beasts. She walks toward him with measured, unhurried steps, radiance spilling from her like water down a slope. Let's start simple, she says. A sphere of light forms at her fingertips and shoots toward him, fast, but not lethal, a probing strike, a test. Aiden doesn't dodge. He lifts his hand slightly, palm open. The sphere crosses into his radius. Domain suppression wakes like a wolf. The structured light shivers as if it suddenly met a region of different gravity. Its edges blur, its speed slows. By the time it reaches his palm, what began as a precise, Chief God-sanctioned impact is a sluggish, uncertain glow. He calls damage inversion. The sphere unravels, untying itself into raw, conceptless energy that pours into his Underworld Authority with a cold rush. His level dips, -21, -22. Gasps explode from the stands. He didn't even cast a spell. Did you see that? It just died? Saris's eyes narrow a fraction. Again, she says. She sends more. Beams, bursts, curtains of light meant to corral and overwhelm. To the crowd, it looks like radiant spectacle, threads of gold arcing through the air, forming intricate patterns before collapsing toward him. To Aiden, it's lines of code. Every miracle she casts carries the chief god's signature. Every structure has been refined over centuries to be efficient, unbreakable, self-correcting. In the presence of his aura, they behave like cheap scripts encountering an incompatible operating system. As the spells enter his zone, their parameters drift, intensities desync, trajectories wobble, some simply lose cohesion and fall as harmless glittering dust. Others reach him, where he splits them with a thought and drinks the unraveling. -22, -23, -24. The divine grid above flickers visibly now, struggling to maintain constant throughput. The lines directly over the arena dim, rerouting power to stabilize Saris's link. The spectators don't know why it feels like their stomachs are dropping. They only know something is wrong. Why aren't the miracles connecting? A junior priest whispers. Is the grid overloaded? We tested capacity this morning. It was fine. Malchior watches without moving. Saris stops walking. She stands a few meters away from Aiden, staff angled down, halo bright but ragged at the edges. Her face remains composed, but the tension in her grip betrays irritation. You are interesting, she admits. Is that the official verdict? He replies. You are not simply resisting, she says. You are degrading. Every cast feels like it's being dragged through mud. He takes a step closer. Maybe this is how it feels, he says quietly, when mortals try to move while you sit on their backs. Her gaze sharpens. Careful, she says, you are not the only one being tested today. She lifts her staff again. The air shifts. If her first attacks were probes, what comes next is pressure. She calls down light, not as neat projectiles, but as a field, a broad, heavy radiance that suffuses the arena. It seeps into cracks in the stone, curls around pillars, envelops him. Miracle, sanctified domain, partial sand. Every breath is suddenly harder. This is a saint's specialty, domains. Space is redefined according to a god's will. Within her light, healing is stronger, damage is softer, movement favors those aligned with the chief god. For the average opponent, it would be like stumbling into waist-deep water while she walks on land. Aiden feels the domain try to latch onto him. Its rules approach like gentle chains. You will move slower, your strikes will hit softer, your mind will weigh more. Underworld Authority bares its teeth. He doesn't push it away. He pulls it in. Domain suppression expands, not as a fog now, but as a bubble of opposing law. The chief god's domain clashes with the undefined hungry space beneath the lattice. The effect is ugly. Light warps around him. The air between them becomes a battlefield of invisible rules. For a moment, the two structures coexist, knotting together in something painful and contradictory. Then his level drops. Minus 24, minus 25. The chief god's domain loses grounding in that small radius. Where it covers the rest of the arena, spectators feel their faith reinforced, their minor aches eased. Where it touches him, concepts slide off like oil. The crowd stares. How is he walking? Someone breathes. You can feel the domain, right? It's heavy. I can barely lift my hand. Down on the arena floor, Aiden steps forward through shimmering air that slows everyone else like syrup. To him, the domain's weight is nothing but fuel. Saris looks genuinely surprised for the first time. You're still moving, she says. It's sound. He closes the distance another step. You pulled the world toward your god, he says. I pulled a piece of it away. Her halo flashes, brightening in anger. You cannot pull away the chief god, she snaps. You are a mortal child with a broken number. Do not mistake system flukes for supremacy. The word child hits something raw in him, but he keeps his face calm. You're right, he says. I'm not your god's equal. He pauses. I'm worse. Before she can parse that, he moves. He doesn't have a weapon. He doesn't need one. He closes the gap in a burst of speed, his physical stats no longer shackled by her domain. He's not faster than speed buffs alone would make a high-level warrior, but he is faster than she expects someone under her field to be. Her staff swings up, a reflex defense. A barrier blossoms between them. It flickers. For a fraction of a second, its surface turns grainy. The chief god's authority within it meets a space where the system doesn't apply. Aiden doesn't try to break it head on. He brushes it with his hand. Damage inversion rips a chunk of structure away. The barrier thins, losing integrity. He steps through the weak spot like passing through a curtain. The arena holds its breath. He doesn't strike her. He stops with his fist hovering just short of her chest. Up close, he can see the blessings crawling along her skin. Tiny sigils woven into every line of her body language, wards that bolster bones, enhancements that sharpen vision, spells that keep her heart beating in perfect rhythm. He feels domain suppression lean toward them. Let's see what's left, he murmurs. He doesn't yell, he doesn't make it dramatic. He simply exhales and lets his aura press. Layer by layer, her blessings stumble. The minor auto-heals flicker first, unsure whether there's anything to heal. The reflex boosts miscalculate, adding and subtracting themselves too quickly. The baseline durability buff wobbles, recalculating effective hit points in an area where its rules don't hold. One by one, the threads loosen. The crowd can't see the invisible sigils dying, but they see the visible result. Her halo dims by a shade. Her glow tightens inward. Her posture changes, not dramatically, just a subtle shift from perfect divine-backed balance to normal. In the stands, someone gasps. She's shorter? Her aura, it shrank. They're not imagining it. Without constant, perfect support, Saris's body shows its truth, not weak by any means, but unremarkable. Her muscles are toned, but not peak. Her stamina, once buffered by miracles, now rests on human limits. Her base stats. Mediocre. Oh, for a saint, it's the worst possible insult. Saris realizes it all at once. Oh, her eyes widen a fraction. Her breathing hitches. For the first time, she looks not like a symbol of divine supremacy, but like a girl in her late teens whose entire identity sits on a pedestal built by other beings. Aiden meets her gaze, inches away. This is what you are, he says quietly so only she can hear. Underneath them, color rises in her cheeks. You. Humiliation is dangerous when layered over faith. The arena watches, spellbound, as Ceres steps back, ripping herself out of his radius with a flash of light. Her halo flares, overcompensating. From the stands, it looks like she's gathering herself. Inside, she's shaking. They saw. They all saw. Not her best miracles, not her perfectly executed healings. They saw what she looked like when the chief god's hand wasn't propping her up. She raises her staff again. The instructors stiffen. The priests in the stands feel the shift before they see it. Light doesn't just gather around her this time. It gathers above her, in the dome, in the grid, in the very lines feeding the academy. The air crackles like overcharged metal. The temperature rises sharply. Miracle, Sunheart Cataclysm. Sealed? That's what the system calls it, a high-tier miracle, one step away from battlefield-level divine intervention, not meant for duels, not meant for enclosed spaces, not meant for use without explicit authorization. Saint Ceres, Malchior says sharply from the balcony, voice amplified, "Stand down, that miracle is forbidden under Academy protocols." She doesn't respond. Her eyes are locked on Aiden, or on the boy whose presence stripped her in front of everyone. "I am the chief god's chosen," she says, voice shaking with something between fury and desperation. If his authority cannot silence a single anomaly, what will the world think? Aiden feels the miracle coalescing. It's not a simple pattern like the domain, it's layered destruction. Sunlight condensed into dense, burning judgment meant to scour corruption, melt monsters, and burn entire dungeon floors clean. If it lands full force, the arena's wards will fail, the dome will crack, people will die. Ceres, one of the other priests, shouts, "Stop! You'll collapse the..." She slams her staff into the ground. The world explodes. Light erupts from the point of impact, not as a directional blast, but as a dome of annihilation, expanding outward at terrifying speed. The ground blackens, stone turns molten at the edges. The divine grid shudders overhead, channels glowing white-hot as they dump energy into containment. Sunheart Cataclysm. Unleashed. Collateral damage projection extreme. For a split second, Aiden is a child again. Standing in a crowd, watching Priest tell his mother that if she just had a higher level, maybe the gods would have intervened before the dungeon killed her. Now, those same gods are about to kill hundreds of students to preserve their pride. No. He doesn't think. He moves. He steps forward into the heart of the expanding miracle. The pressure is enormous. Every instinct screams to dodge, to run, to shield. Muscles seize, skin burns. The air itself feels like a solid wall of fire and authority pressing in, demanding submission. Underworld Authority roars. He reaches out with everything. Damage inversion, domain suppression, stat inversion, curse reflection. All the techniques he's learned snap into alignment, not as separate skills, but as facets of one motion. Reverse. Not just bits and pieces of the miracle. All of it. He imagines the Sunheart Cataclysm as a tidal wave made of rules. This shall burn, this shall be cleansed, this shall be erased. He does what he has been doing in fragments and on a small scale. He grabs the bottom of the wave and yanks. His level plummets. Minus 25, minus 26, minus 27, minus 28. Pain lances through his nerves. The light doesn't disappear. It twists. To the spectators, it looks like the explosion collapses inward. A dome that should have expanded to the arena's edge instead stutters, folds, and slams back toward its origin point. The arena floor cracks. The wards scream. The divine grid above flares with alarm, and the miracle's path reverses. Its own power surges back along the lines that carried it, back through the focus point, back through the staff, back toward the saint who called it. Ceres' eyes widen. What? The backlash hits her like a celestial hammer. Her halo shatters, fragments of light spraying outward before dissolving. The tattoos along her arms flare red, then go dark. The staff in her hand cracks down the middle, spilling molten radiance onto the ground before crumbling into useless metal. She's thrown backwards, slamming into the arena wall hard enough to crack stone, and the crowd screams. The miracle dies. Not fades, dies. Light that should have melted half the academy dissolves into undercurrent fuel, absorbed by a system that has never, ever been meant to receive such concentrated divine output. Aiden crumples to one knee. His entire body feels wrong. His veins burn with stolen sunlight. His muscles tremble, caught between wanting to move and wanting to disintegrate. His status window is a blur of warnings. Massive energy intake detected. Source, Chief God, Miracle High Tier So. Underworld Authority, Saturation Critical. Level -28, -29. He forces himself to breathe. Inhale. Exhale. The air tastes like ash and ozone. The stone beneath him radiates leftover heat. The wards around the arena flicker, some sigils blown out entirely. Then he hears it. Silence. No roaring miracle, no chanting priests. Only ragged breathing, panicked whispers, and the distant crackle of cooling stone. He lifts his head. Saris lies slumped in a shallow crater in the wall, her robe scorched, her hair disheveled, the golden glow in her eyes flickers, struggling to relight. Her blessings are gone. Not dormant, not suppressed. Gone. Above, god avatars hover anxiously, their forms unstable. One, an abstract representation of the chief god's presence, flickers, then vanishes completely from the arena. Not dismissed. Severed. The priests in the stand stare in horror. He turned it, one gasps. He turned a miracle back on its caster. That energy should have pulped him. How did the grid... Malchior's face is bloodless. He looks not afraid of Aiden's power, but of what it implies. The system is not fully in control. Students slowly get to their feet. What just happened? Did the saint lose? No, that's impossible. She must have held back. Held back? She almost collapsed the arena. Eyes turn toward Aiden, and sudden he pushes himself upright, swaying. His throne, he looks like hell. Blood trickles from one nostril. His hands shake. His uniform is scorched at the edges, but he's standing. He and Saris lock eyes. She's breathing, barely. Her healing doesn't respond when she instinctively reaches for it. The familiar flood of perfect restoration doesn't come. For the first time in her life, injuries linger. Pain feels unfiltered. Terror flickers behind her eyes. What did you do? She whispers. He doesn't think he could explain, even if he wanted to. He doesn't say, I grabbed your god's hand and used it against you. He doesn't say, I made your miracle answer to a different system. He just wipes the blood from his lip and breathes out. You're the saint, he says softly. Ask him. Her gaze unfocuses as she reaches inward, upward, toward the familiar connection that has always been there. Nothing answers. No warmth, no distant voice. No comforting weight. Only static. Above in the divine grid, a node associated with the chief god's local authority flickers an angry, wounded red. The watching god avatars retreat from the arena's dome, some vanishing entirely. The Academy has just watched their strongest divine representative lose her link. And the boy responsible stands at the center of the cratered arena, level sinking, eyes burning not with triumph, but with a grim kind of realization. If he can do this to a saint's miracle here in the heart of the Pantheon's own territory, what happens when he reaches a deeper threshold, far from their controlled environment? On the balcony, Malchior finally regains enough composure to speak. This duel is finished, he announces, voice tight. Medical team, attend to the saint, the subject. He stops himself from saying subject and swallows. Aiden Thorne is to be escorted to containment for immediate evaluation. Containment. Not congratulations. Not discipline. They don't know which category to put him in anymore. He glances up at the divine grid, at the line still flickering like a wounded nervous system. The Academy of Declining Faith was built to patch cracks in a failing pantheon. Today, in front of everyone, the cracks widened. A student with negative levels erased a miracle that should have proven the god's supremacy. A saint chosen by the chief god lay on shattered stone, for the first time feeling exactly how human she is. And in the shadows beneath the academy, chained in her forgotten shrine, a fallen war goddess laughs quietly to herself. Well done. Her voice whispers through the tether later as they drag Aiden past wards that stutter when he passes. You just told the entire world that their highest light can be bent. Now they will fear you. He doesn't answer. He doesn't need to. Because as the priests hustle around the wounded saint and the students stare in shell-shocked awe, he's thinking only one thing. If absorbing one forbidden miracle dropped him this far, how much deeper can he go before the gods themselves are within reach of being erased? In your own words, how would you describe the main power shift that just happened in this duel between Aiden and the Saint? The Academy is quieter after a miracle breaks. On the surface, everything looks the same. Students still file through polished corridors, badges shining on their chests. Priests still pace between lecture halls, arms full of scrolls and glowing tablets. Minor god avatars still drift lazily over certain courtyards, accepting prayers like board officials stamping forms. But underneath it all, there's a new tension in the air. They all saw it. A saint lost her miracle. A boy with negative levels walked out of a forbidden blast that should have vaporized him while the divine grid overhead flickered like a failing lantern. The Academy tries to absorb the shock by doing what it does best, paperwork. They lock Aiden in a warded chamber for hours after the duel, poking him with diagnostics, layering measurement spells around his aura, asking the same questions in different ways. How did you reverse the miracle? But what did you feel when the miracle struck? Did you hear any foreign voices? He answers just enough to keep them from panicking more. I don't know. It felt like pressure. No. Half-truths wrapped in fatigue. Every time their spells touch him, something of them dissolves. They don't get clean readings. Their crystals crackle with static. The ward lines on the walls dull around his silhouette like chalk getting erased. Eventually, they realize they're learning nothing new. Fine. High Rector Malchior says at last, pinching the bridge of his nose. Release him back to the remedial wing, double his surveillance, limit his access to major rituals, and seal today's records under top clearance. Seal them so deep no one will see them. Except Aiden doesn't need their reports. He lived it. When they finally let him go, the night has already fallen over the Academy. The divine grid glows weakly above like a tired spider web. His body aches from overuse of reverse leveling, nerves still buzzing with leftover scraps of the Saint's miracle. His level sits at a dizzying depth, somewhere he shouldn't logically be alive. He should go back to his bed. He doesn't. Instead, he follows the tether. The link to the fallen war goddess vibrates with a mixture of amusement and focus, guiding him away from the dormitories and toward the old roots of the Academy, down forgotten staircases, past doors that once mattered and now hold only dust. You did well, her voice murmurs, half in his mind, half echoing from the stone itself. They will not be able to pretend nothing happened, not after their shining symbol shorted out in front of everyone. Glad you're enjoying the show, he mutters, one hand trailing along the wall. His fingertips feel faint pulses as his aura brushes old wards. They die like insects hitting a flame. I enjoy the cracks, she replies, not the suffering. Their system deserves to shake, but if you fall apart now, you'll never see the rest. He doesn't argue. He's tired, but the exhaustion sits alongside something else. A gnawing question that has grown louder with every level he's dropped. Why does this work? Reverse leveling, Underworld Authority, erasing miracles, dragging domains down so they unravel. It's not enough to know that he can do it. He needs to know why a ladder everyone believes in falls apart when he grabs it from below. Knowledge is a weapon here. The shrine waits where it always does. At the end of that forbidden wing, the Academy pretends doesn't exist. The chains around the black stone door glow faintly, crack lines a little wider than last time he saw them. They react to him now on instinct, divine sigils tightening and then fraying as his aura nears. He lays a hand on one link. It trembles. Welcome back, the goddess says, her spectral form sliding through the weakened bindings. She looks slightly more solid today, the edges of her projection sharper, colors less faded. More chains broke? He asks. Some. She says, your little stunt with the Saints shook their confidence in the lattice. When they push more power through a strained web, the weak spots stretch. Lucky for me, unlucky for them. He steps into the shrine chamber, the air cooling around him. The walls here are carved with old battle scenes, newer sigils of the Pantheon scratched crudely over them like an attempt to rewrite history with bad graffiti. He leans against a cracked pillar, catching his breath. So, he says quietly, "Tell me something." She arches an eyebrow. "You reversed a miracle tied to their highest authority," she says. "You've already proven you can yank at their leashes. What else do you need to know?" "Everything," he says simply. "Why levels work the way they do, why the grid flickers whenever I pull, why your chains weaken when my level drops, why saints collapse when I stand too close, all of it." Her smile fades. Then it's time to visit the part of their truth they buried under laws, rituals, and feel-good sermons. She says, "The ledger." The word lodges in his mind. "Ledger," he repeats. "Yes," she says, "the real heart of their system. Not the flashy miracles, not the loud declarations. The silent record keeper that turns lives and effort into numbers they can spend." She raises her bound hand. Light gathers. Not divine this time, but something older, colder. It sketches patterns in the air, lines forming boxes and columns like an immense accounting table. Across the spectral page, words and symbols flicker. Worship intake, level allocation, divine rank, soul potential. "This is how they see the world," she says, gesturing to the glowing grid. "They don't look down and see cities, families, stories. They see streams of worship points, experience values, stat caps. Every prayer, every sacrifice, every dungeon run, logged." He frowns. "Worship points," he says, "like the shrines. People pay offerings, priests log the prayers, gods approve or ignore." "It goes deeper than that," she says. "Centuries ago, when the rifts first tore open and monsters flooded your world, the gods panicked. They needed power to fight, real power, so they created a contract, a system." "Levels," he murmurs. "Levels," she confirms. "They offered humans a way to grow stronger fast, fight monsters, gain experience, receive blessings, climb. In exchange, mortals poured faith into them. It started fairly enough." The ledger projection shifts. He sees a simpler version, a few gods at the top, lines feeding back and forth between them and early awakened warriors. Power flows both ways, gods grant boons, mortals give worship, a loop. "Then," she says, voice darkening, "someone had a thought. If mortal growth is measurable, what stops us from siphoning some of it?" The diagram changes. New lines appear, thin at first, connecting mortal level gains to divine nodes. Whenever a human levels up, a fraction of that increase diverts upward, bolstering the gods. "This is level draining," she says. "At first it was minor, a trim at the edges. Mortals still grew strong, gods grew stronger, monsters were pushed back, no one complained." She touches the ledger. More lines multiply, more gods appear, the chart grows tangled. "But greed is a slow disease," she continues. "Over centuries they increased the siphon, quietly, subtle adjustments. 1% here, 2% there. The mortal level cap became harder to reach. Growth slowed. They called it balance. Safety." He watches as the chart rebalances itself again and again. Mortal lines flatten, divine nodes swell. "The Pantheon converted the potential of entire generations into their own levels," she says. "They stood on pedestals built from stolen experience, stolen stat points, stolen possibilities. When mortals asked why no one ever transcended, they said, 'The God's will is mysterious.' In truth, they'd written a limit into your souls." Aiden feels his jaw clench. He pictures his mother again, grinding for tiny scraps of experience, nearly dying in dungeon after dungeon for small level-ups that suddenly mean more now than they did then. "How bad is it?" he asks quietly. How much did they take?" She looks at him. "Put it this way," she says. "Every legendary hero you read about? Every story of someone hitting level 50 and saving a nation? That wasn't their ceiling. That was the slice the Pantheon allowed them. The rest went up." He exhales slowly. "And no one noticed." "People noticed the struggle," she says. "They notice how hard it was to climb. But when your entire world is built around the idea that this is how it is, who do you blame? Yourself, your talent, your luck. Almost no one thinks to blame the ledger itself." His hands curl into fists. So the gods aren't strong because of what they are. He says, bitterness creeping in, they're strong because they've been leeching our growth for centuries. Careful, she says, some of them truly did fight, bleed, and suffer early on. Divinity isn't cheap. But yes, after the initial struggle, they chose to maintain their strength by taxing yours. They stopped climbing and started collecting. The ledger shifts again. This time a line appears in a different color. It runs from the mortal side, down instead of up, and it bypasses the divine nodes completely and disappears into an undefined layer beneath the board. Aiden recognizes it. That's me, he says. She nods. Reverse leveling, she says. You are the first bug, as they call you, that I've seen in this ledger. The system registers your experience, your interactions, your incoming miracles. It tries to apply them to your level in the usual upward fashion, only to find that your level has been inverted. She taps the reversed line. Instead of uploading value, you download it. She says, every time your level drops, the ledger loses track of something. Points it thought it owned vanish from its columns. Blessings it expected to persist dissolve. He remembers the saint's missing miracle, the way her link went dead. How much of their power is fake, he asks. She considers. Fake is the wrong word, she says. Power is power. It burns the same whether stolen or earned. But their image of invincibility is hollow. They are not untouchable beings towering above you by nature. They are glorified creditors sitting on a pile of misappropriated growth. He almost laughs at the phrasing. Glorified creditors, he repeats. Saints are debt collectors. Priests are accountants. The divine grid is a ledger. Exactly, she says, and you, my dear anomaly, are accounting corruption, data loss, a leak they cannot patch. He feels it in his bones. Every time his level ticks downward, he's not just hurting himself or tweaking his stats, he's punching holes in a cosmic spreadsheet. So when I erase that miracle, he begins. You didn't just stop an attack, she answers. You reached into their ledger mid-transaction and hit undo. That's why the grid flickered. It lost a chunk of divine output and couldn't log where it went. He thinks back to the way his chest burned, how his nerves screamed. And where did it go? He asks. She smiles faintly. Into you, she says. Into the Underworld Authority specifically. The system thinks of the Underworld as a sink, a place where dead data goes. They dump curses, broken miracles, unfortunate souls into it and assume it's gone. And he presses. And like any ledger, she says, what they write off doesn't stop existing. It's just off their books. The Underworld layer has been quietly accumulating everything they throw away. You are the first person to touch that layer since they sealed me and others like me away. The projection flickers. For a moment, Aiden sees not just the fractured shrine, but something beneath it, and an immense dark sea dotted with distant, glowing points, concepts, lost power, forgotten names. His level wobbles, reality swaying. Stop, she says sharply. That is not a view you're ready for yet. The image snaps back to the small chamber. He exhales slowly, chest tight. So, he says, voice low, the gods have been stealing, cooking their books, and reverse leveling is what? A glitch in their accounting software? Her eyes glint. Maybe, she says, or maybe it's something older pushing back. A rebalancing. The system can only suppress reality for so long before cracks form. He doesn't like the idea that he's some kind of cosmic error correcting itself. He prefers to believe his decisions matter. His will. If this ledger is the heart of their power, he says, how do I tear it apart? She laughs softly. You don't, she says, not in one blow. This isn't a boss you behead and loot. It's an infrastructure. You undermine it. You corrupt it. You make it so unreliable that mortals stop trusting it without question. She gestures. Every negative level you drop, she says, chips away at one or more entries. You are eroding their columns, removing certainty. Imagine a bank where numbers change on their own, where deposits vanish, where debts invert. Panic sets in, not just among mortals, but among gods. He pictures it. Temples where blessings fluctuate, shrines where miracles don't match offerings, saints calling for light that sputters. Gods realizing their reserves are not as full as they thought. And when they panic, he asks, They will tighten control, she says, clamp down harder, demand more worship to fix the instability, punish anomalies, close rifts to isolate you. In doing so, they'll reveal their fear. He breathes out. Good, he says, let them. She studies him. You understand, she says slowly, that the moment you start pulling at the ledger on purpose, without the Academy's leash, it stops being a personal survival trick. It becomes war. He doesn't flinch. I already declared war. He says quietly, they just haven't realized it yet. She nods once, accepting his answer. Then we plan accordingly. She says, the Pantheon is not a single mind, it is a council with fractures. Some gods are comfortable leeching levels forever, some feel the drain and are uneasy. A few remember the old agreements and hate what it's become. Allies? He asks. Potentially, she says, but you can't trust a being whose power depends on the ledger you're corroding. At best, they'll try to use you before you can use them. So who do I trust? He asks. Start with yourself, she says, and with those whose lives are clearly better when the ledger weakens. Mortals at the bottom are the ones who never had a chance to climb. He thinks of Ren with the glitching arm, the healer whose hands burn when she blesses, the low-level dungeon crews treated as disposable data points, villagers begging gods for rain, like customers begging a corporation. No, the parasitic structure isn't some abstract scandal. It's the reason those people's lives are as hard as they are. So we go after the ledger. He says slowly, we expose it, break chunks, create inconsistencies they can't hide. And then, she adds, when the Pantheon is too busy plugging leaks, you strike where they're weakest, their image, the illusion that they are inherently stronger than you. He remembers the look on the saint's face when her blessings melted away under his aura, the terror in her eyes when she reached for a god that didn't answer. What about you, he asks. They sealed you because you oppose this structure. If I topple it, what happens to you? Her expression is unreadable for a moment. If you topple it, she says quietly, everything bound to it will shake. My chains are tied to their authority. When their grip loosens, mine breaks. But don't think of this as freeing a goddess. Think of it as removing a keystone. I am not innocent. I was part of the original weave. I carry guilt. He appreciates the honesty. Then don't ask me to do this for you, he says. Ask me to do it for us. She smiles, small and genuine. Very well, she says. Topple a pantheon for your species. If my freedom is a side effect, I will accept the gift. The ledger projection hangs between them, pulsing. He stares at it. For the first time, he sees the gods not as towering unknowable beings, but as shapes on a chart. Each node a packet of stolen or hoarded potential, each line a relationship they think they control. With each negative level, he has been clawing numbers off their side and throwing them back into the dark sea they thought of as a trash heap. How many levels do I have to drop, he asks slowly, before they feel it, really feel it, not just flickers, but real loss? She considers. You've already shaken local structures, she says, saint channels, academy wards, shrine flows nearby. For the Pantheon as a whole to notice, you'll need to undermine major entries. He raises an eyebrow. Meaning? Suppress or invert miracles in high-profile places. She says, break a few big rituals, corrupt large-scale level gains they expect, like a national dungeon campaign. Make the ledger register huge discrepancies. They will dig for the cause. And when they find you, she shrugs. They'll try to erase you from their side. That's when you drag the fight to yours. He nods slowly. Plans start to form in his mind. Hit the big rituals. That means festivals, mass awakenings, maybe even war blessings. Places where gods pour a lot of power into the ledger at once and expect clean returns. Expose level draining. He'll need proof beyond his own senses, records, logs. The Academy is the perfect place. Those secret records, he says suddenly, the ones they use to build the Academy's protocols. They must have logs of worship trends, level distributions, divine consumption. She inclines her head. And where would those be, she asks. In the restricted floors of the library, he says, of course. He's seen hints of them already when cleaning duty forced him to carry stacks of old reports, entire sections of shelving marked with sigils, Pantheon efficiency studies, level curve analytics, faith decay projections. He thought they were dry administrative scrolls. Now he realizes they're evidence. Be careful. She warns, those archives are guarded less by physical wards and more by social ones. Only certain ranks can access them without triggering suspicion, but you have an advantage. They underestimate you. You're still just a defective subject in their eyes. Not for long, he mutters. He pushes off the pillar, and his legs still feel heavy, but his mind is sharper than ever. The miracle backlash left scars deeper than bruises, a sense of scale he didn't have before. He's tasted the top layer of what gods consider acceptable force and discovered it can be turned. Now he knows that behind that force is a ledger built on theft. He turns to go. Aiden, the goddess, calls. He glances back. You are stepping onto a path where there is no going back, she says softly. Once you start pulling at their ledger publicly, there will be no more pretending you are just a broken student. Are you ready for that? He thinks of his old life for a moment. Of a boy with a cracked badge, a level of 8, a mother he couldn't save because the numbers weren't on his side. That life is already gone. They decided I was disposable the moment my level moved the wrong way, he says. If the world is built on that lie, then burning it is self-defense. She nods once, satisfied. Then go, walker beneath levels, she says. Let's see how weak their pantheon really is when you start dragging their numbers back to where they should have been. He leaves the shrine, climbs back toward the academy's lit halls. On the way, he passes a small balcony where students pray under the stars. Their voices drift on the wind, requests for better grades, safety in upcoming dungeon exams, healing for family members. He pauses, listening. Above, the divine grid flickers faintly as it allocates tiny blessings, tiny nudges on the ledger. He looks up at it. It doesn't feel as far away anymore. It feels like something sitting on top of a hollow foundation he's already started to dig out. In his status, his level sits at a quiet, ominous depth. Each negative tick from now on won't just make him stronger. It will peel away the illusion the gods have built, killing their numbers little by little. He isn't just surviving reverse leveling anymore. He's turning it into a weapon against the very idea that someone else gets to decide how high mortals are allowed to climb. The first sign that everything has changed is not a bolt of lightning from the heavens. It's a line of text. Every awakened human in the city, no, in the world, feels it at the same time. Status windows flicker, then freeze. Notifications that should be private suddenly override everything else, forcing themselves to the front of every adventurer's vision, every priest's prayer, every noble's idle thought. Divine decree issued. New global designation registered, the abyssal error. Target, Aiden Thorn. Reverse leveling anomaly. Threat classification, existential. Global quest unlocked. Contain or eliminate the abyssal error. The quest details spill in like cold water. Reward brackets tiered by contribution. Divine rank increases. Permanent stat boosts. Unique blessings. Titles. Even whispers of partial domain access for those who land a decisive blow. In a world built on levels and rewards, it's the closest thing the gods can post to a kill this one or we all fall notice. In his dormitory cell, Aiden reads it too. The words hang in front of him, stark and almost absurd. The abyssal error. He lets out a short breath that might be a laugh. Dramatic, he mutters. The notification doesn't care. Warning, you have been designated a global threat. Expect hostile action from divinely aligned entities. He closes the window and swings his legs off the bed. For a heartbeat, he just sits there, elbows on his knees, hands clasped. The room around him feels smaller than it did yesterday, like the walls themselves have shifted closer now that the entire pantheon has put his name in red ink. This was always coming. The goddess's voice hums through the tether, calm and cool. You tugged their ledger. They noticed. Now they're trying to balance it the only way they know how, by deleting the entry. They've been trying to delete me since awakening, he says. This is just official. He stands. Outside, the academy's bells begin to ring, not the chimes for classes or meals, the heavy, irregular clang that means emergency, potential breach, large-scale ritual, or war. He opens his door and steps into the corridor. Students spill out of their rooms, voices high and anxious. Did you see it? A global quest. Existential threat. What did he do? Break into a god's house. Don't joke about that. This is serious. The reward tiers. Everyone talks over everyone else, eyes unfocused as they scroll through quest details only they can see. A few heads snap toward Aiden. Whispers sharpen. That's him. The bugged one. The abyssal error. The title tastes different in their mouths. Fear, greed, curiosity. Ren appears at his side, ghost arm flickering more than usual. Tell me you didn't actually break the world, Ren says under his breath. Not yet, Aiden replies. Ren's eyes dart nervous. They just put a bounty on you that would make half the nobility retire on the spot. People are going to lose their minds over this. Aiden's status nudges him. Advisory, remaining in current location will significantly increase risk of immediate hostile engagement. No kidding. Where are the instructors? Someone asks aloud. Why isn't anyone explaining this? Maybe they're busy taking the quest too, another student mutters bitterly. Aiden starts walking. Not toward class, not toward the head rector's office. He goes down. Stairs, corridors, familiar turns. The tether pulls gently, leading him toward the forbidden wing like a magnet. He feels eyes on his back, the weight of too many notifications and too little common sense. Behind him, footsteps quicken. Aiden! He doesn't turn until the healer girl from his remedial class, Mira, catches up, slightly out of breath, her cursed hands wrapped tight in bandages. They're forming teams, she says, voice hushed. Some to hunt you, some to escort you to the temple. The main courtyard is a mess. You can't go out there. He meets her gaze. Who's leading? Who do you think? She says grimly. Kale, and some of the knights on exchange from the cathedral, and... She hesitates. And the saint, if she's recovered enough. Of course. He looks past her, toward the higher floors where the main arena looms. How about you, he asks. What did your quest say? She grimaces. Same as everyone else's, she says. The capture or kill. Bonus reward for being first contact. Extra multiplier for delivering you alive for divine correction. And what do you plan to do with that? He asks. Her jaw tightens. Throw it in the trash, she says. I've seen what their corrections look like. He nods once. Then get everyone from our class away from the main halls. He says, if they're going to turn this place into a war zone, I don't want you caught in the middle. You think you're the only one they're targeting? She shoots back. Anyone near you is collateral, remember? I know. He says softly, that's why you shouldn't be near me when this starts. Ren steps closer. Too late, he says. We're already near. Aiden gives them a long look. I'm serious, he says. There's a divine quest on my head. You stay, you risk being branded as accomplices, cursed, or worse. Mira's bandaged hands curl. We were branded broken before you showed up, she says. If I'm going to get erased, it's not going to be for nothing. Tell us where you're going. He hesitates. If he tells them, they might follow. If he doesn't, they might get swept up anyway by people trying to extract information. I need to free someone, he says finally. Then I'm leaving the academy. Mira's eyes narrow. Someone as in a person, she says. Or someone as in the thing that laughs inside that forbidden corridor you think we don't know about? Ren blinks. Wait, what? Your stealth is good, Mira tells Aiden, but your aura is weird as hell. You're not the only one who feels it when you slip off to the old wing. I don't know what's down there, but it's not a broom closet. He exhales a low, humorless breath. Fine, he says, then you know exactly why you shouldn't come. Exactly why we will. She corrects. Before he can argue further, the corridor shudders. A pulse of force rolls through the stone, an impact from above, distant but powerful. Dust shakes loose from the ceiling, a faint, echoing clash reverberates down the stairwell. The battle has started. Later, Aiden says, "Go, hide, or fight, but not near me." He turns and continues downward. They don't follow. Not yet. The forbidden wing feels less quiet than usual. The chains on the shrine door vibrate before he even sees them, divine sigils flaring in agitation. The gods can feel their lock point on the ledger shaking, and now they flag the location tied to it. He steps into the hall. Notifications cascade. Global Quest modifier, target approaching restricted zone. Pantheon response, immediate intervention approved. Light condenses in the air ahead of him. Not the soft glow of minor avatars, this is harsher, more defined. A tall, armored figure materializes between Aiden and the shrine, wings of sharp light folded tight behind its back. Its face is a smooth, featureless mask of radiance, eyes empty pits of whiteness. An angel. Not the romanticized paintings in temple halls, a weapon. Designation, Abyssal Error, it intones, voice like steel scraping across glass. You will cease your approach, surrender for divine disassembly. Aiden almost snorts. Divine disassembly, he repeats. Do you practice sounding like bad system messages, or does it come naturally? The angel raises a hand. Blessings wrap around its arm, stacked defensive wards, damage amplification, speed boosts, all of it drawn directly from the chief grid without the detour mortals have to take. You're an unauthorized sync, it says. Your continued existence destabilizes the ledger. The Pantheon has decreed your termination. Light builds in its palm, forming a blade of condensed radiance. Last chance, comply. Aiden's heart beats once, hard. He's tired. He's still not fully recovered from the Saint's miracle. His level is dangerously low, his body trying to adjust to the new gravity. But if he runs now, this thing will camp the shrine forever, and the goddess will stay locked because he was afraid to push. He steps forward. I don't comply with thieves, he says. The angel moves. It crosses the distance in a single motion, blade arcing downward toward his head. The swing is fast, precise, supported by more raw stat than he has on paper. But paper isn't the real battlefield here. As the blade enters his radius, it falters. Not much, just enough. Domain suppression sinks its teeth into the blessings wrapped around the weapon. The amplification stutters. The speed buff slips. The blade's edge blurs for a fraction of a second. Enough time. Aiden sidesteps, letting the sword carve a glowing gash into the stone. The impact radiates heat, but less than it should. The angel turns with mechanical efficiency, no wasted motion. You invert damage, it notes. You erode blessings. You absorb miracles. You are a flaw at the intersection of layers. Nice summary. He says, what's your plan? Hit me until I run out of layers. It lunges. The fight is ugly. The angel has reach and speed. Its movements are pure function. No ego, no overextension. It attacks with broad sweeps and stabs designed to cover all escape angles, forcing him to either take hits or burn energy dodging. He can't match its raw stats, so he doesn't. He focuses on contact. He lets the blade graze his arm, just enough to trigger damage inversion. The light digs in, tries to burn, then unravels, feeding Underworld Authority. Pain flares, but the wound is shallow and already numbing as negated damage converts into cold fuel. He grabs the angel's wrist. Stat inversion flares. For a heartbeat, his arm feels like it's made of tempered steel, and the angel's joint goes soft, motion stuttering. Domain suppression presses deeper, chewing at its structural blessings. It is inefficient, the angel says, almost sounding puzzled that a defective mortal can interface with underlayer data. Inefficient for you, Aiden says, pretty great for me. The angel adapts. It shifts tactics, pulling back physical strikes and switching to heavy range miracles. Light spears, weighted nets of divine command, meant to bind and paralyze. They hit the edges of his aura. Curse reflection wakes. Commands meant to seize his limbs boomerang back along invisible channels. The angel jerks as its own binding logic clamps down on its wings, momentarily freezing them. Its status, if it has one, must be screaming. Then Aiden feels a surge. A fresh flood of power drops into the corridor from above, a heavier thread than anything the angel carried before. This isn't just the Academy grid now. This is a direct Pantheon injection. The angel glows brighter, cracks in its form ceiling, its blade reforms sharper, the weight of its presence increases until the air feels like it's trying to choke. Pantheon override, angelic backup granted. Authority boost 200%. We will not allow ledger corruption to continue. The merged voices of multiple gods hiss through the angel's mouth. You are a hole, we will plug it with your corpse. Aiden's teeth grit. Honey, he says, for being so proud of their power, you keep borrowing other people's bodies. They answer with a slash. The blade arcs toward his chest. He doesn't dodge. He can't, not if he wants to do what comes next. He steps into the swing. The impact is like being hit by a falling star. Every nerve screams, his ribs creak, his skin tries to blister and peel under condensed authority. For a moment, the world is nothing but white. Underworld Authority howls. He grabs the miracle at the core of the attack. Reverse. Not just the damage, the intent, the relationship. You're supposed to cut me. No. He drags. His level plunges. Minus 29, minus 30, minus 31. The pain does not lessen. But the vector changes. The blade's radiance warps, folding back along its own path. The spell logic that says injure target inverts to injure source. The ledger entry flagged as outgoing attack flips to incoming loss. The angel jerks. Its arm trembles as the feedback hits. Light bursts along cracks in its armor, fractures spiderweb across its face. It staggers back, wings flaring in disarray. You cannot, the chorus voice stutters, glitching. This violates authorized flow. Aiden sways. Blood drips from his lips. His status blares warnings. Severe structural damage. Vitality threshold dangerously low, says. Underworld Authority saturation high. But he's still breathing. The angel for the first time looks unstable. Its form flickers between armored and skeletal light. Segments of its wings phase in and out. Blessings that once wrapped it like steel wool now look frayed, some outright dead. And behind it, the shrine chains tremble harder than ever. The goddess's voice cuts through the haze. Now, Aiden, she says, you've weakened the jailer. Break the lock. He doesn't have time to rest. He staggers forward, ignoring the way his right leg complains. The angel swings again, slower, less precise. He ducks under, putting his hand on the nearest chain. Underworld Authority surges. Level minus 31 to minus 32. The divine sigils scream. The chain in his grasp fractures, not just physically, but structurally. The logic that says this holds a goddess meets the same negation force that erased the saint's miracle. It snaps. The sound is wrong, not metal on stone, but ledger entries tearing. The angel lunges for him, desperate. Mira's voice rings out from the hall behind him. Aiden, down! He drops on instinct. A bolt of misaligned healing energy, overcharged, uncontrolled, slams into the angel's side. Mira's broken blessing flares brilliant and wild, interacting badly with the already glitching authority inside the angel. It convulses. Ren's ghost arm phases through the angel's chest, disrupting things that shouldn't be touched. His condition, normally a curse, becomes a scalpel, slicing through intangible layers. More chains crack. Aiden grabs another. Minus 32, minus 33. Divine light bursts outward as links fail. The bindings that have held for centuries buckle in seconds under the combined assault of underworld erosion and desperate interference from mortals the system wrote off as defective. The angel tries to stabilize, to pour more god power into the lock. Too late. With a scream that isn't fully sound, the last of the major chains shatters. The world holds its breath. Then she steps out. Not fully. Not yet in her original glory. But more than a ghost. The fallen war goddess emerges from the crumbling shrine, chains falling away from her spectral armor like rain. Her form is still translucent, her wounds still visible as cracks of empty light across her body. But she stands, a full avatar, untethered from the door. Her presence hits the angel like a physical force. You, the Pantheon's chorus hisses through the faltering construct. You will remain sealed. So, she smiles. Try again, she says. Her hand flashes out. She doesn't wield level draining the way Aiden does. Her authority is older, shaped for war, and constrained by shackles for too long. But now, with cracks in the ledger and an abyssal error at her side, she isn't punching blind. She grabs the lines feeding the angel. Aiden can't see them, but he feels the tug, divine channels that usually run only one way suddenly bending another. The angel jerks as its supply is cut. Connection. Lost. It stutters. Goddess and anomaly speak at once. Erase, she commands. Reverse, he whispers. The angel's body convulses. Its form unravels from the wings inward, light shredding into powder, then into nothing, not dismissed back to the heavens, not recalled. Deleted. The corridor goes silent. No feathers, no smoking armor, no divine echo. Just absence, and a faint ringing in the ears of anyone who was close enough to feel a god's tool cease to be. Aiden leans against the wall, breathing hard. His level sits at a nauseating depth, -33. Mira and Ren stare at the spot where the angel stood. You killed an angel, Ren says weakly. Not defeated, not banished, it just stopped existing. The goddess steps closer, her bare feet leaving no marks on the dust. Correction, she says. We killed an angel and we broke a lock. She looks at Aiden. For the first time in centuries, she says, I am not confined to a footnote beneath their ledger. You did well. He tries to smirk, but it comes out lopsided. Glad my existential threat rating is earning us something. He manages. Footsteps pound from above. Shouts. Down here. He went into the old wing. Careful, the quest says he inverts blessings. They don't have much time. Aiden pushes away from the wall, forcing his body to cooperate. He looks at the goddess. No, at the avatar she's managed to project. Her form wavers slightly, wobbling at the edges. Free, but weakened. Her power isn't fully returned. The ledger still strangles much of what she once was. Can you move? He asks. She raises an eyebrow. I am not the one bleeding, she says. He glances down. He is bleeding. He hadn't noticed, but red smears streak his arm, his side. Some wounds are shallow, others are deeper, his flesh refusing to knit fully under the strange interplay of divine damage and underworld saturation. Mira moves toward him. Let me. He shakes his head. Your healing will overcharge, he says, and my aura will eat it. Save it for yourself. She grimaces, but pulls back. Ren looks between them. So what now? He asks. You walk out of the academy with a goddess on your arm and hope no one notices. We're not sneaking, Aiden says. They stare. We're not staying either, he adds. Look at the quest. They're not going to stop until they either kill me or put me in a box. The academy's just the first battlefield. Where are you going? Mira asks, even though she already suspects. He looks up. Through stone and floors and wards, he can feel it now, a massive column of divine architecture rising from the city's heart. The divine spire, winning the main conduit, where the ledger plugs directly into the world. Up, he says, to the place they're most sure they can't be touched. The goddess's eyes glint. The spire, she murmurs, ambitious, reckless, I approve. Hold on. Ren says, you can't just march into the central temple. They'll have angels 10 times nastier than that one. Knights, saints, and every idiot with a quest notification looking to cash in. Aiden nods. That's the point, he says. If I run and hide, they hunt me forever in the shadows. If I walk into their main artery and clog it, they have to fight me where everyone can see. Mira stares at him like he's lost his mind. Do you realize, she says tightly, that you're talking about turning the capital into a battlefield? It already is, he says. They just disguised it as exams and quests. Up top, another tremor shakes the building. A clash, this one sharper. The goddess tilts her head. They're already fighting over you, she says. Factions, some seeking glory, some wanting to protect their pet anomaly. You don't have long before the academy is unusable as anything but a killing field. He meets her gaze. If I get to the spire, he says, can you do anything from there? In my current state, she says, I can see, analyze, nudge. But the main work will still be yours. You are the one attuned to the underlayer. I can tell you where to cut. You are the knife. He nods. Then we move. They start up the corridor. Mira and Ren fall in beside him without being asked. You're not coming, he says automatically. They ignore him. Someone has to stop the first wave of idiots from dogpiling you, Mira says. Besides, if your aura explodes or something, I want front row seats. Ren grins weakly. And if you somehow don't die, he adds, I want to be able to tell people I was there when you punched a god's house. Aiden shakes his head. You're both insane, he said. Birds, feathers, Mira replies, move. The forbidden wing opens into a more active corridor. The difference is immediate. The air smells like burned incense and panic. Glowing cracks crawl along the walls where spells misfired. Students in various states of armor run past, some with weapons half drawn, others clutching scrolls. Priests shout conflicting orders. Form lines in the east yard. Protect the archives. The saint is still recovering. We need time. Forget time. The quest's active now. If we don't move, someone else will claim. A group of blessed knights rounds the corner ahead. Armor sigil stamped, levels glowing in the mid-30s. Their eyes land on Aiden and his companions. Status windows update. Quest target, the Abyssal Error. Localized. Reward potential, high, eh? The knights fan out. By order of the High Temple, their leader declares, you are to surrender immediately for divine custody. Any resistance will be considered additional heresy. Mira mutters, always with the heresy. Aiden steps forward. He can feel the knight's blessings, a patchwork of enhancements, sturdy armor wards, courage buffs, basic miracles ready at their lips. Last warning, the leader says. Aiden's aura spreads. Domain suppression rolls over them like a silent wave. The light around their armor dims. The courage buff stutters, their eyes flickering with doubt for the first time. One knight's sword enchantment sputters out entirely, leaving plain metal. What? He blurts. Aiden speaks quietly. You shouldn't be arresting me, he says. You should be asking why your gods are more afraid of someone unplugging their siphon than of monsters eating your villages. The leader snarls, blasphemer, take him. They charge. He doesn't kill them. He could. Instead, he inverts. The first knight swings a ward-wrapped blade. Aiden grabs his wrist, flips stat inversion. Not fully, but enough. The knight's strength drops, his arms suddenly leaden. Aiden's own, briefly, surges, allowing him to twist and throw the man into his companions. The second tries to cast a binding prayer. Curse Reflection catches the command. It only takes a slight misalignment for the script to recognize the nearest target as the caster. His own ankles lock, sending him crashing to the floor. The third tries to trigger a fear-cleansing blessing. Aiden lets domain suppression chew the edges, then tags it with a nudge downward, turning removes fear into exposes fear. The knight's eyes widen as every doubt he's buried surges to the surface. I can't, he stammers, dropping his weapon. Mira flings a wild overcharge barrier in front of them, her cursed healing flaring as a shield. It explodes on impact with a thrown spear, sending both flying harmlessly. Ren's ghost arm phases through another's armor, tangling in his heart buff blessing and knocking it offline for a moment. The man staggers, suddenly feeling how much he's relied on divine padding. They are not unstoppable. They are people who've never had to fight without the system's full support. Aiden pushes forward through the disarray. Don't kill them, he says under his breath. Wasn't planning to, Mira replies, breathless, but if one of them takes my head off, I'm haunting you. They break through the line. Behind them, knights scramble to regroup, status windows full of error codes and diminishing buffs. Not a clean battle. Not a triumph. Just enough. The academy proper is chaos. Courtyards are filled with clashing squads, some bearing official colors, others ragtag groups of students and lower clergy. A few have banners with the academy crest, trying to restore order, others raise temple flags, trying to claim jurisdiction. And weaving through them all are individuals whose eyes gleam when they look at Aiden. They see a walking quest reward. Blessed elites. Glowing swords, shimmering robes, sigils of mid-tier gods blazing on armor. They tear through weaker opponents, shouting divine phrases, leveling the playing field with raw power. Aiden steps into this hive with a goddess at his side and two defective friends flanking him. The moment they see him, the noise sharpens. There! Someone shouts, the abyssal error. A cluster of academy elites breaks off, led by Kale, who looks like he hasn't slept since the duel. His once pristine uniforms are singed. His aura is ragged, but his eyes burn with wild intensity. You just had to drag the whole world down with you, he snarls. If taking you in restores even a fraction of the god's favor, I'll do it myself. His status flares. Quest commitment, maximum. Personal request filed with Sun God. Direct boon upon success. He's gambled everything on this. Aiden meets his rage and feels tired. You're angry because your borrowed power doesn't feel stable anymore. He says, maybe ask why that is instead of chasing the one person pointing it out. Shut up, Kale snaps. He raises his hand, light gathering, not as cleanly as before, but enough. Other elites mirror him, spells forming in a staggered chorus, bolts, chains, spears, nets, a tapestry of divine offense. The goddess leans toward Aiden. Ready? She asks. He nods one. They step. He drops his level another notch, willingly. Minus 33, minus 34. The world tilts in his senses. Lines of power glow more clearly. Blessing structures look like transparent diagrams. Vulnerabilities outlined. The ledger hums just under his feet, its entries skittering like startled insects. The barrage comes. He doesn't try to break each spell individually. He expands his field. Domain suppression surges outward, no longer a small bubble, but a wider, rolling distortion. It doesn't nullify everything, that's beyond him still, but it destabilizes. Spells meant to fly straight curve, chains meant to bind disintegrate midair, nets meant to capture become scattered threads. He picks one bolt, a thick lance of sun power aimed at his chest. Damage inversion and erasure wrap around it. He pull. The bolt disappears the instant it crosses into his radius, its existence cut out of the battlefield. The energy rushes into him too much, too hot. His bones feel like they're burning from the inside. He redirects a sliver sideways. A minor god avatar hovering above, watching him passively, catches the edge of the erasure field. Its form spasms. Part of its arm just stops being there. The avatar recoils instinctively, retreating from the courtyard, its link to the grid spasming. Gasps. Did that god just... Part of it vanished. The goddess at his side chuckles darkly. That, she murmurs, is going to sting. Kale charges through the failing spell, trying to close the distance, mouth forming a battle prayer. Aiden meets him halfway. Their eyes lock. Why? Kale demands through gritted teeth. Why tear it all down? The system let us survive. It keeps the monsters at bay. It gave us levels, power, order. It gave them your strength, Aiden snaps back. It capped yours. It stole your potential and sold it back to you as blessings. You're fighting to protect a ledger that sees you as a number. Better a number in their world, Kale spits, than nothing in an empty one. There it is. The fear. If the gods fall, what replaces them? If the ledger breaks, what tracks growth? What keeps the rifts at bay? Aiden doesn't have a neat answer. He only knows that enduring theft forever out of fear of the unknown is another kind of slow death. He grabs Kale's forearm as the noble swings. Stat inversion flares, harder than ever. For a split second that stretches into eternity, he feels Kale's strength. His polished training, his finely tuned coordination flow into Aiden's muscles, while his own raw, unrefined physicality slams into Kale's frame. Their roles flip. Kale's body stutters, movements clumsy. Aiden's strike, normally inferior, lands with shocking weight, sending Kale skidding across the stone. He doesn't follow. He doesn't need to win this duel. Not today. The goddess touches his shoulder. The spire, she reminds him, this is all distraction. Necessary, but not the goal. He nods. Mira, Ren. He call? They're busy fending off opportunistic attackers. Mira with erratic shields that sometimes blow up, but more often than not catch spells. Ren with his glitch arm disrupting anyone who gets too close. Both look exhausted. We're leaving, he says, now. About time. Mira pants. I'm running out of creative ways not to die. They move as a unit, cutting across the courtyard. Factions clash around them, some trying to cut them off, others forming impromptu walls to slow the more aggressive hunters. Not everyone answered the quest the same way. Some woke up, saw existential threat, and decided to believe it. Others saw Boy the Gods tried to erase, and decided that maybe the Pantheon doesn't deserve blind trust. The Academy is split. By the time Aiden and his group reach the outer gates, the city beyond is roaring. The divine spire dominates the skyline as it rises from the heart of Lumerus like a pillar of crystallized light and stone, hundreds of meters tall. Layers of temples wrap around its base like rings, each dedicated to different gods. Higher up, the structure becomes less architectural and more conceptual. Bands of pure energy, flowing scripture, rotating emblems. At the very apex, a bright node burns. The main plug, where the ledger sinks into the world. Aiden feels it pulling, like a storm draws in loose sparks. The goddess's avatar stands beside him at the gate, hair stirring in a wind that isn't wholly physical. Once we step out there, Mira says, voice tight, this stops being an academy problem and becomes an everyone problem. It already is, Aiden says. He feels the divine decree still pulsing, urging hunters to converge on his location. He also feels something else. Faint, trembling threads from people across the city who read the same text and felt something crack inside them. Low levels, failed awakenings. Shrine attendants who've watched their gods do less and less every year. People whose levels never match their effort. Tiny currents of resentment, of doubt. Not enough to fight with him, but enough that when the ledger shakes, they'll recognize the lies. He steps through the gate. The city stares. Some drop to their knees as the goddess's presence washes over the street, though she isn't radiating divinity in the traditional sense. It's something older, more primal, the memory of war and protection, of hands raised against monsters before the Pantheon turned those hands into account balances. Others raise weapons. Angels slice through the clouds above, wings cutting patterns in the air. Blessed knights form ranks on the main road. Priests stand on temple steps, eyes flicking between their own glitching status windows, and the boy walking calmly toward the spire like it's just another dungeon. Notifications ping across countless minds. Global quest update, target approaching central conduit. Pantheon priority maximum. The goddess smiles sideways at Aiden. Well, she says, you wanted to topple a pantheon. Congratulations. She nods toward the looming spire. You've just walked onto their doorstep. He rolls his shoulders, feeling Underworld Authority hum like a storm in his bones. Then let's knock, he says. The divine spire was never meant to be approached on foot. From a distance, it looked almost beautiful, an ivory tower wrapped in streaming light, surrounded by layers of temple rings like a crown sunk into the heart of the capital. Pilgrims stared up at it and saw safety, nobles stared up and saw status, priests stared up and saw a career ladder to climb. Today, all Aiden saw was a plug, the main socket where the gods had jammed their ledger into the world. He walked down the central avenue with the fallen war goddess at his side, her weakened avatar gliding just above the cobblestones, and every step he took made the air a little heavier. The city had never been this quiet. Crowds lined the streets, but no one blocked his path, not yet. People pressed against walls and balconies, held back not by guards, but by raw uncertainty. Their status windows had been pinging non-stop with quest updates, warnings, and system alerts. Global quests contain or eliminate the abyssal error. Target heading, Central Divine Spire. Divine priority, maximum. They'd all seen it. Some clutched holy symbols and muttered frantic prayers. Others gripped weapons, eyes wide, greed and fear warring inside them. Many just watched, breathing too fast, as the boy with negative levels passed them by like a walking glitch in their reality. Still time to run, the goddess murmured, tone light. You first, Aiden muttered back. Her lips quirked. You know I can't, she said. I'm tethered to the ledger as much as they are. Difference is, I want to cut the strings. The base of the spire loomed ahead. Up close, it was less a building and more a mountain of carved stone and concentrated faith. Massive doors of shimmering metal blocked the main entrance, covered in reliefs of the Pantheon, the Sun King, the Lady of Storms, the Lawbringer, the Harvest Father, and dozens more, all carved larger than life, receiving the adoration of tiny mortal figures at their feet. Lines of divine script ran between them, glowing faintly. Those lines weren't decoration, they were conduits. A ring of armored knights stood in front of the doors, shields locked, weapons ready. Their badges shone in the high 30s and low 40s, far beyond anything the average adventurer could hope to touch. Behind them, priests in heavy ceremonial robes chanted, hands raised, feeding power into the spire's defenses. Above, angels circled like shards of weaponized light, waiting for the order to strike. And in the open plaza before the spire, a strange mixture of humanity had gathered. Blessed elites, academy staff, foreign paladins drawn by the global quest, and scattered among them people whose clothes were plain, whose equipment was cheap, but whose eyes held something new, a spark that hadn't been there before the divine decree. They felt it too. Something under their feet had shifted. Aiden stopped at the edge of the plaza. The goddess's avatar paused with him, her gaze lifting to the top of the spire where the main conduit burned like a miniature sun. They're waiting, she said. Good, Aiden answered. So am I. The ground trembled. Light poured down from the spire's peak, forming a pillar in the center of the plaza. It wasn't raw radiance like Ceres's miracles. It was structured, lines of power, forming geometric layers, resolving into shapes. Avatars. Not full bodies, but projections, as if the gods had dipped their fingers through reality just enough to be seen. The Sun King appeared first, a towering figure of blazing gold armor and a crown of fire, eyes burning with supposedly infinite light. The Lady of Storms crackled into being beside him, robes whipping in a wind that only existed around her projection. The Lawbringer took form as a tall, robed figure with a scale in one hand and a sword in the other, face hidden beneath a hood of radiant law. More followed. Dozens of them filling the air above the plaza like a courtroom of glowing judges staring down at the sole defendant. Aiden Thorne, the Sun King boomed, voice reverberating through every chest. Designated abyssal error. You stand at the threshold of the sacred conduit. State your intent. Voices around the plaza dropped to whispers. He's talking to the gods. He'll be ash in a second. Maybe this will fix the glitches. Aiden tilted his head. My intent, he said, voice steady, to unplug you. A low murmur rolled through the crowd. The Lady of Storms' lightning flared. You walk in arrogance, she snarled. Your existence corrupts the proper flow of power. You drain strength away from the divine, destabilizing a system that saved your kind from annihilation. Did it? Aiden shot back. Or did you turn saving us into an excuse to skim off the top for centuries? Strange that no one ever passed your mortal limits, no matter how hard they worked. The Lawbringer's voice cut in, emotionless. The ledger is sacred. Without structure, your world falls to chaos. Without our levels, your monsters devour you. Your rebellion is not just ungrateful, it is suicidal. Aiden looked up at the array of avatars. On the surface, they were overwhelming. Each one radiated a presence that pressed on the senses like heavy air, authority, history, habit. To most people watching, this was the closest they'd ever been to a god. To him, they looked like overinflated status windows. His own window pulsed in the corner of his vision. Level -34. He could feel their levels pressing from above too, an imposed metric, a weight. Divine status overlay active. Displaying projections. Sun King. Level? Storm Lady. Level? Lawbringer. Level? A line of small question marks mocked him. They didn't show their exact numbers. They didn't have to. The system tagged them as far above anything mortal. The goddess beside him scoffed softly. Look closely, she murmured, only for him. Do you feel how much of that is real and how much is borrowed? He focused. Not on their shapes, not on their voices, but on the flows. Streams of power poured up from the city and down from the spire into the avatars, inflating them, worship lines, siphoned levels, stolen stat caps. They weren't just themselves, they were bloated with everything they'd hoarded. They weren't a mountain. They were a balloon. The Sun King must have sensed his attention. You stand alive only because we allow error correction, the Avatar intoned. We honored your anomaly with examination. You repaid us by assaulting our saint, corrupting our angel, and defiling our institutions. Your saint tried to vaporize an entire arena to salvage her pride, Aiden said flatly. Your angel came to execute a student in a basement. Your institutions throw low levels into dungeons like trash. If this is you correcting errors, your code was always broken. Murmurs again. Some priests shouted protests, but others looked just a little too quiet. The Pantheon could have ended this conversation already, Aiden realized, with one decisive blast, one overwhelming miracle. They hadn't. They were talking. Because for all their power, they needed this to be framed as righteous, necessary, controlled. Well, if they simply erased someone whose only crime, on paper, was making their system glitch, what would that say to the faithful who were already seeing flickers? The goddess's avatar drifted a step forward, chains of faint light still clinging to her spectral armor like memories. Still clinging to theatrics, she drawled. You'd think after a few hundred years on top, you'd find new lines. Storm crackled around the Lady of Storms. Traitor, she hissed, you were sealed, you do not speak here. Yet here I am. The fallen goddess replied, and here he is. Funny how badly your ledger estimation missed that possibility. The lawbringer raised a hand. Enough, they said. We do not need the traitor's commentary. We address the anomaly. The avatar's combined presence surged. Last offering, Aiden Thorn. The Sun King declared, submit to correction. We will extract your unstable access, contain it, and recalibrate the system. You will die, but your existence will be logged as a necessary sacrifice to preserve creation. Somewhere in the crowd, someone whispered, at least they're giving him an honorable option. Aiden wondered if that person heard themselves. He didn't bother to look. I've seen what you do with necessary sacrifices, he said quietly. My mother was one. The people thrown at dungeons until they crack are others. The ones your priests call expendable for lower tier rifts. Funny how necessity always points away from your thrones. The Sun King's flame flared hotter. So your grievance is personal, he said, petty. Aiden's fingers dug into his palm. It's personal, he agreed, and systemic. You turned the whole world into a tiered farm and called it faith. He took a breath. Now I'm going to break your farm. Silence. Then laughter. High, cold, brittle. It came from somewhere in the array of avatars, rippling through them, each god's projection smiling just a little too wide. You, the Lady of Storm said, with what, your broken level? Look up, anomaly, the lawbringer added. Look upon the truth of hierarchy. The divine spire resonated. The air above the plaza shimmered as the avatars invoked a command only they could issue. System command, display divine authority. For once, they weren't hiding. Numbers filled the sky. Not exact levels, those were obfuscated by design, but relative scales. Bars of light appeared above each avatar, stacked tall, reaching far beyond the heights any mortal badge could display. Relative rankings, domain allocations, fragments of their internal ledger. The impression was clear. Insuperable. The status system exists to maintain order, the lawbringer said, to remind each soul of their place. Yours is at the bottom, ours is at the top. The crowd stared, dazzled and cowed. Even those who had doubted trembled, seeing the sheer volume of data, the stacked bars, the representation of centuries of accumulated divinity. How do you argue with that? Aiden closed his eyes. He saw something else. Behind the glowing bars, behind the perfect layout, he saw connections, thin threads linking those towering metrics to millions of smaller ones. He saw names he didn't know, lines of EXP siphoned, stat cap reduced, faith tithed. He saw the hidden cost behind the numbers. The goddess's voice brushed his thoughts. They're forcing a status overlay, she said, trying to crush you with the weight of their illusion. If you want to shatter it, you have to go where their logic doesn't follow. Deeper, he whispered. Yes, she said, you cannot climb high enough to match them on their ladder, so do what you've been doing. Step off. His status window hovered in front of him. Level -34. He could stop here, turn around, try to hide, try to live some half-life in the cracks of a system determined to erase him. He thought of everyone he'd met. Ren, whose arm never worked right under the god's gift. Mira, whose healing burned her. The villagers begging lazy minor gods for weather while their crops died. The saint who'd never been told that her power was alone, with centuries of stolen interest. He thought of how it felt when the ledger shuddered, when miracles unraveled, when chains snapped. He stepped down. -34, -35. The world wobbled. He felt it like a physical drop, standing on a step that suddenly vanished beneath him. It wasn't his body falling, it was his position in the system. The status overlay above the plaza fuzzed around the edges. Anomaly level changing, one of the gods snapped, stabilize him. They poured more weight onto him. Authority pressed down like a mountain. The status bars swelled, trying to drown him in their scale. He stepped again. -35, -36. This time, it hurt. His breath caught, his muscles felt disconnected from his bones. For a dizzy moment, his senses extended in all directions, seeing not just the plaza, but the flows of power across the entire city. It was like staring at the sun from inside it. The overlay flickered. Lines of text glitched. Divine Authority display. Error. Underlayer interference detected. He dropped again. -36, -37. The plaza blurred at the edges. People gasped as their own status windows flickered. Names, levels, titles momentarily replaced by static before snapping back. The divine grid above groaned, its lines bending around some gravitational anomaly at its base. The Sun King's avatar wavered. This is unauthorized, he snarled. Pull him back into range. The Lawbringer extended a hand, invoking a correction protocol. A circle of runes spun beneath Aiden's feet, trying to normalize his level, to drag it upward into a zone they could manage. Underworld Authority pulsed. External normalization attempt detected. Response refuse. Aiden put his foot through the spell. The circle shattered. -37, -38. The showcase bars above the gods trembled, hairline fractures appearing along their edges. The absolute confidence of their display, those towering metrics meant to intimidate, now looked slightly off. The goddess watched him with something like pride and concern twisted together. You're at the edge, she said quietly. One more, and you're not just stepping off the ladder, you're stomping on it. He felt blood in his mouth. His body wasn't built for this, and no matter what his authority touched, every drop downward frayed the link between flesh and concept a little more. If he fell too fast with no control, he could tear himself apart. But if he stopped, he looked up at the gods, at the stolen numbers, at the world that had adapted around theft, convinced it was normal. He stepped. -38, -39. Something broke. Not in him, in it. The status overlay above the plaza didn't flicker this time. It cracked. Lines of HUD text split like glass under sudden pressure. The glowing bars representing divine authority shuddered as if struck from below. For an instant, everyone saw something impossible. Numbers bleeding. Segments of the bars dimmed, their light draining downward, not upward. Values that had been steady for centuries, calculated, curated, polished in prayer, shifted by fractional amounts. To a mortal, a tiny decrease in a god's level might seem insignificant. To a ledger that had not recorded a downward divine adjustment in living memory, it was catastrophic. Divine Authority ledger desync detected. Source underlayer inversion field. What did you do? The Storm Lady hissed, her avatar's lightning stuttering. Aiden breathed barely. He could feel it now. The connection between their inflated levels and the stolen potential they'd been sitting on. It was like standing at the base of a dam and suddenly realizing that the cracks aren't just in the wall, they're in the water. He reached out, not with his hands, but everything reverse leveling had become. He grabbed the flow. Up, the god system insisted. Power goes up, levels go up, mortals feed, divinity swells. No, Aiden whispered. Down. He inverted. The ledger screamed. Invisible lines snapped. Across the plaza, people dropped to their knees, not in worship, but because something inside them lurched. A pressure they'd never consciously sensed lifted. Weight they'd grown used to carrying without question slid off their backs. Above, the avatars convulsed. The Sun King's armor dimmed, plates of brilliance flickering as if turning hollow. The Storm Lady's lightning lost coherence, storms within her projection unraveling. The Lawbringer's scales flicked wildly, unable to balance inputs. Their status windows spider-webbed with cracks. Divine status, corrupted, done. Reason, reverse flow. Unauthorized. Segments of their authority bars fell off completely, shattering into fragments of light that rained down toward the city. They didn't disappear. They dispersed. Aiden barely had to direct it. The underlayer knew where to send it. Power, raw, unformatted, stripped of divine signatures, tore away from the avatars and rushed downward, not into him this time. Into them. Into everyone. Across the capital, across the world, souls felt something unlock. Adventurers in far-flung dungeons staggered as their stats surged, not from loot, not from blessings, but from something inside finally being allowed to grow. Farmers in fields felt their bodies respond differently to strain, skills sharpening without a shrine's tick of approval. Priests mid-prayer felt their connection twist for the first time. When they reached upward, something reached back from within instead. Status windows everywhere ping. Hidden restriction lifted. Potential cap increase. For some, it was subtle, a slight easing, a sense of more air in the room. For others, it was dramatic. A girl in a village miles away who'd been stuck at level 9 for years despite relentless effort, watched her level tick upward in a rush. 10, 11, 12, her body catching up to the work she'd already done. A retired adventurer whose injuries had never fully healed felt an old stiffness ease, not from a miracle, but from his own system rebudgeting what had once been siphoned away. The entire world didn't power up at once, but it started. On the plaza, the avatars felt it too. They shuddered as stolen growth left them. "You dare!" the Sun King began. His voice cracked. Literally. The sound wobbled mid-word, dropping not in volume but in depth. The echo behind it, centuries of accumulated intimidation, was thinner now. "You dare," he repeated, but it didn't land the same. People heard the difference. Some only on a subconscious level. Some very clearly. "He sounds smaller," someone whispered, horrified. The gods tried to compensate. They pushed more power into the avatars, drawing aggressively from the grid, yanking on worship lines so hard that some devotees cried out in sudden spiritual strain. But the leak was open now. Every attempt to inflate themselves simply poured more into a sieve whose holes were widening. Aiden's level kept dropping, not in discrete steps he could count, but in a rush, like a floor trying to fall out from under him. He grabbed onto the goddess's presence like an anchor. "Careful," she said sharply. "You're close to snapping your tether." He gritted his teeth. "I have to push," he said, "if I stop now. If you tear yourself out of the layer, you become what they are without any of their practice," she said. "A loose concept, untethered, that helps no one." He slammed his mental brakes. The freefall slowed. His level stabilized somewhere below reckless and above dead, numbers hazy but humming with new depth. The status system struggled to represent it. Level 1. Classification, abyssal. He laughed, a ragged sound. "Who names these things?" he muttered. Above, the avatars were coming apart at the seams. Stripped of their artificially inflated metrics, they looked smaller, not physically diminutive. Their projections still towered, but thinner, less dense. The weight of their presence was no longer crushing. It pressed, but no more than a particularly powerful high-level mortal. Their faces, once carved in serene confidence, now showed something rare and ugly. Fear. "What have you done?" the Storm Lady demanded, lightning sputtering. You're unmaking order." "I'm returning what you skimmed." Aiden said, voice hoarse. If your order needs theft to survive, and it deserves to fall. The Lawbringer's scales spun wildly. Equilibrium, they began. Equilibrium was never the goal. The goddess cut in, control was. She lifted her hand. She didn't summon a legion of phantom armies or unleash a river of fire. She was still too weak for that, but she didn't need spectacle. She pointed at the Sun King. For centuries, she said, voice carrying across the plaza and into the ears of thousands, you preached that every level mortals earned was a mercy from above, that their ceilings were set for their own good, that your strength was proof of your righteousness. She turned her hand, indicating the spire. Behold, she said, your righteousness is leaking. The avatars looked down. They could see it too now. The lines. Every conduit from the spire to the world now pulsed in both directions. Faith still flowed upward. It was too ingrained to vanish overnight, but potential no longer went with it automatically. In many places it flowed back. A stream the other way. Underworld Authority had reversed the default. You cannot control this, the Lawbringer said. You will drown them in their own unchecked growth. They will tear each other apart. Aiden thought of the academy, of how nobles treated divine power like proof of moral superiority, of how priests rationed miracles like miserly bankers, of how the system excused cruelty as necessary for balance. We've already been tearing each other apart, he said. We just did it within a hierarchy that let you keep your hands clean. He drew a shaking breath. Now you can live with the consequences too. The Sun King's projection flickered again, his armor losing some of its impossible sheen. This is not over, he snarled. We still hold domains. We still hold... Less than before, the goddess interrupted. And you will hold less tomorrow. You fed on their ceilings. Now those ceilings are gone. Aiden could feel it spreading. The reversal wasn't just local. The ledger wasn't just the spire. It was a global architecture. Cracks in one node propagated through others. Not uniformly, not instantly, but undeniably. Major temples hiccuped. Shrines blinked. Saints across the world, mid-miracle, felt their power wobble and stabilize at some lower point. Not gone, not useless. Just not absolute. One by one, the avatars began to retract. The Lady of Storm's form dissolved into dissipating rain. The Lawbringer's scales dimmed, their projection shrinking. The Sun King held out longest fiery eyes, burning with stubborn fury. This world will fall without us, he said, voice vibrating with fury and fear. You have doomed them. Aiden looked around. At the people in the plaza. At Mira, whose hands no longer trembled as much under her cursed blessing, now that her own potential could move differently. At Ren, whose ghost arm flickered less erratically as his body recalibrated around a different set of rules. At Knights, whose status windows were updating with unexpected notifications. Divine blessing efficiency reduced. Personal potential access increased. He met the Sun King's gaze. We'll take that risk, he said, without you deciding the terms. The Sun King's eyes narrowed. This is not a win, he spat. This is a reprieve. You think mortals will not build their own ledgers, their own hierarchies, their own thefts? Oh, we will, Aiden said. We're good at repeating mistakes, but next time we won't be told it's the will of untouchable gods. When someone caps us, we'll know they're just people. The avatar trembled. Then, with a final glitching flicker, it collapsed into a shower of dead light. Silence fell over the plaza. Not the heavy silence of fear, but the stunned silence of a world between breaths. Status windows everywhere continued to ping. Not with divine decrees this time. With possibilities. Oh, new growth trajectory unlocked. Future level cap undefined. Aiden swayed. Every bone felt heavy. His muscles ached in ways no blessing could numb. His head throbbed with the echo of a million tiny adjustments happening across the world. He had not freed anyone completely. He'd just removed the lid. And lids, once removed, are hard to put back on. The goddess stepped closer, her avatar's hand hovering near his shoulder without quite touching, some combination of respect and the awareness that physical contact with him right now might cause unpredictable feedback. You did it, she said softly. You cracked their status. He let out a rough laugh that turned into a cough. I poked holes in their spreadsheet, he said. They'll be furious when they realize how many formulas broke. She smiled, a real one this time. Your metaphors are terrible, she said, but accurate. He straightened as best he could. Around the plaza, reactions began to ripple. Some dropped to pray harder, convinced that more devotion would fix whatever had just happened. Others stared at their own hands, flexing fingers, feeling strength that had always been there but never fully accessible. A few looked at Aiden with something dangerously close to gratitude. Others with blame. Of course. Freedom is as terrifying as it is exhilarating. High Rector Malchior stood near the steps of the spire, face pale, eyes glued to updated readouts only he could see. The Divine Academy would not vanish overnight. Temples wouldn't crumble in an instant. The Pantheon still existed, but the foundation had shifted under their feet, and if they tried to walk as if nothing had changed, they'd fall. Aiden's status window, trying to reinterpret his existence in this new configuration, finally gave up on neat labels. Level Abyssal fixed below 0. Role Underlayer Anchor. He stared. Anchor? He muttered. The goddess's expression sobered. You inverted the flow, she said. You didn't just damage their ledger. You gave the underworld layer a stable link into the mortal plane. You are now a reference point. He swallowed. For what? He asked. For a world without their caps, she said. For growth that doesn't automatically feed into divinity. For risk. For possibility. Her gaze was steady. For blame, too. When things go wrong, they will look for someone who broke the old system. You are the most obvious candidate. He nodded slowly. He'd known, on some level, that there was no version of this where he broke a pantheon and then retired quietly to a farm. Then I'll live with it, he said. Better angry free people than obedient livestock. He looked up at the spire. Its light was dimmer. Not gone, not dead. Just one tower among many now, instead of the axis of the world. He could feel countless new threads of possibility branching out from this point. Some led to better things, some to worse, most to chaos. His curse hummed in his veins. It wasn't a curse anymore. Not really. Reverse leveling had stopped being just his personal doom the moment he dragged their numbers back down. Well, now his affliction was the reference framework around which the new reality would stabilize, a reminder that levels were tools, not commandments, that ceilings could be questioned. The goddess stepped beside him, looking at the city. Exhausted? She asked. He huffed a laugh. Very, he said. Victorious? She added. He considered. Around them, the world buzzed with uncertainty. The gods had retreated, licking their wounds. People wrestled with status windows updating in real time. The spire's light flickered. He had not built anything new yet. He'd only broken the old. For today, he said, ask me again in a few years. She nodded. Fair enough, she said. For what it's worth, Walker Beneath Levels, you've done more with your defect than most gods managed with their whole stolen horde. He finally allowed himself to sit, legs folding under him on the cracked pavement of the Divine Plaza. The crowd kept their distance, unsure whether to approach the boy who had just pulled their gods down a peg. His status window hovered in his periphery, lines of text shifting as the system tried to catch up to the new world. He dismissed it. For the first time since Awakening Day, he didn't need to look at a number to know what he was. Not a level, not a rank, not a defect. Just a person who refused to let someone else's ledger decide his worth. In a world where gods were finally weaker than the people they'd kept capped, Aiden Thorne sat at the base of the dimming spire, the so-called abyssal error whose curse had become the backbone of a new status system. One that, for the first time, pointed down instead of only up. In the end, the gods didn't fall in a single day. They buckled. They cracked. And then, very slowly, the world around them stopped needing them. When the light finally faded from the divine spire and the last trembling echoes of the Pantheon's authority recoiled back into whatever wounded realm they'd retreated to, the city of Lumerus woke into a silence so strange it felt like standing in the moment after a storm, when you expect thunder, but hear only your own breathing. No new decrees flashed. No system-wide correction descended. For the first time since anyone could remember, the divine grid overhead didn't glow like a god's heartbeat. It flickered weakly, more like an artifact on standby than the spine of the world. At first, no one moved. Knights stood in their dented armor, hands still gripping weapons that didn't hum with borrowed divinity anymore. Priests clutched dead relics to their chests, waiting for power that never came. Adventurers and students blinked at status windows that now looked different. The numbers were still there. Levels, stats, skills. But the little invisible ceiling that everyone had unconsciously felt, like a glass weight on top of their potential, was gone. Aiden felt it most keenly. In the days immediately after the spire, his body finally crashed. Not in a dramatic, world-ending collapse, but in the mundane way of anyone who has pushed too hard for too long. His muscles ached, his nerves buzzed. Half his ribs insisted on reminding him that they'd nearly been light-blasted into dust. Academy healers tried to work on him. Their blessings fizzled. Some out of habit, they reached up for power from gods who weren't answering. Others looked at him and hesitated, knowing their miracles would probably unravel around him anyway. In the end, he healed the slow way, bones knitting with time, bruises fading as his own constitution and the strange, steady hum of Underworld Authority settled into an uneasy truce. When he finally got out of bed and walked the streets of Lumeris, the city was no longer the one he'd grown up in. The temples were still there. Their banners still fluttered, but the lines were shorter. Shrines that had once been packed with desperate worshippers now had people leaning against their walls, talking, arguing, comparing status windows. The priests still offered blessings, but now they were careful to say what those blessings could and couldn't do. No one believed in guaranteed miracles anymore. Instead, they talked about accelerators, amplifiers, and augmentations, like magic had gone from divine act to dangerous technology. News spread fast. In the northern kingdoms, a warlord who had once relied on a river god's invincible shield discovered on the battlefield that his protection buff was only as strong as his own stats, and he'd been neglecting those for years. His soldiers, many of them low-level conscripts who had suddenly found themselves unlocking growth after the Spire incident, weren't impressed. In the southern deserts, a prophetess who'd made a fortune as an exclusive voice of the Pantheon now sat in a tent staring at a silent altar. Her visions had dried up. Her followers discovered that when they trained and coordinated on their own, their dungeon survival rates went up more than when they waited for her riddles. Some temples adapted quickly. Some didn't. The gods themselves stayed mostly quiet. Occasional flickers of avatars appeared above major sanctuaries, offering carefully worded explanations about temporary fluctuations and shared rebuilding. But the sheer fact that they could no longer project with the same overwhelming weight made those speeches feel more like spin than scripture. The nations had a choice to make. They could cling to the old order, propping up weakened gods and insisting nothing had really changed. Or they could admit that the ceiling was gone and start building a new way to grow. Free Growth Academy, Ren read aloud one morning, squinting at a crude sign above what used to be a minor temple annex. Someone had painted over the original god symbol with a stylized downward arrow merging into a branching tree. That name is terrible. Mira snorted, adjusting the new cloth wraps around her hands. Healing energy now sat under her skin without burning as violently as before. Turns out, when your power isn't constantly being tugged upward, it has room to settle. Terrible or not, she said, they're packed. And they were. Inside the building, rows of makeshift training dummies stood where prayer mats had once been. Young men and women swung weapons, chanted experimental formulas, tested weird little techniques that bent their stats in ways the old system never taught. An old academy instructor, robe stripped of half his priestly insignias, stood at the front of the room, chalk in hand. Forget the limit curves in your old textbooks, he was saying. Those were written with a siphon in place. We're starting from scratch. Today's topic, how to push your body without expecting a divine bailout. On the far wall, someone had pinned up a series of notes, diagrams, and half hypotheses, all connected around one phrase. Reverse techniques. Aiden recognized his own handwriting on some of them. He hadn't set out to become a teacher. But once people realized that he could invert damage, neutralize curses, and collapse blessings, not as a chaotic anomaly, but as a consistent pattern, those with brains and bruises started asking questions. How did you do that thing with the Saint's miracle? Can you show me how to unhook a parasite blessing without dying? Is there a way to use your field to train instead of just break things? So he answered, not everything. Not the deep stuff he barely understood, but the basics. Damage inversion drills, domain suppression exercises that helped people learn to stand under pressure without relying on constant buffs. Stat inversion sparring, where fighters swapped strengths and weaknesses briefly to understand their own habits. The first free growth academies were messy. Half dojos, half labs run by former priests who decided that if miracles were no longer guaranteed, they might as well finally teach mechanics. Swordmasters who'd always resented having to bow to some lazy minor god now shared the floor with crippled ex-saints trying to figure out how to fight without an endless heal loop. That last part was the strangest. One day, Aiden walked into a repurposed wing of the old Divine Academy, no longer Divine, just Academy on the sign now, and found Ceres there. The former saint. Her eyes no longer glowed with permanent gold. The halo had never returned. Her badge, once an untouchable symbol, now listed her level in numbers that anyone could surpass with enough work. She stood in a training ring, staff held at an unfamiliar angle, breath just slightly too fast for someone who used to wade through battlefields as a walking miracle. A group of younger students watched, not in worship, but in curiosity. She saw Aiden and stiffened. Silence dropped into the ring like a stone. He didn't reach for power, didn't suppress anything. He just leaned against the doorway, arms crossed. "You're late," she said, surprising him. "Late for what?" he asked. "For our lesson," she replied. The instructor standing nearby coughed awkwardly. "She asked for you," he murmured, "to advise." Aiden walked into the ring. Years of instinct screamed that he should be careful. She had once nearly killed an entire arena trying to save face. Her anger had been the Pantheon's anger. But she wasn't a walking god's hand anymore. She was a woman whose entire identity had been built on borrowed power, and now that power sat out of reach. He stopped a few paces from her. "How bad is it?" he asked, not unkindly. She looked away, jaw clenched. "I can still heal," she said, "a little, enough for flesh wounds, enough for disease if I concentrate, but no more rewinding death, no more erasing consequences." She swallowed. "My light spells misfire outside of small radii, my domains fizzle, there's nothing effortless left." The old her would never have admitted that in public. He nodded slowly. "Oh, and what do you want from me?" he asked. Her fingers tightened on the staff. "The gods taught me how to channel," she said. "They never taught me how to fight. I need to relearn, without shortcuts, without glowing hands holding me up." She met his eyes. "You've been moving without a net since your awakening," she said. "Teach me how to stand without one." The words hung between them. Around them, the students watched history do something it had never done before, ask advice from the error. He thought about refusing, about telling her to figure it out on her own, just like he had. But then he remembered the look on her face when her connection died. The same naked terror he'd felt staring at a level, sliding in the wrong direction while a god told him his soul was worthless. "Fine," he said. "First lesson, stop waiting for the system to tell you who you are." He knocked his knuckles lightly against her badge. "Pretend this doesn't exist," he said. "What can you actually do? Not what you were told you could do. Not what miracles did around you. You, your body, your mind, your training." It wasn't an easy process. Former saints, priests, and elite clerics came to him in twos and threes, dripping pride and insecurity, asking versions of the same question. How do I fight when the numbers don't bend for me anymore? He showed them how to take a hit and invert the impact instead of just absorbing it with a shield. How to read a battlefield without depending on divine alerts. How to see blessings as tools, not crutches. Not all of them accepted it. Some stormed out. Some went crawling back to shrinking temples, begging the Pantheon to fix what Aiden had broken. Most stayed. Grudgingly at first. Then hungrily. The fallen goddess watched all of this with a peculiar expression. One afternoon, as they stood on a hill overlooking a newly built training ground where children practiced mixing system skills with strange experimental underlayer stances, she spoke, more to herself than to him. "They're louder now," she said. "Who?" he asked. "Humans," she said. "Their souls. Before it was like listening to a choir buried under a choir of gods. Now the upper voices are thinner." the lower ones clearer. He listened. He couldn't hear what she did, not fully, but he could feel the general hum of it, like the world itself had gone from a song sung in unison to a messy, powerful chorus. "Does it bother you?" he asked. "No," she said, "it hurts, in a good way. This is what it was supposed to sound like." She flexed her hand, fingers trailing faint motes of power. Her avatar had changed. The chains were gone. The cracks in her spectral armor had sutured, if not completely then enough, that she no longer looked one step from disintegration. She could project further from the old shrine now, appearing in multiple places as needed, though each copy was thin, a shard of what she'd once been. She was still rebuilding. Not from worship. From the equalization of a ledger that had once cut her out. "You're weaker than you used to be," Aiden said bluntly. "Does that bother you?" She smiled faintly, eyes on the children. "Less than you'd think," she said. "Once, I commanded legions and threw mountains of miracles at rifts. It felt intoxicating. Then the Pantheon decided that power was worth maintaining at any cost, and I watched the ledger turn from a tool into a leash." She nodded toward the practicing kids, one of whom had just inverted his own clumsy fireball into a harmless puff of smoke, laughing when it didn't burn him. "Now," she said, "I don't need to be the one with the highest level. I just need them not to be chained to mine." She glanced at him. "You did that," she added, "not for me, for them. I am better with less in a world where they can have more." He didn't know how to respond to that. So he didn't. He checked his status instead. It didn't look like anyone else's. Not anymore. Name, Aiden Thorn. Level, Abyssal, below 0. Variable. Role, Underlayer. Anchor/free growth catalyst. There was no neat -40 or -50 now. His level wasn't a simple integer that climbed or fell. Oh, it fluctuated. When he dove deep into Underworld Authority during experiments, it sank, expanding his reach over domains and status logic. When he pulled back, grounding himself in training, teaching, and mundane life, it rose a little, giving his body time to synchronize. It felt less like a curse now and more like a tide, something he could ride instead of drown in. He'd expected the constant hum of underlayer power to make him feel detached, above everything, some sort of walking anomaly permanently on the outside. Instead, as the world adjusted to the new scale, something strange happened. His difference started to matter less. Not because he became less dangerous. If anything, his potential influence grew. He could still erase a blessing like snuffing a candle. He could still unsettle the remnants of the Pantheon with a few deliberate pushes. But now, instead of being the only one living under warped rules, everyone else was stepping into flex. People discovered new ways to combine skills when they weren't fighting invisible caps. Whole disciplines popped up around stat weaving, domain blending, and curse harmonics. Some of them borrowed ideas from Aiden's reverse techniques. Others grew out of old traditions that had never been allowed to fully flower. He wasn't the sole aberration in a rigid lattice. He was the first data point in a new graph. And just when he started to think he understood the shape of that new graph, the system reminded him. He didn't. Not completely. He was sitting alone one night in the ruined remains of what had once been a minor shrine to a god of safe journeys. The shrine god hadn't vanished, but its avatar had failed enough times that people stopped coming. Now it was a quiet place, good for thinking. The air was cool. The city below hummed softly. He opened his status out of habit. Most of it looked like it had for days. Abyssal level, anchor role, a cluster of abilities linked to Underworld Authority. Then at the very bottom, something flickered. A line he hadn't seen before. Underworld layer, 2/. He blinked. Goddess, he said. Her avatar materialized on the broken altar, stepping down with familiar ease. You called? She asked. He pointed at the new line. You didn't tell me there were layers, he said, plural. She gave him a look that was half amusement, half apology. I told you there is an underlayer beneath the gods grid, she said. I didn't say there wasn't something beneath that. He stared. So I've been walking on, what, the shallow end? He asked. Relatively, she said, you operate in the interface between the God's Ledger and the first underlayer, the one where stolen power and cap potential collect. You've learned to read and rewrite there. It's impressive. He narrowed his eyes. And this 2/? She walked closer, expression turning serious. There are deeper strata, she said, concepts that even we, old gods, new gods, do not touch. Things older than our pantheon, older than this world's current cycle of rifts and leveling. She tapped the 2. Your anchor status cements you as a stabilizer at the top of the underworld, she said, but you've started tugging at something below that. It's responding, slowly, watching. He didn't like the sound of watching. So what's down there? He asked. More power? Something worse? Both? She tilted her head. That, she said, is the right fear and the right curiosity. I don't know exactly. My domains never reached that deep. When I spoke of potential before, I meant the untapped growth of souls within this system. There may be entire other systems below. He thought of the pantheon, of how absolute they'd seemed, of how they'd turned out to be just one layer of an architecture trying to pretend it was the whole universe. You're saying, he said slowly, that to whatever is under that tab, our gods look like I look to them. Perhaps, she said, parasites, or harmless, or interesting, or all three. He closed the window with a flick of his fingers. He'd spent so long clawing downward just to survive in the god's cage. To see the bottom of that cage peel away and reveal another unknown open space beneath it was both cruel and perfect. Don't worry, the goddess said, reading his expression. No one is asking you to break another pantheon this week. Good, he said. I'm busy. She laughed. But, she added softly, people are going to push, some out of greed, some out of honest curiosity. Your reverse techniques will be their entry point. When they start tugging at layer 2, you'll feel it. He nodded slowly. Then I'll have to be ready, he said. For what? She asked. To make sure we don't become what we just toppled, he said, if there's something deeper, and if we start tapping it. I don't want to wake up in 100 years as the Abyssal Council sitting on someone else's stolen growth. She smiled. Now, she said, you sound like someone whose curse finally turned into a conscience. He rolled his eyes. Don't get sentimental, he said. She didn't. She just looked out over the city with him. Torches, mana lamps, people training in repurposed courtyards, priests lecturing in classrooms instead of preaching from altars, children playing that strange new game where one pretended to be a god and the others pretended to turn off his status window. A new scale of power. Not clean, not stable, not safe, but theirs. And somewhere in the depths of his status, a locked tab glowed faintly, a quiet reminder that under every system humans think they've mastered, there might always be another layer waiting to be discovered or resisted. The world Aiden broke didn't shatter overnight. It unraveled. Weeks after the Spire confrontation, the cracks spread like roots through dry earth. Temples still stood, but their lights flickered. Priests still chanted, but their miracles cost more, lasted less. Adventurers still grinded dungeons, but their levels ticked upward without the invisible tax the gods had skimmed for centuries. People called it the Abyssal Shifts. Some celebrated it as liberation, others cursed it as the end of order. The former pantheon, no longer able to project their bloated statuses, retreated to their highest domains, licking wounds and issuing terse decrees through intermediaries. Aiden Thorn became a name spoken in whispers. Hero to some, harbinger to others, abyssal error to the official ledgers. But no one knew what he'd really done. Not even him fully. He sat on a crumbling stone ledge overlooking the fractured outskirts of Lumerus, watching the horizon where the city's glow gave way to wild rifts. The air smelled of ash and new growth, burnt incense from fallen shrines mixed with the fresh tang of unchecked wilderness. Mira and Ren sat nearby, picking at a meal of scavenged rations. The goddess's avatar hovered a short distance away, her form more stable now that the ledger no longer actively strangled her, but still translucent at the edges. You look like you're waiting for something, Mira said, not looking up from her bread. I am, Aiden replied. She glanced at him. More gods? She asked. Worse, he said. The rifts had started small. At first, they'd been dismissed as side effects of the shift. Dungeon gates opening in odd places, monsters that didn't follow standard classifications, adventurers poked at them, cleared a few, and reported back. Weird, but manageable. Then the anomalies grew. Rifts that ignored adventurers entirely, gates that yawned open only when certain people approached, beasts that didn't attack but watched, structures inside that didn't match any known dungeon layout. And at the centers of many of them, faint whispers. Names. Not abyssal error. Something deeper. Heir of the Void. Aiden had felt the first one pull at him from miles away. His status window had pinged. Underlayer resonance detected. Source unclassified rift. Proximity required. He'd ignored it at first. He'd been busy dodging bounty hunters, helping Mira and Ren stabilize their defective blessings now that the system no longer suppressed them, listening to the goddess explain the fractured logistics of a world with uncapped growth. But the pings didn't stop. They multiplied. Reports flooded in from across the continent. Rifts in villages, cities, wilds. Ordinary adventurers approached and found nothing. No gate, no monsters, just empty air. But when someone with a history of glitches or underlayer contact drew near, the rifts woke. And inside, things waited. Things that knew Aiden's name. He stood now, brushing crumbs from his hands. Time. He said. Mira sighed. Thought so. Ren groaned. Again, I'm still sore from the last one. The goddess's avatar turned toward him. You don't have to do this alone, she said. The rifts are your doing, but they don't have to be your burden. They're my doing because I broke the god's lid, he said. If something's spilling out, it's my mess to clean. He didn't add that no one else could go in. No one else's status window reacted to the underlayer the way his did. They started walking. The nearest rift was in the shattered outskirts, a place where the city's expansion had met a dungeon overflow years ago and never fully recovered. Ruined buildings slumped against each other, overgrown with vines that glowed faintly at night. The air changed as they approached. Ordinary dungeon gates hummed with familiar energy, system tagged, structured, designed to be farmed. This was different. It felt hungry. The tear hung in the air between two collapsed towers, a vertical wound in reality, no swirling mist, no ominous glow, just a dark, perfectly vertical slit, edges perfectly smooth, like someone had sliced the world with a razor and pulled the lips apart just enough. Ordinary adventurers had poked it with spears and spells. Nothing. Aiden stepped closer. His status lit up. Resonance confirmed. Underlayer rift active. Authority recognition detected. The slit widened slightly. Just for him. You're sure about this? Mira asked. No, he admitted, but I'm going in. Ren clapped his shoulder. Don't die, he said. We've gotten used to you. Mira punched his arm lightly. Bring back something shiny, she said. The goddess watched him, expression unreadable. Whatever speaks to you inside, she said, remember that the underlayer is not a friend. It is a mirror. It shows what you bring to it. He nodded. Then he stepped through. Crossing wasn't like a dungeon gate. No disorientation, no sudden shift to another plane. It was like stepping through a door into a room that shouldn't exist. He emerged into a vast, impossible space. Not a cavern. Not a void. A cathedral. Endless pillars stretched into distance that defied geometry, each one carved from a substance that looked like black glass veined with faint violet light. The floor was a mosaic of cracked tiles depicting scenes he almost recognized. Battles, ascensions, but twisted into unfamiliar shapes. No ceiling above, only an endless expanse of shifting shadow that pulsed like a breathing sky. The air felt thick, not with humidity, but with presence. Something watched him. He walked forward. Status windows didn't work the same here. His hovered in his vision, but numbers refused to settle. Location, underlayer nexus. Level, irrelevant. Authority, recognized. Footsteps echoed, not his. Shapes detached from the shadows between pillars. Not monsters. Not beasts. Entities. The first one glided into view like smoke given form, tall, vaguely humanoid, body made of layered darkness pierced by glowing cracks, eyes like twin voids but intelligent, aware. It stopped a short distance away. Heir of the void, it said, voice a chorus of whispers layered over each other. You have returned. Aiden froze. Returned, he repeated. The entity tilted its head. The anchor walks again, it said, the one who touches without consuming, the bridge that reversed the flow. More shapes emerged. One resembled a colossal wolf made of fractured mirrors, each shard reflecting distorted versions of Aiden's face. Another was a swarm of eyes orbiting a core of writhing shadow. A third, a humanoid figure whose skin constantly shifted between scales, feathers, and stone. All of them watched him. Air, the wolf thing growled, voice rumbling through the floor. The cap is broken. The siphon flows no longer. We felt your hand in the ledger. Aiden's mind raced. He hadn't created these things. He'd exposed them. The gods had treated the underlayer like a sewer, dumped failed experiments, broken miracles, cursed souls. Assume it was gone. But underlayers accumulate. And now that the lid was off, you know me, he said carefully. How? The smoke entity drifted closer. You are the first to descend without being thrown, it said. The Pantheon cast us down as refuse. You climbed down of your own will. Your reverse leveling is not a curse. It is a key. A key. The goddess had called him a bridge. These things called him air. What do you want? He asked bluntly. The swarm of eyes swirled. Contact, it hissed. The underlayer was sealed. We slumbered in fragments. Now the flow is open. We wish to see the surface again. The wolf thing growled. To reclaim what was stolen. Aiden felt a chill. The gods were weak, parasitic, arrogant. These didn't sound benevolent. You want to reclaim, he said. What does that mean? Replace them, rule yourselves, or something else? The smoke entity's cracks pulsed brighter. Balance, it said. The Pantheon took without giving. We will take what we need. The others murmured agreement, voices overlapping. We were the first, before levels, before ledgers. Cast aside when they capped the mortals. Now the cap is gone. We rise. Aiden's hand clenched. He thought of the world above. Of people just starting to feel their own potential. Of Mira and Ren, finally able to grow without invisible theft. Of a system that, for all its flaws, had at least held monsters back. He didn't trust the gods, but he didn't trust whatever had been festering under their trash heap either. You'll have to go through me, he said quietly. The entity stilled. The smoke one laughed, a sound like dry leaves scraping. You are air, it said, not jailer. I am anchor, he said, repeating what the goddess had called him. If you want to rise, you do it on my terms, or you stay down here. The wolf thing's mirrors reflected his face 1,000 times, each expression slightly different. You cannot hold us, it growled. Your power is new, ours is ancient. Maybe, Aiden said, but I'm the only one who can talk to you without being thrown away. The gods treated you like waste. I'm offering terms. Silence stretched. The swarm of eyes circled closer. Terms, it echoed. What terms? He exhaled. Contact, yes, he said, but controlled. No swarms eating cities. No replacing one cap with another. You want to exist? Prove you're not just hungry or parasites. The entities conferred in whispers too low to parse. Finally, the smoke one spoke. We will test you, it said. Survive our trial, earn our patience, fail, and we will take what is ours by force. Aiden nodded. Fair enough, he said. The cathedral shifted. Pillars moved, space folded, forming a vast arena of black stone and violet cracks. Entities withdrew to the edges. In the center, a new shape coalesced. Not one of them. Something else. A colossal form, pieced together from shadow and forgotten concepts. Towering, multi-limbed, eyes opening in random places. It didn't roar or posture. It simply existed, radiating the weight of something that had never known a ceiling. Underlayer Guardian, Dronzer level N/A. Challenge, prove worth as anchor. Aiden's status glitched. He felt the goddess's tether tighten. Careful, she warned. This is no dungeon boss. This is a fragment of what the underlayer considers a test. He rolled his shoulders. He'd faced angels, saints, gods. He'd broken their ledger. Whatever waited here couldn't be worse. The Guardian moved. Not with speed, with inevitability. One limb slammed down where Aiden stood a heartbeat before. Stone vaporized. The shockwave sent him tumbling, ribs protesting old injuries. He rolled to his feet. The thing didn't chase. It reshaped. Limbs extended, becoming whips of shadow that lashed across the arena. Eyes tracked him from impossible angles, firing beams of unlight that ate at reality. He dodged, barely. Domain suppression tried to chew at the attacks, but they weren't divine. They were underlayer, his own territory. The negation didn't stick the same way. Damage inversion grabbed a glancing whip strike. It hurt like acid, but the energy poured into his authority, fueling a surge. Level. Numbers lost meaning. He struck back. Stat inversion on a whip that got too close. For a moment, his arm became endless shadow. The whip became fragile flesh. He tore a chunk free. It regrew. The Guardian adapted. It flooded the arena with entities, smaller versions of itself, swarming like locusts. They didn't attack directly. They just existed, their presence weighing down the air, slowing his movements, dulling his senses. Underlayer pressure. He felt his own authority straining, trying to push back against things that belonged to the same space. The goddess's voice cut through. Anchor, she said sharply. Remember what you are. You don't fight them. You define them. Define. He stopped dodging. He stood still as the swarm closed in. Eyes from the edges watched curious. He reached downward. Not to invert or suppress. To label. Underlayer entities, classified so. Authority override, anchor designation. The swarm froze. He wasn't a god imposing rules from above. He was the stable point they'd lacked. Numbers snapped into place around them. Not caps, not theft, but context. Fragment number 47, contained in it. Fragment number 92, stabilized. The Guardian paused. Its form wavered, uncertain. Aiden pushed. The entities didn't vanish. They settled. The Guardian's colossal shape shrank, condensing into something less chaotic, not defeated, contained. Trial passed. Recognition anchor confirmed. The entities approached, not aggressive, but deferential. Air, the smoke one said. You hold the underlayer. We will wait. For how long? Aiden asked. Until you call, it replied, or until you fall. The cathedral dissolved. He stepped back through the rift. Mira, Ren, and the goddess waited on the other side. You look like you saw something you can't unsee, Ren said. I did, Aiden replied. He glanced at the horizon. More rifts shimmered in the distance. Dozens. The underlayer wasn't empty, it was full. And now that the god's lid was off, it was waking up. The goddess met his gaze. Your journey isn't over, she said. You've broken their system. Now you have to master what's beneath it. He nodded. He could feel the deepest rift pulling already, a massive tear on the edge of the continent, ignored by adventurers, unresponsive to gods. Resonance, critical. Origin point detected. The true source. Whatever had created reverse leveling in the first place. He looked at his allies. You with me? He asked. Mira cracked her knuckles. Someone has to keep you from getting eaten. Ren sighed. Fine, but if we die, I'm blaming you. The goddess smiled. Together then, she said, to the bottom. Aiden turned toward the horizon. Yes, his status no longer showed neat numbers. Just a title. Anchor of the Underlayer. With his curse, his gift, his weapon at his side, he walked toward the deepest rift. To face what lay beneath Zero. To control it. Or be consumed. What do you think the true origin of reverse leveling will turn out to be in this story?